I'm in the wrong way. The host. I'm the owner. The one participant. Let me see if I turn off the light, probably better. Oh, that's probably worse. Al? You hear me, Al?
Freeholder, yep, I can hear you.
All right, then. I just want to make sure I'm straight. So is this me? Is this me and you on at this point?
So we're broadcasting, so anyone that's logged in can hear and see us.
All right.
Kenny and Romano back, they got 5.
Okay.
6.
Right here. Let me get him. Get the lower this.
Hey, the county closes Friday, right?
What was that?
Are you closed Friday?
Yes.
Because there was a time it wasn't, right?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just dusting his blue suede shoes. He's coming right out.
I was laughing. You got all these sandwiches have numbers on them. I have no idea what the numbers are.
I got a good Heck, right off the bat, road speed.
No, it's good. I got a half a meatball and a half of, what is it?
No, the numbers, man. I mean, give us a list.
Well, they were hot. Yeah, give us a list. Give us a bunch of numbers.
See if you can say it. I said, yeah.
Oh. We're up to 4.
Yeah, they're coming out now. We're good. Kenny and Romano.
See that, Bill? They're selling the seats at St. Peter's for the vet.
What?
Charlie just told me, boy,
What are they selling them for?
because they were doing,
They're redoing the gym, right? That's a major project.
Yeah, we haven't got the whole thing.
Yeah.
All set, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Proceed with roll
Okay.
call.
Yes, please.
Freeholder Cedeño,
Here.
Cifelli, Kopacz,
That's a
Here.
O'Day,
Here.
Rodriguez,
Yeah, that-
Romano,
Here.
Torres,
But unmute yourself.
Here.
Thank you.
Freeholder Walker,
Here.
Chairman Vainieri.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
Pledge
to the
allegiance
flag
to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and
with
justice.
liberty and justice.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided as follows. Posting notice of resolution number 8-1-2020 on the Freeholders Bulletin Board. First floor administration building annex, Jersey City, New Jersey. Copies of the above mentioned resolution have been sent to the county clerk and the editors of the Jersey Journal and the Star Ledger. That notice was subsequently modified with a Zoom meeting notice allowing for a virtual meeting. That virtual meeting notice was published on November 16th, 2020, and the details for speakers to participate during the public portions of this meeting were advertised in that Zoom notice. Mr. Chairman, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the following meetings? Caucus meeting October 20th, 2020, and the regular meeting of October 21st, 2020.
Motion.
Good day, Torres.
Freeholder Cedeño?
On the
On-
motion to
Yes.
minutes.
Sorry, yes.
I don't see Freeholder Cifelli. I see Freeholder Rodriguez is now present. Freeholder Kopacz?
Yes.
Freeholder O'Day?
Yes.
Freeholder Rodriguez?
yes,
Freeholder Romano?
yes,
Freeholder Torres?
Yes.
Freeholder Walker?
Yes.
And Chairman Vainieri.
Yes, thank you.
The next order of business is laudatory L1. Chairman, if you could give me a second to see if I could find the honoree as an attendee. I think I found Renee. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I read L1 into the record.
Yes, please.
Recognizing and commending Renee Bettinger's 19 years of dedicated service in the Hudson County Planning Board. Whereas Renee Bettinger has distinguished herself as a person of outstanding ability who imparted a sense of fairness and compassion to her position as member and chairperson of the Hudson County Planning Board. Whereas Renee Bettinger was duly appointed as a board member in 2002, serving faithfully in that role for 19 years until her recent retirement. She also served as the planning board's chairperson in 2006, 2012, 2017, and 2018. Whereas Renee Bettinger is a lifelong resident of Jersey City. She's a graduate of St. Dominic Academy in Jersey City and furthered her studies at Berkeley's College of Interior Design Division and the Sheffield School of Interior Design. And whereas Renee Bettinger is a successful interior designer and entrepreneur who owns RB Interiors and LLC, She previously worked as an interior designer for Distinctive Art Interiors Groups, whereas Renee Bettinger is an active and involved citizen in the communities of Jersey City and Hudson County, serving in the following capacities or organizations: Act Now Foundation, Music and Memories Gala Chair, National Association of Professional Women, Women's Advisory Group for Senator Cunningham, 31st Legislative District, Hudson County Democratic Committee Woman, as well as Recording Secretary and Sergeant at Arms, Catholic Charities Adoption Gala, Mayor Cunningham's Inaugural Committee, St. Paul's Condominium Association Board of Directors, Children's Aid and Family Services Adoption Auxiliary in Bergen County, co-founder and vice president of Concerned Persons Community Council, Inc. in Jersey City. Whereas Renee Bettinger was honored as Stateswoman of the Year of the 1998 Hudson County Columbus Day Parade and a Jersey City Woman of Action in 2005. And whereas Renee Bettinger is married to Arnie Bettinger for 28 years and is the proud mother of Justin. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the Hudson County Board of Chosen Freeholders as follows. The board does hereby extend its sincere gratitude to Renee Bettinger for her 19 years of dedicated service to the planning board. And the board does hereby commend Renee Bettinger for her outstanding contributions to the communities of Jersey City and Hudson County and wishes her good health and happiness in the years to come. Laudatory L1, Freeholder Cedeño.
Congratulations.
Freeholder Kopacz.
Yes, I had the pleasure to serve on the planning board for a few years with Renee, and she was just always a class act. Congratulations, and yes.
Freeholder Day.
I absolutely vote yes, and Renee is the person that always reminds me to smile.
Renee, can you stay on the whole meeting?
Hold until the end. Hold the laudatory till the end.
Yes, and I thank Renee for her service to our board, to her board, all these years, and I wish you the best of luck in the future. Congratulations.
I know that. Freeholder Romano.
Proudly, yes. Not only is she a articulate and knowledgeable planning board commissioner who worked well with so many different people, but she's a great mom, and she has to carry the burden of Arnie. And she's just a wonderful person. We wish you the best in the future. Thank you so much for your service, and a happy Thanksgiving, and God bless.
Freeholder Torres.
Renee, it was a pleasure serving with you over the past 3 years on the planning board. It was great advocating for our Jersey City residents, especially last year with one particular case. I appreciate your knowledge, your insight, and your education to your peers. So thank you very much, and I vote yes.
Freeholder Walker.
I also had the pleasure on serving the last 3 years on the board with Renee, and I appreciate your service. And you was always a class act, and you always kept the meetings moving, and you was a light spirit in the room. So congratulations and good luck in the near future. I wrote yes.
Freeholder Cifelli is now present on L1. Freeholder Cifelli honoring Renee Bettinger.
Aye.
And Chairman Vainieri.
Yes, a lot of people can't stay on the planning board more than 2 years. So I give you a lot of credit for spending 19 years there. Lots of luck to you. Good luck. Thank you very much for all your time as behalf of the county. Good luck to you and your husband, Arnold.
Can I add one
Chairman?
thing? Can I add one thing? I'm sorry, I came into the Zoom late, but
Yeah, Freeholder Cifelli.
regarding the laudatory for Mrs. Bettinger, I agree with the chairman's comments about her service on the planning board. It's competent, dedicated people to serve on that board for so many years. My only comment is that it's taken her more strength to stay with Arnold for all those years. So
Yep. Yep, I agree.
Mr. Chair, I
Arnold.
believe Mrs. Bettinger is available to address the board.
We would love to hear from her.
Renee?
Thought she was there.
She's there. Arnold Bettinger,
It's Arnold's problem.
unless there's a separate number they dialed in. Aha, all right. Renee? She's now in no.
He's speechless.
All right, if she wants to come back,
I'll try to
He
get
should
her.
come at the end.
we'll get her
I
on.
think she's there now. She's there now.
Let us know when the meeting's at the end.
Hello.
Is that
How you doing?
Okay, I thank you so much for all the wonderful comments. I just want to take the time to thank our county executive, Tom DeGise, and the Board of Chosen Freeholders for giving me this opportunity to serve on the planning board for 19 years. This truly is an emotional time leaving the board. It has been such a part of my life. I am honored to have served the community in this capacity, and I am ever so grateful for the many friendships built over the years. I am so proud of all the work that the board has accomplished, and I have no doubt that they will continue the footsteps and in the years to come. And I wish everyone a happy and healthy, most of all, Thanksgiving. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Renee.
The next order of business is additional discussion on today's agenda.
Administrator?
Mr. Chairman, I have no additional items.
No additional items from the administrator.
So I have one question, Mr. Administrator. The questions I asked on number 6, did we ever get an answer? I saw that Michelle DiFilippo requested answers, but I never saw receiving them.
I believe they were sent to the clerk.
Yeah, there were several emails that were forwarded this morning in response to the questions.
But can anyone, is Mr. Lopez on? Can he elaborate, or someone? I just didn't see them. If not, I'll have time to try to find them.
Depends on-
You know, Freeholder, I can give you this. And
I'll get it.
All right, this answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk.
According to the policy set by the Board of Freeholders, members of the public are asked to limit their comments to 5 minutes for discussing agenda items and 5 minutes at the conclusion of the meeting when discussing matters of public interest. At this time, the public may address the board on any item on the agenda only. Please keep your comments limited to 5 minutes. We'll begin with speakers on agenda items. Mr. Chair, should I take them in the order that the hands go up?
Let me start with the chambers first, so we can empty the chambers out in case anybody else wants to come in.
Sure.
Anybody in the chambers like to be heard on agenda items only? There's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 people here. Okay, so we're going to ask if you can come up and state your name for the record, state what you'd like to state on the agenda. And if you can, we're going to ask you if you can leave so other people can have the availability to come in. You could stay once, but if you spoke and we reach the 25 people, we ask you if you can leave to let other people come in. We're going to start in the chambers first, Mr. Clerk.
Okay,
Get whoever wants to come up first, come up to the podium and set the clock when they come up.
sure.
Got anybody, come on. Got to come up to the podium.
Got to come up one at a time. Go ahead, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, clerk, you set the clock. Good, sir. How are you?
Hello. You can hear me all right?
We hear you.
All right. My name is Jake Effers. I appreciate the time everyone's taken to be here today. Today I'm going to be speaking to the agenda item of the ICE contract being voted upon. I will be giving a testimony from someone who can't be here today, Sister Kay Cole of the of Sisters of St. Joseph. Sister Kay wants to say is a great testament of concern for human life, as I was among those at Newark Penn Station welcoming home those released because of COVID-19. It is my prayer that contracts with ICE will be eliminated, and in the case of Hudson County, not renewed as soon as it terminates. Loving God, she says, I pray your gifts of wisdom and courage deep within us enable this Hudson County freeholder body to let the immigrants held in prison there be released and the contract with ICE not be renewed. Let them show that compassion and integrity are hallmarks of good leaders, especially those with power over others' lives. Innocent lives are held in the balance of an unclear and unjust immigration system needing revision. Be with them as they choose to follow this request, and let them experience the freedom within themselves by this humane act. Thank you, dear God, and thank you, freeholders. Sister Kay Cole, Sisters of St. Joseph. She lives in Newark, works in Bayonne, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Al, is that mic on, Al?
Is whose mic on, Mr. Chairman?
Is the podium mic on?
Yeah, it was heard on the virtual meeting, yes.
I can
Make
hear
sure
it.
that mic is on.
Everybody can hear, okay?
Everyone here? Yeah, that's fine.
The
Yes.
green light and the yellow light and the red light's not on.
Oh, no, that's set from the desktop there, not from the desktop in my office. I'm keeping time on a separate timer.
Okay, you got it. Thank you very much. Okay, sir, go ahead.
Hi, before I can speak, I just want to know, are we allowed to record in here or no?
I don't know. Counselor, are they allowed to record? Yeah.
I think they have a policy though. You have to be
To record his own statement.
to articulate it, but I believe as long as it doesn't interfere with the operation of the meeting, it can be done.
Right.
I think Mr. Florio may be on the phone.
Mr. Florio?
I'm on the Zoom and I heard your question and I thought I answered it, but there is no prohibition against operating a recording device inside the meeting chambers.
Okay, thank you very much. Good.
So I can record?
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon. In case I'm little, Faith in New Jersey. I'm here
State your name,
regarding,
sir. Please state your name.
is this mic on? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you. Please
All right,
state your
case sound little. I'm trying to state it if you give me a
Good.
chance.
You need to state your name. You can start again. Good.
Case sound little, Faith in New Jersey, Elizabeth, New Jersey. Good afternoon. I'm here regarding the agenda item on renewing the ICE contract. As I spoke on the last meeting, it's a grave injustice that, you first have voted on this contract in agreement of it, while many families across this nation have not yet seen their children in years. It's disgusting, it's disturbing, it's inhumane. That's not what we expect in our government body. That's not what we want in our elected officials, is to be on the wrong side of history and to condone the hatred acts and inhumane acts of Cajun human beings. That's exactly what it is. I know some of you oppose that because you feel like these conditions are just in the best of shape and in the best of functioning. It's not, because they're not free. They don't see daylight. They can't enjoy how we enjoy. And so that's why, those who are watching, count your blessings, because you are really fortunate into so many things that our undocumented brothers and sisters, when they're welcome into this country, the type of treatment they get is say, oh, welcome to America, but we're going to throw your ass in a cage. That's the type of treatment that is. And you condone that treatment. You are part of that decision making. You will go down in the history books as those people who contributed to that. Whether you believe it or not, it's not right at all. There are over 600 children reported in this country that they cannot find their their parents. They cannot find their parents. Many of their parents are unfortunately deceased due to the mistreatment and neglect in the facilities, and some of them are missing and no one knows where they are. It's disheartening. I can't even find the words to express how it actually feels. Do better. I urge you to not vote in favor of this agreement, of this contract, and to vote against it. To be on the right side of history, have a heart generated by love and care, do the right thing, and liberate those who fled to this country to provide for better lives for their families, for their children. This is supposed to be a country of unlimited possibilities, endless possibilities. Why don't we allow our undocumented brothers and sisters to have that same endless possibilities? It's disgusting. I yield my time back.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next gentleman. We need to state your name, please.
My name is Gary Spingarn.
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Gary Spingarn. I'm a resident and voting constituent of District 3, Hudson County, Ward E, Jersey City. I'd like to thank the county commissioners for the opportunity to use my PTO 1 p.m. on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. I want to first address my representative, Jerry Walker. For one, I'm disappointed I didn't get a response to my email, but I guess now we're properly acquainted. Hi, how you doing? You're also going to be properly reacquainted with a bunch of Jersey City elected officials today. Oh yes, they're coming. If for some reason you're wondering where your constituent stands, perhaps I should quote Mayor Fulop directly from his Twitter, quote, "What a disappointment. Hudson County, one of the most diverse counties in the country, is outright admitting they warehouse people in an expanded ICE contract as a business to keep some county jail personnel employed. Where are principles and morals? Their premise that if they exit the ICE contract, they would have to raise taxes is total BS. They should exit the contract and downsize the jail to the appropriate size, end of story," end quote. I agree. Renewing the contract legitimizes a system that carries out violence against immigrants. We can't forget de jure racism as well. Despite only making up around 7% of the non-citizen population, Black immigrants represent over 20% of those in deportation proceedings on criminal grounds. The ICE population at Hudson this year has been a historical low. I understand there's been back and forth around the number. I think it's around low 80s is the consensus right now, around 83. As county officials have acknowledged, it will not generate a significant amount of revenue unless they jail more people. I hope that's not what you want. Bail reform, COVID, and pressure from activists and local officials alike continue to drive that number down. You might be thinking, if that's the case, what's the big deal about renewing? Agreements like this enable ICE. A big Hudson County rubber stamp does wonders for them. Full stop. Many others speaking after me will explain better than I ever could. They are a force for harm and intimidation, and so many people of this county reject their mere existence. I hear there is some concern over correctional officer jobs. Recently, Hudson County actually had the opposite problem. In 2019, Hudson County Corrections Department had about 100 unfilled CO positions. I can forward the NJ.com article if you want. As a result, relied heavily on overtime to keep the jail sufficiently staffed. Total overtime pay for the county COs was $4.8 million in 2014, and it has risen each year through 2018 when $8.5 million was paid out. Perhaps the quote, "The core issue is recruitment," end quote, stems from people unwilling to be in the business of oppression. I find it hard to believe people are lining up for jobs when you're lining up a bunch of overtime pay. The concern for jobs should be addressed by other means. Instead of hanging on the idea of keeping CO jobs, the county should be working with people to transition to different industries. You're telling me we need to rely on a federal agency wrapped in scandal and malevolence for jobs? If so, then we have bigger issues. If the issue wasn't pressing enough, there's injustice in the procedure. I question how a vote can come so soon with such little public notice. The resolution brought in the chambers today does not even respect due process. I ask, has every member had ample time for review? Why are the terms so murky concerning an end date? What is, quote, the longest allowable term by law? Was 2018 a dream? There are dozens of community organizations looking to have their say, and you're constricting them to a meager 5 minutes over the internet. At least have the decency to allow the political process to have its due. Now I have some personal choice words. In 2018, you pledged to do the right thing. Now we have hand waving and excuses. Should you renew, you will have gone back on your word and betrayed the people you're supposed to serve. Renewing makes you malicious or complicit. Neither offer redemption. You will carry that weight for the rest of your lives. You fail the great responsibilities that come with your power. Your legacy will fade into obscurity, along with all the others who choose the wrong side of history. I am here because I have a good paying job that offers PTO. Oh, and also privilege. That's why I can stand here, while so many others, especially maligned by the system you are enabling, cannot. My ancestors, my Jewish ancestors fleeing to this country like they did, I must not be silent. Before you think of the words, they came here legally, no human being is illegal. You want to talk about illegality, consider the actions of the jail, directly responsible for death and vile conditions and shoving two people together in the midst of a pandemic. That is illegal. You champion your reforms, yet nothing changed until activists came out in droves. You cannot reform crimes against humanity. I am compelled to do this. I have a debt. I'm going to keep fighting, and we will keep fighting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Who else in the chambers? How are you? Please state your name.
I'm fine. My name is Walter Cady. I'd like to make 3 points here relating to the agenda item on the ICE contract. I live right at the edge of Ward F in Jersey City. I'm in Freeholder District 3. As the previous speaker said, I'm lucky enough to come here on my lunch break 2 days before Thanksgiving to make a statement to you all, and most people are not like me, and I suspect that's not lost on you in your decision-making criteria for scheduling. My first point is that since October, I've reached out to each freeholder twice and received no response on this issue. I'd like to say for the public record that I've reached out to my district representative, Jerry Walker, 3 times and had no response. This suggests to me that either you don't care about the ICE contract or you're waffling about it. If it's the latter, I'd ask you not to waste any more time wringing your hands about refusing to work with a federal agency that rips children from their parents, that has been accused of performing forced sterilization on detainees, is rampant with white supremacists, and terrorizes members of your communities. You need to take a stand about this, and you need to be clear about it. You owe it to the public. And that's a moral argument, and I understand doesn't hold much sway for politicians. So here's a more technical point. Some people have raised that there will be budget gaps if this contract were to be canceled. Well, the Department of Homeland Security has only existed for 17 years. And I'm sure you'll remember that Hudson County could raise funds for itself prior to 2003. So to suggest there would be a budget gap that's meaningful or enduring is ridiculous considering this history. And my third point relates to the notion that the ICE operations are abnormally bad under the Trump administration, that a Biden administration would take a softer hand. I'd like you to recall that while Biden was vice president, President Obama deported at least 5 million people. He was dubbed the deporter in chief, and his administration built the cages at the border in which our country currently detains immigrant children. Make no mistake that ICE's brutality is systemic. It is not an individual matter, and cancellation of this contract remains a dire concern regardless of who is in the White House. Take a stand, cancel the contract. Thank you.
I don't think anyone else is in the chambers. Anyone else? Another person? Okay, go ahead, sir.
There's one more.
Go ahead. One more, Mr. Clerk, and then you can go to Zoom. How you doing?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Say your name.
My name is Hector Oseguera, and I live in Union City. I'm represented by Fanny Cedeño. I'm here like many of the speakers that you've already heard from, and probably all of the ones that you'll hear thereafter, urging all of you to do the right thing and cancel this ICE contract. Whether your ancestors came to this country through Ellis Island or Newark Airport, they came for the same reasons. They were looking for a better life. When my parents came here, they weren't put into cages. That's why I'm able to stand here as somebody with a relatively good job who can take a day off and come to give my 2 cents to my elected officials. You all have a responsibility, and you know that this contract is something that stains the reputation of Hudson County. This is an immigrant community. We're proud to be an immigrant community. We're proud to attract people from all over the world who come here looking for opportunities. The excuse that we get is that there will be budget shortfalls, but the $3 million that this contract brought in is way under what was projected, and those $3 million don't really go towards anything. We know that there won't be any increase in taxes to the people of Hudson County over this one contract. As a previous speaker said, this department has only existed for about 17 years, and you all had no problem with the budget prior to that. You all know what all of us are going to say, and if you don't want to hear from us constantly, the best thing for you to do is just cancel the contract. Do the right thing, listen to your constituents, do what we all know is the right thing, and vote against this contract. The $3 million goes to a patronage mill, and all of us know that. All of us know it has nothing to do with services for the county. It has nothing to do with our roads or our schools or our parks. Please just do the right thing and vote against this contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else in the chambers? I don't think there are any, so Mr. Clerk, you could use your judgment on the Zoom. And I'm authorizing you to shut anybody down that uses any profanity immediately without even getting direction from myself or any freeholder here. Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Thank
I
you.
currently have 71 raised hands, and it includes 3 municipal elected officials. Do you want me to take them in the order received, or do you want me to take the municipal officials first?
Hope you're never going to speak in the meeting. Come on.
I really don't care about them.
Well, unless people object, we usually extend a courtesy to elected officials who like to speak. So that would be my position. But that's just my
Go
position.
ahead, just do the elected officials first. Make them happy.
Okay, Councilman Phil Cohen?
First one, Romano's opponent, I didn't realize.
Good afternoon, freeholders. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Thanks for having me here today, and thanks for the courtesy of allowing me to speak. I'm a Hoboken City Councilman. I represent the 5th Ward of Hoboken. I appeared before the freeholders 2 years ago. At that time, I was not a councilman, but I rose to express concern about the freeholders' actions, which was to, without an end date, renew the contract with Hudson County Correctional. And to the freeholders' credit, they heard me and they heard the other people who spoke out, and they entered into a new agreement. County Executive DeGees signaled that by having an end date of 2020 of that contract, that we would have a pathway to winding down this relationship. And I think that everyone, including myself, felt heartened and listened to by the freeholders. And that's why it's so disappointing that we're back here today, hearing so many of the same arguments and so many of the same messages. Just back in March, Senator Menendez wrote a letter to Chad Wolf, who is the acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And he wrote that thousands of the individuals who are in ISIS custody are asylum seekers who have already demonstrated a credible fear of being persecuted or tortured if they return to their home country. And he asked Secretary Wolf, acting Secretary Wolf, to release these nonviolent detainees. And Senator Menendez got no response. And Senator Menendez has been clear that this is not a relationship that is a good one for us to be supporting with respect to the role of ICE and the role of people seeking asylum in this country. This is a country that has a proud history of immigrants. You know, a lot of the freeholders are part of that history. My family immigrated to this country in the 1800s. This is who we are. We are in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty. We heard 2 years ago about how we had hundreds and hundreds of detainees and that there was going to be a major economic hit. Now we're down to around 90 or fewer than 90 detainees. So the economic impact of this, really, given the size and scope of the budget of Hudson County, is not that significant. And I recognize that any economic hit is a hit, but this one is really not that great. And to take a position that is so contrary to the values of the people that you represent for a relatively small amount of money in the Hudson County budget is really wrong. And I want to speak, to Freeholder Romano, my freeholder, and to the rest of you, to let you know that in January, the City Council of Hoboken, my colleagues and I, passed a resolution calling upon Congress to reunify migrant families, release them from detention, and afford them due process in immigration proceedings. That's because the values of the people of Hoboken that I represent is to celebrate diversity and to encourage people to seek asylum in this country so that they can be productive parts of society. In my view, and of the people that I represent, this is the wrong approach for us to take to balance the books of Hudson County. And I ask you to echo the earlier speakers, to think about our role in facilitating ICE's conduct, which is well documented as disturbing and wrong and inappropriate. We don't want to be a partner with this. There are other ways to raise funds and to fund the work of Hudson County. It should not be on the backs of asylees. We should not be doing that. Now, finally, I've heard references to the fact that some of the people that are included in this population of 87 or so detainees have been charged with serious crimes. That may be, but in the United States, and I know your Councilor Florio knows well, you are innocent until proven guilty. And these people are awaiting their day in court to be heard. They're entitled to that day in court. They should get their day in court. The criminal justice system allows people to serve in jail if they need to be for certain circumstances, and they can post bail if they do that. These inmates do not have that luxury. They are being kept at the discretion of ICE. If there's a reason that they should be in jail for a criminal justice reason, the criminal courts can handle that. We do not need to be accessorizing that. So my strong request of you is take a deep breath, freeholders, commissioners, think about this. This is not the direction that your constituents want you to take. This is not the values of our community. We're a diverse, wonderful community that embraces the immigrant and celebrates their successes.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time, freeholders.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Whoa.
What's the matter?
I have a comment.
Okay, well, let me know.
All right, no, he was jumping. I wasn't. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Cohen, and this points out, in my opinion, part of the problem why we need to get out of this contract. Those individuals that were cited in an email sent to us earlier today, without names but criminal charges, in 95% of those cases, those individuals have already paid their debt to society. I was at the facility last Friday. I spoke to two of those individuals. One individual came to this country when they were 10 years old. The other individual was 11 years old. They grew up in the schools in the United States. They played with children in New York City because most of them are from New York City. No one looked at them when they were 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 years old as some kind of illegals or undocumented that they were looking to throw out of this country. And then they made a mistake. And in some cases, they made serious mistakes. I'm not gonna cookie, code it, but in some cases, they made very little mistakes. There's individuals there with DUIs. So they might have served their 90 days, but now they're sitting in that facility for a year or 2 years, facing a fear of deportation. Some of those individuals, because we say, well, they're all undocumented, some individuals may actually have gained permanent status. That's right, gained permanent status. But despite gaining permanent status, they now are facing deportation, potentially for an offense as little as a DUI. That's the reality of the situation. We can send out emails that show us all, frighten everyone, but nobody told us almost everyone on that list did their time, whether it's a drug charge or a serious assault charge. There are serious charges there. But now they're sitting a year, 2 years or longer, waiting potentially to be deported from this country. And that's what's wrong with it. Whether you have issues with the facility or not, and in viewing the facility, there are a lot of improvements that have been made to medical and physical and things but it doesn't change the reality. And that reality is simply, it's wrong the way ICE operates. It's wrong the way that individuals that under other circumstances would be released are still being held. And I think that we can't lose perspective of that. We can't spin this in some other direction that somehow we're protecting people by holding some of these individuals. Those individuals, and I think there may be 2 out of the 80 cases, or 80 how many, that are pending, but all the rest of them did their time. And they're talking to several individuals, they had done their time. One individual had a drug charge, did 2 years, got released, has been in the detention system for over 2 years. Another one did time for money laundering, got out of that, picked up, it's been in the system more time than that. So just, Councilman Cohen, just to make it clear, these are individuals who paid their debt to society. These are individuals, but for not being born in the United States, should have been part of the quote-unquote rehabilitation in the Hudson County Correctional and Rehabilitation Center, but they're not being corrected, they're not being rehabilitated, they're being held hostage after they pay their debt to society, awaiting deportation. That's the fact, that's the reality, and that's the reason I think that we need to get out of this contract.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, there's
The chair.
Hold on.
Next speaker, Mr. Chair.
I can't answer
Go
the
ahead, Freeholder
question.
Torres. Go ahead, Freeholder Torres. I'm going to be brief right now with the freeholders. I'll let you can comment, but if we comment after every single person, we're going to be here all night. Not that we care, but we could comment later after the public portion.
Sure, I don't have to speak. That's all right.
Otherwise, we're gonna go chaos
Okay.
here.
Chairman, I apologize. I just had to correct
Only-
a
that's all right.
mistake.
Only some freeholders can speak. That's okay.
I'm not looking
No, I'm not
to
saying that.
comment.
I'm not saying that, but if we could curb our speaking to after the public portion, it'd be appreciated. Do you need to say anything now?
I just have a question. Was that
Go ahead,
email that
sir.
Freeholder O'Day mentioned sent to the full board? Because I don't recall getting that email.
I believe it was.
Can somebody forward that to the full board again? Because I don't recall getting a copy of that email. That was my question.
Freeholder Cifelli, you have a comment?
No, I'm fine. I'll wait.
You sure?
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Hold on 1 minute. It was not sent to Freeholder Torres. I have the list here. It was sent to Carrie, Chairman, Freeholder Romano, myself, Freeholder Cifelli, Freeholder Kopacz, Freeholder Walker.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk. Let's move on. Go ahead.
Can that be forwarded to the full board, please? Thank you.
Why don't you just forward it to him?
I don't have it. It's a piece of paper. I could. I'll forward it to you. I got to find it.
Runs on.
I'll find it.
Councilwoman Emily Jabber.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Jabor. I'm a resident of Hoboken, as well as a council person at large for the city of Hoboken. I'm here today to speak on the matter of the ICE contract that is before you today in what appears to be an open-ended renewal process. I have been to the Hudson County Jail, I have met with the director, and I regularly have requested updates from the Correctional Advisory Board. When I found out this weekend that this matter was once again before the county, it felt like deja vu. Yet again, this governing body has initiated a process that is starkly devoid of transparency and a full public engagement process. On the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, we are making decisions about core values and principles for the people of Hudson County. Support for the ICE contract, support for ICE by a contract such as this one harms our communities and undermines our values. I say this today as a mother, as a social worker, and as a fellow elected official of Hudson County. I went back and reread my statements that I made in 2018 before this governing body, and the similarities are striking. Once again, a matter of this level of import is being rushed and handled in a veiled way. I have repeatedly asked for a copy of the contract that is before you today and have yet to be provided with it. Having discussed this matter at length with my representative, Freeholder Romano, I understand that there are critical issues that have been raised in defense of this contract. For example, the financial challenges. I challenge the notion that this contract is needed for purposes of the county budget, particularly as the population of detainees has dropped to well under 100 as of late. And let it be said that no amount of money is worth the value of human life, nor should money be used as justification to allow this county to be complicit in ICE's mission. I challenge the notion that this contract is for purposes of addressing quote unquote bad people who have committed quote serious crimes. And thank you so much, Freeholder O'Dea, for commenting on that particular assertion that has been made by your colleague. I challenge the notion that this contract is needed for jobs. The county must be willing to have a conversation about job training programs to address the reality of a new economy, particularly during the time of a pandemic. Following the discussions in 2018 around this contract, I was encouraged to hear of the progress that was being made by the Correctional Advisory Board regarding conditions for detainees. And I am very grateful for the time and effort that these members have put in. However, I would have hoped to have seen the same type of dialogue and discussion regarding the future of this contract. Partnerships like this between multiple constituencies can lead to a greater progress all around. I was also encouraged to have heard in 2018 a clear indication from this group of freeholders that there would be an end in sight for this contract, and yet here we are again. Hudson County is proudly one of the most diverse in the United States. From day one of Hoboken Mayor Bala's administration, he declared Hoboken to be a fair and welcoming city. And now with the results of the presidential election having been certified, we are on the precipice of a new administration that shares these ideals. While I would prefer that the county vote no today against this contract, at the very least, I ask that you clarify and reduce the time frame associated with this contract to allow us the opportunity to discuss this contract under the new administration in terms of the future of ICE. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Find him, Councilman Lavaro's on, so let me find his, okay. Councilman?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. So you're on.
Yep. Good afternoon, Chairman Vainieri and Hudson County Board of Commissioners. In 2018, Hudson County Commissioners, its ICE contract saying that there was a commitment to phase out of the contract in 2 years. Here we stand 2 years later, and I'm asking you on behalf of the most diverse city in the entire nation, a city with over 41% immigrants, a city that is self-declared self-sanctuary city. I'm here to again ask you to renew the contract. I stood before you 2 years ago and request. At the time, I referenced the inhumane immigrants who were rounded up and detained by a brutal Trump administration. While the results of this past November election will change the leadership in Washington come January 2021, as of today, ICE has not changed. While I recognize that a Biden administration will take a far different approach to undocumented immigrants, the simple fact of the matter is that we aren't there, and we don't know what that approach will be. The Obama administration before Trump detained more undocumented immigrants than any previous administration. While their approach was far different than the Trump administration, many of us, including myself, should have spoken up against those aggressive civil immigration enforcement operations, which were the precursor to the coordinated and violent Trump assault against immigrant communities. We can't repeat the errors of the past. Over 4 years, Trump has transformed ICE into an institution that's designed to further a racist agenda. We should not further or passively consent to support such an institution or the continuation of such tactics. It will take time to unwind what has been created. Change will not come overnight. Being partners with ICE moving forward sends the wrong message in furthering change. By voting against the renewal of this contract, we will send a strong message that Hudson County will not be party to ICE's tactics and mission of instilling fear into Jersey City's and Hudson's immigrant families. By voting against the renewal of this contract, we will send a strong message that we stand for the American dream, a better life for our immigrant families here in Jersey City and across Hudson. Send the message in Jersey City and Hudson County that we value our diversity. We aspire to our goal of inclusivity, and renewing the contradiction is in contradiction of our values and who we are as a city, county, and as a nation. Please send a strong message throughout the nation. Hudson County welcomes our immigrant brothers and sisters. I urge you, please do not renew the ICE contract. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
I believe it's Councilman James Solomon.
Yes, I'm here, Clerk. Thank you. Good afternoon, freeholders. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to address you. As a veteran of the last couple of long meetings, I understand and appreciate that you are going to listen to the public comment and give due consideration to all of us. I am calling to ask you to reject the renewal of the detention contract with ICE. I want to thank my Freeholder Torres, for his leadership and unwavering opposition to the contract, as well as Freeholder O'Day for his leadership on the issue as well. I agree very much with what Freeholder O'Day said earlier, which is that no matter how we try to skin it, any with ICE is going to end up putting us in an unethical and immoral place. At the end of the day, the county, and by extension, every person who lives in it, is profiting off of the detention and warehousing of human beings that have come to this country looking for a better life for themselves and their families. Freeholder Day mentioned that an email was sent detailing the crimes committed by people in detention, but he also correctly indicated that we have a criminal justice system which deals with that. And that is unfortunate that approach has been taken because it is the exact approach that ICE takes. In fact, under President Trump, ICE created a specific government agency to list the crimes of immigrants, an attempt to otherize them, an attempt to make them seem dangerous, even though we know that immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than native-born Americans. It is unfortunate that such a tactic is being used here, and it further gives evidence to the fact that our work and our contract with us is immoral and unsustainable. To echo Councilman Navarro's points, we do not know what a Biden inheritance will bring, but we do know what the Obama-Biden administration brought to immigrants and to deportations. Hundreds of thousands more than under President Trump. Last but not least, the body made a promise in 2018 to exit this contract. And when they made that promise, many of us, including myself, said that even if we didn't entirely agree with that choice at the time, we understood some of the challenges that the county might be facing with a budget. And I, speaking for myself, personally respected that choice. I now see that promise potentially broken today if the contract is renewed. It's frustrating and is part of the reason why us as public officials cannot maintain the trust of the people that we govern. I've heard that the county spokesman is now saying that they did not promise to exit the contract in 2018. And frankly, it reminds me of a credit card company saying that on page 52, paragraph G, you didn't read the fine print, and therefore we can now charge you $500 for overdraft fees. At the end of the day, there was a promise to exit, and what is being proposed today is a up to 10-year renewal with the terms decided by the county executive. That is a reversal, and for those of us in public service, we should be honest about what we're doing. If you believe that over the 2 years you changed your position, that's fair, but we shouldn't attempt to argue that 2 years ago what you're proposing today was what you said you would do then. Last but not least, we have Thanksgiving in 2 days. I do wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving is also time for hope and for gratitude. So it is my hope that this governing body will reject this contract. And if you so do, I can assure you of both my personal gratitude as well as the gratitude of the constituents of Wardy in Jersey City. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councilman.
We'll proceed with speakers Elizabeth Nadoye. You're self-muted.
Hi, my name is Liz Ndoye, and I'm here to speak out against the vote to renew the ICE contract for 2021. I am an over 40-year resident of Hoboken and a member of the Hoboken Democratic Committee. This issue hits close to home for me. I am married to an immigrant. My grandparents were immigrants. My son is engaged to a second-generation immigrant. I have an adopted son who is an immigrant. My home is cleaned and cared for by my friends. Her daughter is a nurse who is doing frontline work to protect us during COVID. If I order takeout from just about any restaurant in Hudson County, I will pick up food prepared by immigrant restaurant staff. I was recently a patient at Hoboken Medical Center, and the vast majority of staff, nurses, and doctors were immigrants. I try to imagine this country without immigrants who make our world complete, but I cannot. How can you, our elected officials, vote in favor of this contract that will place more people into the horrors of our immigration system and into our inhumane deportation machine? Are you not people of conscience? Immigrants are, for the most part, seeking better lives and conditions for themselves and their families. Whether they are fleeing their countries because of threats of violence or climate change displacement, we owe them due process and fair treatment. We should not incarcerate them in conditions that are inhumane and harmful, particularly during this time of pandemic. Detained individuals in the Hudson County Jail have faced illness and death. This is morally unacceptable. I believe that profits from a contract with ICE are reprehensible, and I say shame on the members of the board of freeholders who vote yes. I therefore ask that you stand up for equal rights for all and vote no on this contract. I thank Freeholder O'Day for your wonderful comments and your hard work fighting against the ICE contract. I thank you very much for your time, and may you all vote no and have a safe and healthy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Alina. Please state your full name.
Hi, sorry. My name's Alina. I'm a Jersey City resident. I'm here to speak out, like many others, against the ICE contract that you guys are voting on today. Based on what I understand, in 2018, it was already voted to, phase out of this contract. It's ridiculous that in 2021, we're discussing renewing it in an age where we've heard about mass hysterectomies and horrible conditions and families being torn apart in other ICE facilities. It'd be ridiculous to have Hudson County renew such a contract when so many people are speaking out about how people are dying in detention centers right now during COVID. So I really urge you guys to vote no on this contract.
Thank you very much.
Linda Vel West. You're on self-mute.
Sorry. My name is Linda. I'm a resident of Ward F in Jersey City. I am speaking out against renewing the ICE contract like many other people today. I know 2 years ago it was passed and there was a supposed path to exit, and we were supposed to exit December 2020, and that should remain. I think it is very, very wrong to be taking money to house and incarcerate people who are immigrants. And I thank Mr. Torres and Mr. O'Day for leading the fight against this renewal. And I yield the rest of my time.
Janet Glass.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am really delighted to hear all the opposition to the ICE contract from speakers so far. It seems that everyone agrees that complicity with ICE makes us in Hudson County part of a deeper, a part of a deportation machine that is inhumane. Now, I moved to North Bergen 23 years ago, and I chose to live in Hudson County because of its values of inclusion and diversity. This contract is nothing short of a betrayal. As one of your constituents, I urge you to look not at the budget, but to your consciences. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nick Carbonara.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Nicholas Carbonara. I'm a resident of New Jersey, a lifelong resident. And like many others, I've come to speak out against the renewal of the ICE contract with Hudson County. Many folks here have already made some extraordinarily good points. There's the point raised by Commissioner O'Day regarding the fact that many of those incarcerated have actually already served their time, have already repaid their debt to society. I think another point to be raised is that the Hudson County Jail also presents a challenge, specifically in this era of COVID-19, where jails are hotbeds of virus spread, in addition to other medical deficits and issues that can be caused by administrative neglect. I believe that all of those and more are fantastic reasons to allow this contract to end and to not renew it. But I would also like to add a bit of my personal experience with this issue, which is that before hearing of this issue and choosing to spend my time, that as I've said, spend my lunch break to engage with this issue and to engage with public officials such as yourselves, I had actually known little to nothing about the Hudson Freeholder Board or the members that currently constitute it. So as such, my first experience in interacting with this board is through this issue. And as such, in my mind, the Hudson County Freeholders are tied to the issue of maintaining the ICE contract. I don't believe that's a legacy anyone necessarily wants to be attached to. I believe that first impressions are very important, and that was my first impression of the Freeholder Board. And I will say that that was not the impression I was hoping for. As such, I, like many others, would like to strongly urge you to not allow the contract with Hudson County and ICE to renew. You must end the contract immediately. As a resident of New Jersey, I do not feel comfortable knowing that any county in New Jersey is collaborating with ICE in this way. And I believe that the members of this board have a responsibility to take all steps necessary to end this relationship with ICE and ensure that our immigrant communities are safe, are protected, and are endowed with all the rights and liberties granted to them by what this country stands for as a country of immigrants. Thank you so much for your time.
Hannah Kendig.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am also in attendance and making my case to oppose the continuation of the ICE contract. I find that it's inhumane and it's all the arguments that everyone has already said prior. And it seems as if the ICE contract doesn't have a valid reason to continue, despite arguments being made for jobs or the budget. Human dignity is far more important than that. I urge all of you to vote against this contract because your constituents will be very aware of how you choose to vote and will make sure to organize for the next election if our constituents aren't happy. All right, thank you for your time and please vote against this contract.
Andrew Zhang.
Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Zhang.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I live in Jersey City. I'm here, actually, I'm reading on behalf of someone else today because this undemocratic sham of a meeting was timed at 1 p.m. when most working people can't make it. For some reason, the Democratic Party that is in charge in Hudson County is undemocratic. Who knew? Anyway, I'm reading this statement on behalf of Pastor William H. Henkel. Dear County Commissioners, I am writing as a native of Hudson County, a retired pastor of over 25 years at the First Reformed Church of Secaucus, and a longtime member of the Brotherhood, Sisterhood, Interfaith Gathering of Hudson County. In addition, I have been a longtime volunteer visitor with First Friends of New Jersey and New York. Most of my visitations were done at the Hudson County Correction Center in Kearney. I was present in the courthouse 2 years ago when you voted to continue the contract the county has with ICE for detaining immigrants at HCCC. I was disappointed in your decision at that time, but took hope in what seemed a clear indication that the 2-year contract would be the last. You seemed committed in that time to exploring ways to discontinue the contract at its expiration this year. I am saddened to think that that might not be the case. My visits to persons in ICE detention at HCCC have been an eye-opener to the difficult life imposed upon people who have come to this country primarily for reasons of the danger to their lives they were experiencing in their homelands. They came to save their lives in the face of threats and acts that were designed to end their lives. They came and were immediately or subsequently detained as prisoners in our detention centers, though very few of them were guilty of a crime, and most of those who were had served their sentences before being detained by ICE. The trauma of their flight from endangerment at home, their separation from family and friends left behind, and the failure to be given their rights to fair and timely hearings in the courts of this land have been enough suffering for these persons. A long and unnecessary detention in one of our county jails where they are treated as criminals is a morally reprehensible response to those who were already suffering great pain. He writes, the values on which our nation was founded, symbolized by the torch held high in New York Harbor, have been a byword to other nations around the world. Today, many of them outshine the United States of America in their welcome of the tired, poor, and restless for freedom people who have knocked on their doors. I would like to be proud of our local welcome to immigrants as they require our response in this moment in history of which you are a part. In this instance, the discontinuation of the contract with ICE would be a welcome indication that we choose as a country to not be part of the sordid business, quote unquote, which ICE detention has become in this nation. Though money has been the motivation in other places for continuing such contracts, let that not be the case here. Let our common humanity take precedence over any monetary gain. I close with that reminder with which I try to live my own life, that our service to the least of those among us represents something far more concerning. As you have done it unto the least of these, you have done it unto me. The author of these words is well known to most of all of us and are meant to be our guide in decisions such as you are now called to make. I pray that you will choose for the least, which is to choose for yourself as well. God bless each and all. Pastor William H. Henkel. Thank you. I yield the rest of the time.
Colin Mons.
Hi, Freeholders. My name is Colin Mans, and I'm a resident of Union City. I'm calling today to comment on agenda item number 26. I am opposed to any contract between Hudson County and ICE. We have had deaths at the hands of this agency, both under the Obama and Trump administrations, and waiting and seeing what the Biden administration will do, as County Executive DeGise put it, is just kicking the can down the road again. We have heard from former staffers of Senator Booker mention that ICE is an agency off the rails, and former detainees at the Hudson jail have made statements about their own bodies being violated due to sexual assault at the facility. There has been so much suffering of our friends and neighbors here in Hudson, and so many are living in fear day to day of if they are taken into ICE custody, what may happen to them. Less than 2 months ago, the same agency was found to have been performing forced sterilization via hysterectomy to 57 women that were held in their detention. 57 women have had their autonomy over their bodies ripped away from them by a horrific agency that traffics in human misery and has a mission rooted in xenophobia and ethnic cleansing. As a descendant of German immigrants and German Americans, I do not use those terms lightly. I'm calling it what it is, as I too have a debt to pay, and to ensure never again, a lesson taught to me as a child means never again. Ending the ICE contract isn't just a moral or philosophical thing, as Freeholder Cifelli mentioned at the November 12th meeting. It's the only thing to do. Hudson ending their contract is not just a statement against this awful agency and a statement against patching holes in the county budget with a cent of ICE's blood money, but it's a statement to our neighboring counties with the same contracts that they need to follow our example. I am asking you all to vote no. End the contract with ICE now. Thank you.
Sophia Elena.
Hi, my name is Sophia Gorole. I'm a member of the Association of Legal Aid Attorneys, UAW Local 2325. I'm a proud union member, and I'm testifying in my capacity as a member of my union and only my union. I'm an immigration attorney and a public defender who represents people incarcerated by ICE at the Hudson County Jail. I've represented people incarcerated by ICE at the facility for over 3 years. I was present 2 years ago when you voted to continue the contract, which now appears to have been under the false pretense of eventually phasing it out. I'm here to ask you to end the contract and to work diligently with advocates and attorneys to return people detained at the Hudson County Jail safely to their community. As an attorney, I've gone inside the Hudson County Jail countless times and represented a wide variety of people there. People kept against their will, usually for months and sometimes years, simply because they choose to fight their deportation case. I represent people detained there right now. Throughout my time as an attorney, I've received countless calls about the disgusting conditions in the facility. As a person and as an advocate, those calls are devastating. I've only grown increasingly more desperate in the past year due to the abuse during COVID. I've received calls about people being locked in their small cells for 23.5 hours a day, which is solitary confinement and amounts to torture. People have described that they are put in cells without a blanket for hours on end, in frigid cold temperatures, and cells that have feces on the walls but no materials to clean their own cells. Medical care is regularly denied, or requests to see the medical unit.
We're getting such a hugely different story.
What people are experiencing inside causes tremendous harm to their physical health, mental health, and emotional well-being. In fact, detainees at the Hudson County Jail have gone on hunger strike to bring public attention to the dire conditions they've been facing. They have literally starved themselves to get you to pay attention. And I want to be clear, the reasons these calls are devastating is not simply because of the horrific conditions described to me. They're devastating because I know there is very little I can do as their attorney to alleviate their immediate suffering. If I try to advocate to improve the conditions behind bars for my clients, I'm often ignored, both by ICE and by the jail itself. The most I can do as their attorney is to find as many avenues in the courts to get people free, which often takes months, if not years. Meanwhile, my clients must live every single day behind bars, having their basic human needs unmet and remaining in torturous conditions. So if you vote to keep this contract, please do not convince yourself that you're doing so in the best interest of people detained by ICE at the county jail. You will not be doing the right thing. You will not be the hero. You will not be taking a vote to keep Hudson County safe either. The detention centers themselves are hotbeds for COVID-19 for the community at large, including the workers at the facilities, several of whom have already died from COVID-19 this year. If you vote to continue this contract, you will be a person directly contributing to the ongoing human suffering and the life-threatening conditions in the Hudson County Jail. And if someone dies on your watch, which is a truly genuine concern I often have for the detained people I represent, and something that has already happened at the Hudson County Jail, their death will be on your hands as much as it will be on ICE's. Vote no on continuing this contract. 2020 has been a year of profound human loss and family separation. Work closely with advocates and attorneys to return people to their communities. And thank you for your time today. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I need to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Is Miss Elena still on the line? She's still.
Yes.
Miss
Yes.
Elena, this is Freeholder Cifelli. I have a question for you. You mentioned that some of your you referred to a hunger strike. That refers to the Bergen County detention facility, not Hudson. Is that correct?
No, there's currently a hunger strike ongoing right now at the Bergen County Jail, but actually
No,
earlier.
that's what I said, but it doesn't refer to Hudson. It's the hunger
No,
strike.
no, I'm referring to Hudson. Earlier this year during COVID-19, there was also a hunger strike by people at the facility in
At
about
Hudson.
March of this year.
At Hudson.
Correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with the November 17th letter from the Consortium of Defenders, correct?
I am familiar with it.
Are you familiar with the November 17th letter?
Yes.
And in that letter, is it not correct that the Consortium of Legal Services Attorneys who represent the detainees have stated that they specifically, they walked back the position that they once held, which was do not terminate the contract. And then they walked that back to a neutral position that said they, let's see, I'm reading from this and I'm sure you're familiar with the letter. It says, and this is the November 17th letter from the Legal Aid Society, the Bronx Defenders, and the Brooklyn Defender Services. And it says, in light of this uncertainty, the NYIFUP providers have decided to take no position on whether Hudson County should end its contract with us. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would just add that I'm speaking in my capacity as a union member, as part of the Association of the Legal Aid Attorneys, and
Well,
that
you made that position clear, but I just wanted to make sure that for the sake of completeness, that you're aware of that was the official letter that was sent out by that group on November 17th.
yes, I'm aware of
Okay,
the public
thank you.
statement.
Thank you.
And I'm just clarifying that based on my experiences of
You're
3 years.
You're speaking only for yourself.
Speaking only for myself
I
and based on
understand.
my experiences of representing
That's all.
people
I
there
thank you.
and visiting them.
Thank you for your candor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cifelli, you finished?
I'm finished.
You're on the deck, Freeholder. Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Jamie San Andres.
Can I be heard? Okay.
Yeah, speak up a little.
So hi everyone, my name is Jamie San Andres and I am a resident of Union City whose family also resides in Weehawken. Before I get started, I just want to make two quick points.
This one just helped
Hey,
anyway.
hey.
The actual freeholder refrain from putting stuff on mute.
I'm sorry, Miss Andres. I
Coming in
cannot
and
hear
out.
you. There's too much noise in the chamber. I cannot
Yeah,
hear
it
the
sounds-
speaker.
If we can request a chamber to please refrain from conversations or mute themselves, including Albert Cifelli, because it's disrupting all of the comments.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm offending the meeting somehow. What do I need to do? I'm sorry.
Please mute yourself, including those that are at the actual board, because it's disrupting all of the comments that you're supposed to be listening to.
Why, no, excuse me, ma'am. I am listening to every comment. If I'm doing something technically correct, I'm not all that tech savvy. So tell me what I need to do because I've been listening to every comment.
Not you, sir. I'm talking about those that are having side conversations at the actual.
I'm not having any side conversations. There's no side conversations. I'm here in my office
Get
listening
started.
to every speaker.
I focus, just could please mute yourselves out of respect for all of those commenting today. So before I get started, I just wanted to share that I am a resident of Union City and I'm here to request that those of you voting to please vote no on renewing the contract with ICE, as well as other dozens of people that have asked and demanded the same thing. And two reasons why. First of all, I find it completely unacceptable that you would vote on a contract that not only has no financial analysis of the cost, but that the actual community has not had the opportunity to see. Secondly, I think it is absolutely shameful that those of you sitting here would renew a contract with an institution that is responsible for not only an institution that has a history of inhumane conditions, but that also has a history of neglect and medical abuse, that has a history of forced sterilization of women, and that is responsible for people actually dying in these institutions. So I hope that people are very cognizant about what exactly they're taking a vote on. And do you really want to be complicit with all of this, knowing that this institution has a history of all these atrocities? Do you want to be complicit in caging people? Do you want to be complicit in the death and violence that has been committed on women's bodies? I hope not, and I hope that you vote with your conscience and not with your pockets. And just to remind everybody here, immigrants are the people that are actually feeding you, whether it's working in the fields, whether it's cooking your food, or whether it's delivering your food. So do not thank essential workers when then you later betray us with your vote, Those thank yous are completely empty. Thank you.
Anna Brown.
Right. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the time to comment. As we heard from a previous lawyer, folks were on hunger strike in the Hudson County Jail, and now 8 of them are on strike in Bergen County. We should keep this in mind because all of us are comfortable and probably well fed. It's no wonder these immigrant brothers and sisters strike. Indefinite detention is a form of torture. How can we be complicit in this torture? How do we allow fellow human beings to remain in infested cells with poor medical care during the COVID pandemic and rancid food? And I would really like a response to that. I teach a class on immigration. The information that I've shared about the brutal way that ICE and CBP treat our fellow human beings sickens us in class. The astonishingly cruel practice of kidnapping children from their families, which in some way you are also voting for, is morally reprehensible and shameful. How is it right to balance budgets on the backs of human beings? Have you no humanity, no moral imagination, no ability to do something else? I mean, it's astonishing to me that we're actually voting on a center of torture when, if you just saw in NJ.com 5 days ago, that professionals, executives, working class in New Jersey, thousands upon thousands are waiting hours and hours in line for one bag of food because they have nothing to eat. So why are you wasting your time on this? You should vote no and get out of the chambers and start feeding people because your fellow citizens are hungry. I really do hope that I don't have to go back and tell my students that the Hudson County freeholders, not for immigrants though, have made the morally repugnant decision to renew the ICE contract. I have so often spent, this is not just a question for you, but for me as an American citizen, how do we differentiate ourselves from the internment camps of the Nazis when we have these, ICE detention centers? How do we differentiate ourselves from the Americans who genocided our Native brothers and sisters and enslaved our African brothers and sisters? That you were just following orders was not a good look at Nuremberg, and it's not a good look today. Do the right thing for once. Vote no on the renewal of the ICE contract. Melt our hearts of ice. Thank you.
Michael Watson.
Hey there, I'm Michael Watson. I'm an elected member of the Hoboken Democratic Committee, and I'd like you to vote against renewing the contract with ICE. We are in the middle of a pandemic that we know disproportionately kills people of color, and I can't believe that in the same week as Thanksgiving, a holiday about family, community, and gratitude, we are just casually discussing whether or not we should sentence innocent immigrants to die in a cage. This is cruel, this is evil, and history will remember you as monsters if you continue to do business with a department that has ripped children from their mothers with no plan to reunite them, sexually assaulted minors, surgically sterilized women, and allowed many innocents to die, either out of cruelty or indifference. It doesn't really matter. What's happened has happened. If you vote yes to renew the contract, you are signing a death warrant. Please understand that. I'm sure that you are all hoping none of us will be paying attention, but clearly we all are, and everyone is going to know what happened here and how each of you voted. So with that in mind, I hope you all do the right thing. I know you are capable of it. I yield my time.
Cameron Clark.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is Cameron Clark. I'm a medical student at Columbia University. I'm a researcher at Planned Parenthood, and I'm a Rhodes Scholar, for which I was commended by the Jersey City Board of Education. But most importantly, before all that, I was a kid from Jersey City, and I was a product of Jersey City Public Schools, and I'm speaking in that capacity today. I could talk about how the ICE facility represents a disgusting and unjustifiable public health disaster. I could talk about how the center has exposed thousands of human beings, including children, to medical neglect, solitary confinement and unsanitary conditions, abuse and disease. I could talk about how the separation of families and the detention of children is an abusive and inhuman violation of their basic human rights. And I could mention how in the context of a global pandemic like many have, one that's killing millions of people that look just like me, I'm Black if you can't hear it, by the way, how evil and cruel it is to keep hundreds of folks locked up in cages like animals. But everyone on this call already knows that, and there are smarter, more qualified people who can speak to the depths of the harm that this facility has caused than me. So I want to talk as a young man who grew up in Jersey City, who went to school here, and who one day hopes to practice medicine here. Growing up, the coolest thing about Jersey City and the county as a whole was our diversity to me. I remember we heard that we were the most diverse city in the country, and that filled me with pride. When my classmates would bring in food, we would sit around in the cafeteria and we would be eating lumpia and empanadas and injera and jerk chicken. And that was the most beautiful thing about living here, is that we got to see so many different cultures living together in this community. I also had the privilege of going to high school in Jersey City. They taught us, fortunately, about World War II, about how this government fought against fascism and against concentration camps and internment camps abroad, but they didn't leave out how this government maintained its own internment camps for Japanese nationals in this country. Even as a high school student, I understood how immoral it was, how evil and cruel and unjustifiable it was to lock people away for the crime of just wanting to have a better life for their family. I understood, even then, that indefinite detention and detainment without due process is wrong, immoral, and that no person is illegal. So all I can feel is disgust when I hear that in my own county, home to the most diverse city in the country, where half of my neighbors are immigrants or the children of immigrants, that our county government is getting paid $100 a person to allow ICE to run a concentration camp in our backyard. Y'all had 6 people die in that place in 8 months back in 2018. No way you can do that. We're running a tight ship. Right now, there's an outbreak raging in there, one that has infected dozens of people and killed half a dozen county workers. Y'all show me how you can socially distance in a prison cell. So I'm not here to tell you to abolish ICE. I know that you don't have that power. They're gonna keep on being cruel and destructive and violent, and they might just move it over to the next county if you terminate the contract. But I am here to tell you that you've been given a choice right now. You can choose to stand up against this violence and say, not here, not in Hudson County. And I'm urging all of y'all to vote no on renewing the ICE contract. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Z. Please state your full name.
Hi, my name is Alex Zucker. I am a member of the New York City chapter of SURGE, showing up for racial justice, and I'm here today to share testimony from a person who was detained by ICE in the Hudson County Jail. Here is that testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. First Friends told me that you were having a hearing today about whether to keep working with ICE to lock up people like me. I think you should end the contract. I was detained at Hudson County Jail for 2 years before I was released on bond in September 2020. The 2 years I spent at Hudson County Jail were terrible for me. I came to the US to study in college and had to drop out when I couldn't afford the tuition. ICE said I violated my status and could be deported. At Hudson, I had to fight my case without a lawyer. I was very distraught when I had to litigate my case alone. I had trouble understanding the proceedings and what is happening. I was desperate to find an attorney, but no one could help me. I had to do my hearing by video alone and did not always understand the judge's questions. Being in the jail made everything harder. When I lost my case in 2019, the papers to file the appeal papers never got to me. I went to the law library at Hudson County Jail to see if I could find an appeal packet, but was told that I could only print cases from their database and there were no appeal packets available. I was really worried and had emotional breakdowns. I asked for help from guards and ICE officers, but the only person who helped me was a fellow detainee who had received an appeal packet in his case. He gave it to me to copy, and I filled it out and sent in my appeal right away. When COVID-19 began spreading in Hudson County Jail and jail staff, including nurses, began to die, I became very scared. I filed a lawsuit in a federal court pro se, but I did not know what was happening with it. I continued to reach out for help, and one organization referred me to a lawyer who agreed to take on my habeas petition and sought my permission to pull my medical records. She showed them to a doctor who said it would be very dangerous if I got COVID-19 because I have a bad immune system due to my medical conditions. One of my conditions was high blood pressure. I didn't have it before I went to jail, but being in jail was hard on me. The high blood pressure got really bad. Apparently the jail wasn't treating it, and my foot began to swell. It was really painful. And the worst part was when we were all locked up in cells because of the quarantine. I felt like I was living in a small box, and we didn't even have access to ICE officers anymore to ask about what was happening with my case. I had to go on hunger strike just to get someone from ICE to talk to me. The day I was released from jail was an amazing day. Throughout my time in detention, First Friends was there for me, and I stayed with someone I made friends with through First Friends who lived in Bayonne, New Jersey. I am so grateful for him and for the support I have in New Jersey. I support cutting the ICE contract at Hudson County Jail. I know there's a lot of fear about being transferred if there's no contract, but keeping the jail open doesn't stop transfers. I was almost transferred to Louisiana over the summer. The only reason it didn't happen is because Hudson messed up, forgot to test me for COVID. So they couldn't move me, and we were able to stop the transfer. Transfers are going to happen no matter what. ICE does whatever it wants to do. That doesn't mean that Hudson County should go along with it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sada Bhattacharya.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
So good afternoon. My name is Sudeep Bhattacharya. I'm with the Central Jersey DSA and a member of the Rutgers AAUP-AFT union, and I'm also the son of immigrants. I'm here, like everyone else, to make a comment on the renewal of the ICE contract. ICE is a terrorist organization. It is created to terrorize, hurt, cage people, especially Black and brown immigrants whose own countries have been impacted by US foreign policy, immigrants who have been forced to come here hoping for some kind of respite. They are our friends, family, members of our community, people who have children, friends, and family themselves, people who deserve safety, dignity, and respect, not to be caged by ICE, not to have their children ripped away, not to be put in handcuffs and chased through their workplace, not to wonder if they will see their families again just for heading out to the supermarket for things they need during COVID. So again, please end the contract. ICE represents the worst of us. ICE does not bring security. It damages communities. It hurts people. It makes people, it basically is a force for trauma. And further, this is Hudson County. This is Jersey. This is a state I grew up in. It's a county that's increasingly diverse, Black, brown, and immigrant. I'm at a loss to explain why this is a contract that needs to be renewed, as many people have already said. And also the audacity to cage people when we also know our own history of how, for a long, long time, we had European immigrants arriving here without having to show their papers, without having to endure similar types of oppressive policies. That's sort of history being celebrated. And yet now we're seeing that, the same descendants of those immigrants willing to turn over and allow ICE to now harm and traumatize immigrants of color. So again, please don't renew. Otherwise, I just feel like given, how this vote also doesn't make much sense given it's the middle of the day, just know that word will spread about what this body of freeholders are choosing to do. More media will come, people will vote, people will remember this vote, and they'll definitely demand more from their freeholders. Thank you, I yield my time.
Next speaker is Sharon Carlton.
Hello?
Yes. We can hear you.
Hi, I am a Hudson County resident living in Jersey City. I oppose to extending the contract with ICE to use Hudson County jails. We live in a sanctuary city because we care for our neighbors. Allowing ICE to use our jails is opposite of everything we stand for. Excuse me. If you vote to extend this contract, you will also lose my vote. Thank you.
Mary Rizzo.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, just give me 1 second. So my name is Mary Rizzo, and I am a resident of Newark, New Jersey. I'm also a professor at Rutgers University, Newark. I am speaking to you today to ask, like everyone else, that you vote no on renewing your contract with ICE. We've heard a lot of people speak very eloquently about why this is if this is an immoral contract, why this is unethical, right? You know by now that making money by putting people who have mostly not committed crimes or have already served time in prison for past crimes in indefinite detention is morally wrong. You know that. So I'm going to talk about something else instead. I want to talk a little bit about someone else, another group of people who is hurt by this system, and that is correctional officers. I know the county doesn't want correctional officers to lose their jobs, but we should take a closer look at what those jobs actually are, right? So according to the Hudson County Executive, DeGeez, just last year, there aren't enough people who have passed the civil service exam and want to be correctional officers to fill positions at the jail, meaning that the county is actually spending millions of dollars in overtime to just keep the jail staffed at minimum levels. So why would someone not want to take a job at the jail? Well, it might be because these jobs are dehumanizing and dangerous. Under COVID, of course, these jobs are even more dangerous than they were in the past because these officers are at a higher risk of contracting the virus. And in fact, the first law enforcement officer in the state of New Jersey to die of COVID was a correctional officer at the Hudson County Jail, whose family claims that he was never given any PPE. And as of just a few months ago, the Correctional Officers Union claimed that 60% of its officers had tested positive for the virus. This is unacceptable for these people. But even before that, the state of New Jersey found that corrections officers have a far higher rate of suicide than other professions. In 2009, the New Jersey Police Suicide Task Force found that the suicide rate for adult men in general was 14 per 100,000. For police officers, it was slightly higher at 15.1 per 100,000. For correctional officers, it was 35 per 100,000, which they called off the charts. And I'm happy to send you any of these reports that I mentioned, right? In 2018, a national report revealed that 34 out of 100 correctional officers have PTSD, and 31 will be diagnosed with severe depression. So I'm asking you, are these the jobs that we want to protect? If you care about the correctional officers who work in your jail, you should want to transition them to jobs that don't dehumanize and traumatize them. And I would say that under a Biden administration, we have an opportunity to maybe figure out how to do that. How do we create county jobs that are socially productive? Now, I just want to end with one other point. I teach history, as I mentioned, at Rutgers University, Newark, and my students there are mostly from working class families. They're mostly from North Jersey, right, including your districts. Now, I teach history, so we're mostly talking about the past, but of course, we talked a little bit about the presidential election this semester. And here's what I hear from them, and it troubles me, right? They don't like Trump, right? They mostly are not Trump supporters at all, but they don't like Democrats either, because they feel abandoned by the Democrats. They don't know what Democrats stand for. And they notice when their local Democratic leaders, like you, jail immigrants for ICE and move public meetings to the middle of the day to make it harder for working people who are them and their parents and their families to participate in them. It makes them alienated. Right. And on some level, maybe that's good for you guys, right? Because they're not going to bother voting against you because they are so disenchanted with this system. But it is bad for our democracy. And as Democrats, you need to stand for something. So as this outpouring against the ICE contract shows, your constituents want you to take a stand against ICE now. So what I'm going to ask is that you vote no on renewing this contract. But if you won't do that, then you should table this vote until you have met with stakeholders and lawyers and reviewed the financial implications of this contract for the immigrants who are being detained and also for the correctional officers who deserve better than what they're getting now. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Joshua Steinman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joshua Steinman. I live in Bergen County, but I will be reading a statement from someone who was formerly incarcerated in this Hudson ICE facility. Okay. Testimony from a released friend from Ghana. I've been out of detention for a year and some months now. I've been struggling with anxiety since I've been home, all due to how my stay in detention in Hudson County affected me. While over there, I was subjected to harsh treatment and unnecessary consequences for actions that didn't require nor deserve it. What I noticed was how the staff weren't properly trained to deal with the detainees, and also being understaffed and overworked, which ultimately results to 18-hour lockdowns and no recreational nor library time. I think the detention center should be closed immediately. That's the end of the statement. I would just like to reiterate, this is me speaking now, Joshua Steinman. Please say no to this ICE contract. And if you can't say no, then please table it and hold a vote on a later day. It's bad for everybody. It's bad for detainees. It's bad for Hudson counties. It looks awful for you. It's bad for the workers at the facility. It is a center that tortures, and it needs to be shut down immediately. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Marlene Ramos.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marlene Ramos. I am a resident of New York City. I teach at the New School and I'm a researcher at the CUNY Graduate Center. And I've in fact been studying the political economy of immigration and imprisonment in your state over the last 7 years. I decided to study this subject precisely because I'm a daughter of immigrants. And while the focus of my research is looking at the state agencies that bring about this system, that includes you as freeholders and Hudson County, the Hudson County Jail, my major motivations were because I come from a family of immigrants, some of which entered, actually all of which, my entire family came in as undocumented workers and fought very hard to be able to build a life here. Today, I'm inspired not just by my family members, but by the countless people who live in this country to try to work harder for their own families. I'm inspired specifically by individuals like Mirna Lozcano, Rosa Palma, and Gloria Ramirez, one of whom was actually here last a week and a half ago and provided some testimony, in which I want to go back to at the end of my testimony, because I'm actually rather upset with a couple or a few of the freeholders and their treatment towards Ms. Mirna Lozcano during her testimony. Over the years, I've studied the ways in which immigration imprisonment grows in this country out of anti-Black racism stemming from the 1980s. It is a system that grows together with the system of mass incarceration. It is a system that in New Jersey, local police officers began mimicking the kinds of policies against Marielito immigrants, as well as Haitian immigrants, that began in Florida and traveled to places like New Jersey, specifically Passaic, Elizabeth, as well as our neighbors in New York City and our neighbors in Pennsylvania. This, of course, is a system that needed to rely on the infrastructure of county jails like Hudson, as well as Bergen. And in the 80s and 90s, it relied on county jails like Middle Essex, Passaic, and even Union County, even though there's the Elizabeth Detention Center is located there. And we know that these systems, or this particular system, grew out of the expansion of carceral systems, both by the counties as well as the state system, the state prison system. And together they built one of the largest, if not the largest, immigration detention system in the world. And Hudson County has a very particular history and a particular role to that history and expansion. And here we are faced with the possibility to be able to end this contract and provide a different history for Hudson County. But I'm here to tell you that you actually need to do more than simply vote against the renewal of this contract. You need to, in fact, and we know that you need to end this contract because no moment like now exists, where only 75 people as of most recently, and in the previous weeks, 83 people were currently imprisoned in your facility. So we know that a contract with Hudson County is not needed, and it's actually possible to be able to end the contract responsibly without running the risks that we ran 2 years ago, that some people potentially advocated, of potential transfers to faraway facilities. And as you know, we're in the middle of the largest global pandemic in recent history. We know very clearly that individuals are at highest risk in places like prisons and jails. And in order to be able to create so no time like now exists to be able to end the contract. But when ending the contract, you need to also become an advocate for immigrant communities, the immigrant communities that Mirna, Rosa, and Gloria belong to. You need to be able to advocate on your behalf or on behalf of local freeholders to ICE to release people and to return them home. You need to be able to work with their lawyers and advocates like ourselves in order to make sure that they return home. As the previous speaker before me said, this is also an opportunity for you to create a new society for Hudson County. We do not need to depend on employment strategies that continue to not only dehumanize people who are currently incarcerated, but also dehumanize
Hi, Mr. Chair.
people. And I want to say one more thing, especially for council or for Freeholder Cifelli. Last week, Mirna Lozcano was here. I really believed that you cared to hear about the stories of people who were previously incarcerated. Rosa, unfortunately, had to step out, but I'm really disheartened by the fact that you use people's that you hide behind people's stories in order to be able to say that you have an open ear to making a
Thank you. Shut him up, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Next speaker is Joseph Lynn.
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and Freeholders. My name is Joseph Lynn. I'm a resident of Jersey City, Ward C. I'm also I'm a law student at Rutgers Law School in Newark and a fellow at the Center for Immigration Law, Policy and Justice there, as well as a fellow at the Immigrant Rights Clinic, where we offer legal services to asylum seekers, many detained. I am the child of 2 immigrants who came from Taiwan more than 30 years ago to the US, and they lived in Hudson County, so it's full circle. I'm here in my first hearing, and today I join many advocates to speak in opposition to renewing the county's contract with ICE. I demand that Hudson County honor your commitment to your statement in 2018 that the county would embark on a, quote, path to exit from the ICE contract. Renewing the contract would be contrary if renewing the contract is contrary to this county's values and history. Second, it undermines asylee seekers' access to justice and immigration relief when they're in those detained conditions unnecessarily. And third, it undermines the purpose of local government to public safety and welfare. When my parents came here to Hudson County, it just reminds me that, like many immigrants in Ellis Island, immigrants today, there's a promise of the country of freedom, of dignity, and it's our family stories. Legacies of immigrants are integral parts of the identity and history of Hudson County. I believe the time to exit from the contract is now. I demand that Hudson County officials stay true to that commitment to end the ICE contract beyond December 13, by December 31st, 2020. In the interim, the county should immediately suspend new ICE admissions and partner with families, legal representatives, and community organizers to protect the rights of those who are currently incarcerated. I worked in the New York City Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs when Trump was elected. It's very clear to me, immigration enforcement should not be a part of the work of local government in any institution. We all belong here. We all deserve to make mistakes and reform ourselves. That's the criminal justice system. We all deserve a second chance. The local government should be fostering trust, not contributing to the world's largest deportation apparatus. Hudson County has a duty to public safety. It's a duty to address the distrust and fear that is rampant in our immigrant communities and think of alternatives to the carceral system. Just thinking about immigrants applying for the immigration relief, they can be at home with their families instead of being in the jails so that they can truly seek justice and the relief that they need. Renewing the county's contract with ICE would make it impossible to build that trust. And as a county resident, I want to know that my neighbors feel safe, that if my immigrant neighbors see a crime, they feel safe reporting crimes to local police without fear of deportation. As the Attorney General's Immigrant Trust Directive notes, when crimes go unreported, justice is unserved, and that affects the safety of all of us here in New Jersey. And amidst COVID, as many of my neighbors and colleagues have mentioned, squalid conditions in detention are further exacerbated. There can be no expectation that immigrants will have a fair chance of applying for any type of immigration relief amidst those conditions. And the contract with ICE does not make us safer. Studies have shown investing in more beds will incentivize increased arrests. There's a perverse incentive for local government to profit from a deportation system to balance the local budget. But at the same time, it sets up a two-tier system of justice. Some people get to stay and some are thrown out, but it doesn't address the roots of the social problems we face. And we want to empower people to make better decisions in their lives. But while the county receives money from ICE, people are remaining in the shadows in jail, families are separated, and undocumented people are preyed upon by others who know they won't go to the police. And I know as a resident, that's not the Hudson County I know. Just in September, I heard great news that Mayor Phillip in Jersey City announced National Citizenship Day, and Jersey City became the first municipality in the nation offering free legal services as part of the U.S. Department of Justice Recognition and Accreditation Program. Here, where Hudson County invests its resources today, it will speak volumes to our values and our legacy. And as a county resident, I urge you to encourage trust between law enforcement and immigrant communities. I urge you to keep our families together and ensure dignity for all. And I urge you to honor your commitment and phase out of the county's ICE contract by the end of this year. This will be such an important step to making sure we honor the contribution and dignity of all. And I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Freeholder.
Mr. Lane, are you still with us, Mr. Lane?
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, I want to encourage you on your further education at Rutgers Law School. I am an alumnus of Rutgers Law School, and I wish you well in your studies. But beyond that, can you tell us how, if we enter the contract today, how as an attorney would the immigration status of the 70-odd gentlemen we have there, how would that be enhanced if we let them out today? Immigration status of them. How are they going to be? Are they going to be better served in their prosecution of their immigration cases if we close the door today?
I obviously can't speak as an attorney, but as a law student and your fellow alumnus from Rutgers.
That's a fair statement. I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just asking you.
Sure, but I can share a little bit. What I can do is share a little bit, right? Because I have worked with detainees in my summer internship and in our clinic. That I would say, I've worked on bond hearings that. As many of my colleagues have mentioned, the criminal justice system, immigration, they're separate. Immigration is civil, right? So people could be at home with their families, maybe even on like an ankle monitor, while they listen to acts, while they seek different types of legal services in New Jersey for the immigration relief.
I'll be happy to discuss this with you after, because I know there's many speakers more. But my question is, I understand that. But what is the guarantee that if we close the facility today, those individuals would be allowed to go back to their families? that's not our decision. That decision comes from ICE. So what we're talking about today, and as attorneys, let's be focused about the issue before us. The issue before us is the continuation of the contract or not. So if that's, it's kind of a binary choice for us. So if we opt to end the contract, how is that going to help the individual client to prosecute his case with the immigration authorities?
I will leave that open to, I know there are lots of attorneys on the call, so let me leave that open, but I really appreciate you bringing that up.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I come from a different perspective as a lawyer, and so I get it. But I appreciate it, and I wish you well in your studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Aisha M. Aisha M.
Hi, my name is Aisha Mogul. I'm from Mercer County, New Jersey. I'm a member of Central Jersey DSA, Democratic Socialists. I'm the daughter of immigrants. I grew up here in New Jersey. I'm speaking now to urge you to vote to end the contract with ICE. I was at the Hudson County Freeholder Meeting in 2018 and heard many people in the community ask you to end this contract. We also heard from families who talked about the inhumane conditions in the facility. Since then, the story of Jennifer Towle has haunted me.
We can't hear, Miss. We can't hear.
Do I need to start from the beginning?
Oh, we lost you about 10 seconds ago.
No, sorry, I just needed to collect myself. Since then, the story of Jennifer Towle has haunted me. Her pain and suffering inside the facility led to her suicide. Items inside her stomach included a nail clipper, an examination glove, styrofoam, plastic, condiment packages, cartons, drink cartons, paper, a Band-Aid. Imagine what she went through. Since 2018, since your promise, we've heard story after story of abuse in detention centers. Exposure to COVID-19, forced hysterectomies, torture by solitary confinement, inedible food, separation of families. This will not stop until we shut down their ability to detain and abuse our immigrant neighbors. I also recognize that the abuses that counties like Hudson allow to happen to immigrants happens to our citizens because we have dehumanized people by putting them in cages in jails and prisons. You previously promised to end this contract, and I hope you will all honor that promise. There has been too much suffering, pain, and even death in this facility. This has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. People are literally dying, even people who are not sick are in their cells. That you are now attempting to reverse this promise to end the contract is abhorrent. Accepting money from ICE to pad the county budget is abhorrent. Rushing to hold this meeting at the last minute, at a time of day when it's difficult for many people to attend, is abhorrent. Considering an even longer contract from 2 years to 10 years is abhorrent. Unfortunately for you, people are watching and paying attention to the decision that you made today. Hudson County's cooperation with ICE fuels a large deportation machine in which people are separated from their loved ones and forced into these cages. In this contract, Hudson County invites to make more arrests to fill the empty beds. We know that this contract is anti-immigrant since immigration detention relies on the availability of these detention beds. Clergy, community members, and immigrants held at the Hudson County Jail have asked for this contract to end. This ICE contract harms our community, both inside and outside. This is not what Hudson County stands for. Now is the time to distance yourselves and the county from ICE. If the freeholders are truly concerned for the people who are detained, listen to them calling upon you to end the contract. Please vote no. Please end the contract with ICE now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll take a Mr. Clerk, we'll take a 5-minute break for the stenographer.
Okay.
5 minutes, please. Thank you. Make sure we have 5 to continue.
Freeholder Cedeño,
I'm here.
Freeholder Cifelli,
Here.
Kopacz,
Here.
O'Day. Freeholder O'Day in the chamber.
No, not yet, but we have Romano here, I'm here, and Caridad Rodriguez on. So we have a quorum. You can continue.
So Freeholder Rodriguez,
Here.
Freeholder Romano,
Yeah.
Freeholder Torres,
Here.
Freeholder Walker,
Here.
and Chairman Vainieri is here.
I'm here. O'Day, well, go ahead, sir.
Okay, next speaker is Naja.
Wait, hold on one second.
Al, I think there's another Hoboken official, Rachel Hodes, that's there.
She an elected official?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Chair, do you wish me to recognize Rachel
Is she a
Hodes?
councilman?
Yeah, she's a director.
So clerk Freeholder O'Day back in the chambers.
It doesn't matter. Freeholder Day Freeholder Romano wishes to hear from her.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We hear you. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Freeholder Romano. Thank you, Chairman Vainieri, and thank you to the entire board for your time today. My name is Rachel Hodes. I'm a resident of Hoboken, and I'm speaking to you in two capacities. One is the chair of the Hoboken Democratic Committee, and one is a member of the Correctional Advisory Board, which was founded 2 years ago following the last ICE contract debate, which I am here to talk about again today. I would first like to read a letter co-signed by multiple members of the Hoboken Democratic Committee and by council people Phil Cohen and Emily DeBoer, who you heard from earlier in the meeting. I submitted this to the clerk as well. Dear Hudson County Board of Freeholders, in 2016, Senator Robert Menendez took to the floor of the United States Senate to condemn racist remarks made by President Donald Trump and stated, "We are a nation of immigrants, all of us. We all know the reality of what it means to work hard to get an education, build a career. Many of us grew up in immigrant neighborhoods, having to navigate many obstacles." The neighborhood he spoke of was right here in Hudson County, a place thousands of immigrants chose to call home. Our county has long been a bastion of democratic values, and today we have an opportunity to continue that legacy by not renewing the contract with the United States Immigration and Customs Bureau, known as ICE. In 2018, after taking the bold and important step to identify a clear end date to the existing ICE contract, there were also indications made that this contract would not be renewed at the end of this year, 2020, ending the partnership between ICE and Hudson County. We were hopeful then that the contract's end would coincide with a new Democratic presidential administration, ending the abusive and notorious practices undocumented immigrants have been subject to. With the election of Joe Biden earlier this month, that hope came true. So today we ask you not to renew this contract. We understand there are financial implications, and we want to be your partners in addressing that challenge. We understand there are job implications, and we want to be your partners in addressing that challenge too. Success of our county is dependent on all of us. Let us think creatively about solutions and let us be your advocates for those solutions. This is an outdated relationship, one that we no longer need to be a part of. We have an opportunity here to be on the right side of history and embody the values of Hudson County, a county that sits in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, a county that celebrates the rich and celebrated history of immigrants in this country, and a county that has long stood up for those seeking the American dream. This was signed by members of the Hoboken Democratic Committee, and as I said, I submitted it to the clerk. Our committee has long engaged in advocacy for immigration reform, detainee rights, and most recently, as I said, electing a new president to change federal policy. Because of my involvement in that advocacy, I was asked to join the Correctional Advisory Board. Over the past few years, I have seen from our work together increased care at the facility, a new medical provider, capital investments, including the first ever detox center in the state of New Jersey, and now Wi-Fi access. This board was the first of its kind in New Jersey and has been looked to as a model of progressive action. That spirit that I asked to not renew our ICE contract. The establishing of our board and changing of facility policies and care was a significant step in the progressive approach to criminal and incarceration reform. Let us continue that journey and end our conflict with ICE. This board showed us that multiple constituencies can work together to solve problems. Advocates, government officials, facility staff, we all work together and learn to communicate for the betterment of those incarcerated. Please allow us, the residents of Hudson County, that opportunity again. We need to see the contract, be engaged in discussion, and have the ability to weigh in. We are your residents. We want to be involved in decision-making and problem solving and ask for that opportunity. Back in 2018, this freeholder board indicated an intention to see an end to that contract. I would ask that you please honor that intention. The contract today has no identified end date to be up to 10 years. I'm terrified that if we don't articulate an end date and our federal government does not roll back these shameful immigration policies, we'll continue to be engaged with those policies for years to come. I know we can't end ICE. We all know that. It's at the federal level. But this is a role that we can play. Please vote no today. I appreciate your time and attention to listening to me and all of the folks today here on the call. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nadja. Please state your name.
To the chair, I don't know if anybody else is getting that, but there's a lot of background noise, I think, coming from the chambers that's limiting my ability to hear the speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Nadia Rakowski, Hoboken resident of the past 13 years. You may remember me from a few years ago, working with you to shut down 287G and to discuss with you the beds contract. And happy to report that as of this February of this year, I became finally, after 28 years in this country, an American citizen. And I was able to vote for the first time. Obviously, I echo what everyone has been saying regarding the ICE contract. We are talking about, what, 7 to 8 immigrants, which is at $120, $9,360 apparently. Is this enough to really keep staff? I mean, according to these calculations, I think Hudson County might actually be losing money. Where is the ICE budget anyways? We still don't know where the money goes into Hudson County, technically. This is the time to take the power from ICE. It's over. And if for some odd reason you still need to even think about renewing it, why are you rushing it like this? I am just absolutely flabbergasted about you trying to rush this past us somehow yet again. Do your due diligence in making a proper and educated decision. As Mr. Cifelli just brought up a while ago, he has all these legal questions that need to be answered. I am now also reading a statement from a friend of mine, Mr. Eitan Stern-Weber. Hi, my name is Eitan Stern-Weber, and I'm a Hudson County resident. I'm unable to be on this call because, like many people, I'm at work at 1 p.m. or by now almost 3:30 on a Tuesday. I'm surprised that this meeting is scheduled for this time, especially considering the fact that Hudson County residents have made it very clear that having meetings on a weekday afternoon makes it extremely difficult for us to attend and have our voices heard. One such time residents spoke out about this issue was the last time the county tried to vote to renew the IGSA contract with ICE. residents said we felt undermined and circumvented by our elected officials because they placed such an important vote at such an inopportune time, and yet here we are again. First and foremost, I'd like to point out that this meeting violates the Open Public Meetings Act. According to this law, any public body is required to provide the public with adequate notice of meetings, including their agendas. Under the clause NJSA 10-4-9, meeting of public body, adequate notice to public necessity, exceptions, the law reads, no public body shall hold a meeting unless adequate notice thereof has been provided to the public. Under the NJSA 10-4-8 definitions, the language is clarified by saying, as used in this act, adequate notice means written advance notice of at least 48 hours, given the time, date, location, and to the extent known, agenda of any regular, special, or rescheduled meeting, which notice shall accurately state whether formal action may not be taken, and which shall be prominently posted in at least one public place reserved for such or similar announcements. I have clear documentation showing that the agenda for this meeting was not provided to the public until 9:27 a.m. this morning. Therefore, any action taken by this board during this meeting would be deemed illegal and would open up the county to a civil rights lawsuit. It would also send a message to the public and to the press that this board is willing to literally break the law in order to sidestep residents who simply want to exercise our democratic right to be heard by our elected officials. Aside from the obvious reasons of why the public should be heard at these meetings, it's not simply a matter of being heard in public or on the record. For me, it's been a matter of being heard at all. I've tried several times to reach out to my representative, Freeholder Walker, and I've gotten no response, and I know many others with the same story with their freeholders.
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
That was, thank you. That was
Freeholder Cifelli?
Yes, what?
Can you mute yourself, please, if you?
I'm sorry.
No problem, thank you.
Am I muted or unmuted?
No, well, we heard you're speaking.
Okay, I'm fine. All right.
No problem, thank you.
Good conversation.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Jonathan Kaminsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yes.
Oh, very good. So my name is Jonathan Kaminsky. I live in Kearney. Freeholder Cifelli is my representative. First, I wanted to follow up on a conversation Freeholder Cifelli and I had yesterday. You asked whether the agreement with ICE was the subject of some scheduling issues 2 years ago, which was during a time you were in and out of the hospital. Well, I wasn't in the county then. I looked up some archival news from that period, and so I can answer your question. On July 10th, 2018, the board unanimously voted to postpone a decision on renewing the ICE contract until at least August. And then on July 12th, 2 days later, the board reconvened in a special meeting with 7 members, and I believe you were absent for this, and voted 5-2 to approve the contract, resulting in a lawsuit against the county for violating the Open Public Meetings Act. And as we just heard from the previous speaker, it's possible that we are seeing a further violation of that act that would again leave the county open to a civil lawsuit. And even if the meeting might squeak by on a legal technicality for that, as a lawyer, I'm sure you see that even if the letter of the law is being followed, as a legislator and my representative in the county government, I'm sure you understand why this would feel like an attempt to take your constituents like me out of this decision. You can see how many people have the privilege to be here. You cannot see how many people do not, including many of the stakeholders on this issue. Now, I also have a couple of questions for you, Freeholder Cifelli. What exactly does the county get as a result of this agreement? What is the upside? What is the budgetary analysis of this?
Let me finish this 5 minutes.
Do you want me to, Mr. Kaminsky, do you want me to answer you?
Do you know the answer? Siri,
let his 5 minutes run out, and then you have the decision whether you want to answer them or not. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Kaminsky, I'll write down your questions, and then I'll try to answer them at the end of your comments. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to comment that based on the terms of the current contract, the county makes at most $4 million from it annually. And I want to just share the analogy of a food bank that my mother founded in Boston during the Reagan years, which was funded at the time almost entirely by private and corporate donations. But she would never accept donations from cigarette companies, which ravaged the communities that she served. And so I just want to make the point that it is possible to turn down money, even if you intend to use that money for a good cause, if the source is harmful to the community you are trying to serve. Second question is, I know you spoke to some detained individuals on Friday, and I want to ask if any of them specifically asked you to continue the contract or specifically said that they wanted to stay in the Hudson County Jail. The third question is that the language of the resolution, which has been reported on, but I haven't been able to find it directly, says that the county executive has a blank check, essentially, to approve any sort of deal up to 10 years. And I wanted to ask if there was anything the board could do to terminate the contract before that 10-year deadline, if, for example, there was, heaven forfend, another electoral disaster in 2024. Never mind what ICE is probably going to look like for at least the next 2 to 3 years regardless. And does the county have any ability to ensure that the people ICE puts in Hudson County Jail are from the local area? Do we have any guarantee that we won't be used as a dump site for people from Texas or Florida? And finally, I want to ask you how many constituents you have heard from supporting this contract? How many have you heard from opposing it? And in closing, I just want to ask you again to vote against this agreement. If you can't do that today, I ask you to defer the vote until you can answer these questions. And I firmly believe that you will find, once you have answered these questions, that the correct vote is to end the contract in a responsible manner, working with local advocates to ensure the best outcome possible for the people currently detained by ICE in Hudson County Jail. I will allow the rest of my time for you to answer those questions.
Mrs. Cifelli, you have an option if you'd like to answer them now or later.
No, I'll be happy to answer them now because
Mr.
Kaminsky, as Mr. Kaminsky alluded to in his comments, I have spoken, I believe, Mr. Kaminsky, twice about the ICE contract, once yesterday and once several weeks, maybe even a month before. And to answer your question about the financial ramifications of it, I think, Mr. Kaminsky, you know from our candid interpersonal communications or telephone communications, I think you know that my the basis for my vote, basis for my decision is not the financial basis. I am not overly concerned with whether the county makes money or loses money. My concern is the well-being of the 70 plus inmates, detainees, maybe I misspoke, detainees at the facility. So to answer your first question, I don't know what the finances are. I've spoken to people at the county about it. Quite frankly, I didn't get answers that were overly exact, but that's not my concern. So I think that's the idea that as far as the substance of the contract is concerned, my understanding from talking to the county council is that the contract, if extended, if that's the vote of the freeholders, would allow the county to terminate the contract on 60 days notice. And the idea that, and you asked how many constituents voiced or lobbied for an affirmative vote and how many a negative vote. You are my only constituent from Kearney that has voiced a negative. From hearsay through Mr. Zhang about an hour ago, said that Reverend Henkel from Secaucus, who presumably is my constituent, I'm not really sure yet geographically, I don't want to get that fine. He, through Mr. Zhang, was a negative position. So to answer your question, that's all I can tell you. Did anybody affirmatively say, oh no, keep them there? No, I can tell you that. So it's your position, your statement, and indirectly Reverend Henkel's statement. And what you asked me something else. I'm sorry. There was one other question I made.
Yes.
What's the other point you wanted me to answer?
Yes. When you spoke to the detained people at Hudson County Jail last week, did any of them specifically ask you to extend the contract or say that they wanted to stay there?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And
Let's move on, Mr. Clerk.
By the way, just to be in the spirit of full transparency, there was a filmmaker with audio that was there. And I think Chairman Vainieri, Freeholder Romano, and Freeholder O'Day were present in the room. We were interacting with, I'm going to guess, about a dozen or a dozen and a half of the detainees. And at one point, and I'm not fluent in Spanish. I understand a little, but I'm not fluent. But through the auspices of Freeholder Romano, who is fluent in Spanish, I specifically asked a group of detainees if if this facility were closed today, and if you did not know, do you know where you would go? And their answer was no. I said, were you anxious about that? That not knowing where you would go, that the risk would be you might go somewhere else. Were they anxious about that? And my understanding was, yes, they all were. There was one individual that was not in that group. And that individual, when I say not in that group, not in that pod of 7 or 8 detainees that we were kind of huddled around talking. He was off to the side, but I had talked to him individually. He was from Jamaica. And he was detained for almost 3 years in different facilities. And his response was he wanted the contract terminated because he felt that that's the only way that would bring an end to ICE's corrupt practices. And I told him that I appreciated his thoughtfulness and insight. But the majority of the men that I talked to, and Freeholder Romano is there, I don't want to put him on the spot, and Freeholder O'Day is there, but and the chairman is there, but the response that I understood from the other individuals, the majority of the individuals that were there, was that they did not want the contract terminated because they were fearful of what would happen if they left, where they would have to go.
I want to be clear, Mr. Cifelli.
All right, your time is up. Hold up. Your time is up. Mr. Cifelli, you finished?
No, I just
You
want to make
finished,
sure.
Freeholder?
I want to make sure that Mr. Kaminsky got the full response. If that,
We got very, very good. Thank you, Freeholder. Mr. Santos, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Arthur. Please state your name.
You want to wait for next speaker?
After the next speaker, I just
Go
want
ahead, Mr. Clark.
Arthur.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you. Got 5 minutes.
Okay, great. As you said, my name is Arthur Velwest. I am a lifelong resident of Jersey City. I'm currently living in Ward F, though. I have spoken at my own city council meetings with many of my fellow residents and have met with zero change and apathy from the members. I hope I'll see better from this meeting. I am, like many others here, asking you to vote no on the ICE contract. As many have pointed out, the time of this meeting is unfair to many members of our community, especially those most affected by this contract. I want you to think about why this is, who set this time, and what they have to gain by doing this. I know many people who wanted to be here today to speak out against this contract, but are unable to. So for them and the people in Bergen County Jail on a hunger strike against the inhumane conditions put there by the very organization you are considering renewing for your contract, I am speaking up. If you want a compelling reason why you should vote no on this contract, you have already heard them. If you want a financial reason why you should vote no on this contract, you have already heard it. If you want a moral reason for why you should vote no on this contract, you have heard it many times. Many people have said better than I why you should vote no on this contract, but if you need one more name as a drop in the bucket, then here I am. My name is Arthur Velwest, and I am urging you to vote no. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Freeholder Day?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just two things on some. I'm sorry, just two things on some of the stuff that Freeholder Cifelli mentioned. Yes, I was there at the facility. I believe the conversation he references was the time I was actually engaged in playing a game of chess with one of the detainees. And I was very moved and taken by that time because Freeholder Cifelli, if you remember, when we first walked into that pod, very few of those detainees even wanted to come out of their cells. There were maybe a handful of them. And I engaged that young man in conversation, asked him if he played chess because he was literally wrapping up a chessboard. He proceeded to say he did. I asked him if he was good. He said he was pretty good. So he and I engaged in a game. An individual started to come out. I didn't hear all the conversations. I would say in fairness of the perspective of the only one I heard, which wasn't a dozen and a half, which I think was closer to where the documentary filmmaker was. And obviously there's a video of that occurred. But some of the comments that precipitated the question were things like, would you rather be in Arizona than here? And so I think that in full disclosure, it was kind of the way the question was asked to some degree might have influenced some of the answers that the individual was given. The last point I would, and I'm not asking you to answer it out question now, but you've on 2 occasions today mentioned your concern about the individuals that are there, the 77 or whatever. Would you support the amendment of this contract so it would be that no future ICE detainees be accepted into the facility and that we continue with those that are there until all of their cases are adjudicated, at which point in time we would sever the contract with ICE? Because I understand and I know you're sincere in the concern for those individuals, and I think that we could, maybe some individuals may not even agree who are opposed to it, but I think that we would achieve the ultimate goal, which is to get out of this while addressing your concern, which is those individuals that are currently there, making sure that they have all the protections until their individual cases is adjudicated. I don't need you to, we can answer that at the end because it'll probably be a discussion, but just something to think about.
You're reading my mind, Bill. I think that's a discussion that we'll have before the vote. But
Okay.
just one comment about my recollection, and I totally remember the conversation with that one particular detainee about chess. I can see it like it was yesterday, but it was only last Friday. But I remember just as clearly, I remember my conversations with Freeholder Romano interpreting, and my questions as I remember. And the tape, the video, as Warner Wolf used to say, let's go to the video. The video will speak for itself. I don't believe my questions to those gentlemen were leading. I think.
No, I don't think they were. Yeah, Al, I'm sorry. Let me just be fair. I did not hear that conversation.
I don't think I led those questions.
No, and I did not hear your conversation.
Okay.
If you remember, I was sitting playing chess. That conversation, I recall, was off to the side where the video documentary was done. I'm referring to where I was at one point. There was a discussion, and it was not you, where it was specifically said to them about you could get moved to Arizona. But yes, I did not hear your conversation.
I'll let my question and the tape speak for itself, but I don't think I tried to lead them in a certain way. I think I left the question out there and wanted a sincere, candid opinion from those gentlemen, because that's what I'm concerned about. I heard a lot of stuff today about a lot of grandiose themes. I'm concerned about the people that are in our care. And there are those 70 odd people there. So that's enough. Well, I'll keep my comments for the end. Okay.
Yeah, now all I'm going to say is I don't need to see the videotape as it relates to you and your conversation.
Between you and me. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Freeholder
With with the other conversation.
Freeholder Romano, have a comment? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just to also clarify with Freeholder Cifelli, I know in our conversations with any of the detainees, we never mentioned another state or another location per se. We exactly used just another site, to the best of my recollection. And the other comment, I think that, Mr. Chair, you should also, as the chair, verify the schedule for the freeholder meetings is out a year in advance. I think for the clarification of everyone, the meeting time was not changed from 6 tonight to 1 o'clock today. It is always the pre-holiday schedule. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Sure. We have 3 meetings left.
So this wasn't, it was insinuation that there was a violation here. This meeting was not a meeting change.
There's no violation that I know of.
Thanks.
Speaking to council. You good? Okay, Ms. Clark, next speaker.
Dara Liskowski.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Liskowski. I am a resident and a voting. Sorry, can you please mute the chambers or refrain from moving around the mic? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, should I mute the chambers or?
That would be
No,
very
no,
amazing.
no. You're going to mute me? What are you nuts? No.
Okay, well, please don't interrupt me. I have a statement to read. As I was saying, I am a voting resident of Weehawken. I'm actually going to be reading a statement first on behalf of my friend, who is a lifelong resident and voting constituent of North Bergen. So this is her statement. My name is Catherine M. Sastre, and I am the outreach coordinator for the New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice, a coalition of over 40 organizations working to ensure that New Jersey is a fair and welcoming place for all immigrants. I am also a Hudson County resident with deep roots here. As a second-generation Cuban immigrant and immigrants' rights advocate, I stand firmly against Hudson County renewing the Intergovernmental Service Agreement detention contract with ICE. On behalf of the New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice, I offer the following statement. As you vote today on renewing Hudson County's contract with ICE, a contract that you previously committed to ending by 2020, we urge that you center the needs of the Black and Brown immigrant community and Hudson County residents who are most likely to face detention, deportation, and family separation by ICE. This vote should not be taking place because this body committed to ending the contract by the end of 2020. The renewal of this contract will perpetuate the double punishment that immigrants face, first by the criminal justice system, and then again through ICE's detention and deportation system, simply because of their immigration status. As immigrant rights advocates, we believe that the voices and needs of those held at the Hudson County Jail are the most important, and that their well-being must come first. Under the best of circumstances, immigration detention is inhumane and completely unacceptable. Ending immigration detention across the state and the country is a pivotal piece of fighting against family separations and policies that are based on white supremacy and xenophobia. It is a system which jails and punishes people who by and large only seek a better life for themselves and their families. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic has made detention a potential death sentence. As New Jersey battles now through a second wave, it is unconscionable to even consider renewing this contract and relegating even more of our community to the risk of infection and death for the sake of profit. To the freeholders, those beds represent a dollar amount, but to us, those beds represent our families and friends, loved ones locked away by a system that is more concerned with financial gains over human dignity. Freeholders, do not hide behind the false rhetoric of wanting to keep people close to their families. Take responsibility for your collaboration with a system that deprives people of their rights and their liberty to help you balance your county budget on the backs of our community. Make no mistake, you are not helping people, and no amount of social programs or quote unquote nutritious food at a jail makes it anything more than a cage. As you vote today, know that you are voting on whether or not to continue a long legacy of profiting off of Black and Brown bodies in a county that is primarily made up of those communities and which you claim to represent. Make good on your 2018 commitment to end this contract and lead the way in severing New Jersey's ties with a rogue and immoral immigration enforcement agency. Sincerely, Catherine M. Sastre, the Outreach Coordinator at New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice. So now, with the rest of my time, I'm gonna go back to speaking as me, Sarah Laskowski from Weehawken. For all of the reasons you've heard today so eloquently and at previous meetings, it's clear that you should be voting no on this contract renewal. It's been made very clear that the majority of constituents do not agree and do not want you to renew this contract. Our neighbors are also watching. Just yesterday, there was a letter signed by 8 New York City Council members and 6 New York State legislators strongly opposing the renewal. 5 Jersey City Council members are in opposition. There's been published op-eds in numerous press that are unanimously in opposition. Now is the time to end the contract. This contract is not good for Hudson County and it is not cost effective. As Mr. Cifelli said himself, we don't understand the finances. Activists have been calling since March of this year asking for the financial analysis. The number of people incarcerated for ICE
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez. I'm the Deputy Director of the Street Vendor Project, and I'm here to speak on the agenda item regarding the ICE contract. We're a grassroots membership-based organization working to improve the working conditions of approximately 20,000 small business owners who sell food and merchandise in the streets of New York City and in New Jersey as well. As the county and New Jersey in particular braces for an increase in the number of COVID cases, counties cannot be in the business of caging people where they face death. Hudson County must divest from detention as a matter of public health. And I'm here to speak on behalf of one of our members, Ramon Garcia Ponce, who was held at Hudson County Correctional Facility for a number of months this past spring. On January 15th, 2020, Ramon, a father and a street vendor who lives in the Bronx with his children and grandchildren, was detained by ICE and moved to Hudson County. He had migrated to the US over 25 years ago in 1996. He was taken from his home in front of his wife and children at 6 in the morning in an utter disregard for how his children would be traumatized, how his family would survive without their sole breadwinner. He has multiple chronic health conditions, having recently recovered from brain surgery and was held in close contact with others during the increasing dangers of COVID. He was kept in detention until March 23rd, when he was one of the lucky few to be released. Excuse me, could you please? It's very, very loud in the background. Thank you. Yes, Ramon has multiple chronic health conditions, having recently recovered from brain surgery. He was one of the lucky few to be released due to his health conditions. But he left behind those who had kept him company through the terrifying time of being separated from his family. He came back home traumatized, sinking deeper into poverty, and is fearful that he will be forced back at any moment. No human being should have to go through this trauma. So I'm addressing you today, Jerry Walker, Albert Cifelli, Caridad Rodriguez, Fanny Cedeño, Albert Santos. Ramon's family well-being is in your hands, and the families of the others who are detained at the Hudson County Correctional Facility as well. You have the power today to end the contract. A contract that county executives had committed to ending by 2020. This contract is for the longest term possible, at least 10 years. The county has released no financial analysis of the costs of the contract, and the number of people detained and thus the amount of money Hudson receives is a fraction of what it was in 2018 and will continue to remain low during the pandemic as ICE looks elsewhere for its own facilities. As Ramon had reported, conditions at the jail were inhumane, especially amidst COVID. People are literally dying because of the lack of PPE and those not sick are trapped in their cells. On behalf of Ramon and his family, and from our entire membership, we ask you to vote no and end the contract with ICE now. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Ellen Witt.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ellen Witt. I'm from Highland Park, and I work with Dyer Legal and Support Services in Central New Jersey. We work with immigrants who are facing deportation, as well as their families. We help people who are in detention to get the legal assistance and other resources they need, and also connect them with housing and even temporary quarantine housing due to COVID, if and when they are released from detention. Our organization strongly opposes the continuation of the Hudson County ICE contract, as we oppose all such contracts. We believe that Hudson County's profiting off of the separation of families through collaboration with ICE is indefensible. We also know that the provision of more bed space for ICE only leads to more people detained. We see no justification, moral, financial, legal, or otherwise, for Hudson County to continue year after year locking up immigrants. And we insist that you stop claiming that most advocates for immigrants support your actions. Some years ago, I, along with many others, worked to end the Middlesex County contract with ICE. It finally ended in 2009. At that time, there were many more detainees held by Middlesex County than Hudson County holds right now. And I've never heard anyone since that time, elected officials, advocates, immigrants, community members, or others say, gee, I wish we still had that ICE contract here. We have not missed it. And I'm sure that if you ended your ICE contract this year, as you promised us 2 years ago, you will not regret it either. I attended your most recent meeting where freeholders stated multiple times that there was no need to address the ICE contract because you would not address it until December. In fact, you insisted that you did not have the contract yet. So I'm astonished that we are here today, a couple of weeks later, facing a vote on the contract. So we ask again, please vote to end your ICE contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Christopher Ebert.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm Christopher Ebert. I live, vote, and pay taxes in North Bergen. I love and respect my community, including those who have arrived from other countries to make a better life for themselves, no matter what their immigration status. I am particularly distressed that my elected officials, including this body, have repeatedly failed to return the respect to me and my neighbors that we deserve as voters and taxpayers. The scheduling of this meeting on a Tuesday, okay, perhaps it was scheduled, but the last minute insertion of this contract, 2 days before Thanksgiving and during the middle of the day, is evidence that this body does not care about its voters. Given the assault on democracy we are witnessing from our outgoing president, this type of activity, trying to pull a veil over vital public business, is very disappointing. My fellow speakers have made clear the pressing opposition to the renewal of the ICE contract. I will admit that immigration in the United States is a contentious issue on which we may not all agree to the best solutions. That said, ICE is an organization that has been shown with overwhelming evidence to have committed massive violations of human rights. These violations have prompted impassioned criticism nationally and internationally, including from the United Nations. Whatever solution to the pressing issues of immigration we may pursue, they must not involve an organization riddled with white supremacists, frequently acting beyond the law and the Constitution, and closely allied with the patently racist agenda of the outgoing administration. A new administration that takes control over ICE cannot erase this damning legacy. ICE must be abolished. Our call to higher principles has just been characterized as grandiosity, but I nevertheless will push back on the idea that your deliberations are principally informed by immigration policy concerns. How else do we characterize a contract which is so open-ended and its length and the power that it gives to this body? These ideas may serve to ease your consciences, but we know what it's about. It's about income for the county. I don't care about budget concerns. Collaboration with an institution that abuses human rights at a massive level is not acceptable, no matter what the financial repercussions. That this contract is even under consideration is abhorrent. Who will speak in its favor? Who will justify a collaboration with a racist, violent, and heartless agency? Who will take money from an organization that makes a mockery of our purported values in this community? We plead with you to reject this contract. To those who vote against it, we are grateful. However you vote, we will record it and we will not forget it. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of it.
Next speaker is Vera Sirota.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Vainieri and Freeholders. My name is Vera Sirota and I'm a proud Hoboken resident, and I'm also a mother of two. I am here today to urge you to vote no on the contract renewal with ICE. I grew up in a place where our word means everything. Living up to our word is a measure of our principles, our follow through, and honor. And I really believe that a new day is coming. A new era is here to greet us. So I call upon the Board of Chosen Freeholders to live up to their own words regarding the path to exit from 2018 and vote no on the ICE contract renewal today. And I would just like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of the grassroots organizers, the law students, the faith leaders for standing in solidarity with immigrants today and always. And just one final thought. It's my understanding that this is the last term for Freeholder Torres, and I would just like to thank him for his service on this board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Sarah Zielinski.
Hello, my name is Sarah Zielinski. Thank you to everyone who has spoken before me today on the issue of renewing the ICE contract. I'll be speaking today on behalf of a friend who was detained at Hudson County in ICE custody for 10 months, 6 of which were during the pandemic. I'll speak specifically about his experience inside Hudson County during the pandemic. He was separated from his wife and daughter, of course, for this entire time. He was alone in his cell for the entirety of that time. He was on lockdown for 23.5 hours a day in a 5 by 10 foot cell that was very cold. He described to me that during the 30 minutes a day when he was allowed out of his cell, he rushed to do many things as quickly as possible. He described spending 5 minutes bathing, 5 minutes heating food, 5 minutes calling his family, about whom he was extremely worried. As we know, the pandemic was ravaging communities on the outside as well. And of course, there was COVID inside the jail. He told me that during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic, the bathrooms, the microwaves, the phones, none of them were cleaned. None of them were disinfected. So that when he had his 30 minutes out of his cell, it was up to him to try to clean each of those things to try to keep himself safe. He had no access to antibacterial soap or hand sanitizer. He told me that at the beginning of the pandemic, each person in ICE custody at Hudson was given 2 or 3 single-use masks. That was it. During the 6 months that he remained in ICE custody during the pandemic, he was not given any more masks. He told me that when he asked for more, ICE would say that it was the jail's fault, the jail's responsibility. And when he spoke to someone from the jail, they would say that it was ICE's fault and ICE's responsibility. He described this experience as durísimo, incredibly hard. He repeatedly called it a torture. He does not use that word lightly, given his life experiences. He told me that he had no control, of course, over the light in his cell. So for those 23.5 hours a day, whatever the jail decided was what he lived with. He described to me the extreme worry that he felt about his family on the outside. His young daughter, his wife, his parents, his siblings, his in-laws. His brother died in early May, and of course, he was not able to speak with him or see him before he passed away. He described this as an emotional torture. He told me about the extreme depression and anxiety that people inside Hudson County were experiencing. He said, quote, "People are going crazy." During the lockdown, the bad food at the jail became inedible. There were no cooks working at the jail. He told me that each day they got either bologna and 2 pieces of bread or pasta. He said, if we have pasta for breakfast, the same pasta comes back for lunch. There's no flavor. He told me that he had skipped meals several times because the food was so bad. During the first 6 months of the pandemic, when there were known COVID cases in the jail and within the ICE units in particular, there was no widespread COVID testing. Symptoms had to be severe in order to get medical attention, and even then, it was faulty at best. He did tell me, however, that in the middle of the summer, the jail conducted antibody tests. There were tremendous flaws. I will tell you about his personal experience receiving an antibody test at Hudson County. He said that they conducted antibody blood tests for everyone. When my friend went to the medical unit to have his test done, he saw in front of him a tube full of blood labeled with his own name. When he pointed this out to the person conducting the test, they were confused as well. They told him that he would be called back and that they would fix the problem. A week later, everyone got their tests back except for my friend. He asked about it, and no one was able to answer his questions. Obviously, this calls into question the validity of the tests done for everyone at the facility. If his tube was mislabeled, how can we trust any of
Hi,
the
Mr.
tube?
Chair.
Next.
The
I'm
next
sorry,
speaker
Mr. Chair.
is Laura.
I'm sorry. Al, I'm sorry. Just, Mr. Chairman, could, at the end of all the public speakers, I would ask that we have Director Edwards address all those issues that were just raised by that last speaker, because I have a lot of concerns based on what was just stated.
We can do that in public portion. Let's talk about the contract. Let's not do the contract.
I know, but I'm saying at some point, even at the end of the meeting, we could do it.
Concern?
Okay.
I agree with it.
Okay.
Like you've met with too. So what's going on with this?
All right. No, I said at the end of the meeting. All right, at some point today.
We can do a public portion. Thanks. Go ahead, you start.
Laura Keller.
Hi, my name is Laura Keller, and I live in West New York. My freeholder is Caridad Rodriguez, who I'm not seeing at the moment. I want to say, what? Sorry?
She's been here all day.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said she's here and has been here all day. Continue, go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was in the chamber 2 years ago when you promised a path to exit, and I believed you. And I was very upset when I heard from a friend just recently that, in fact, it looks like there's a decent chance this contract is coming up for a vote again. I was in the Zoom meeting a week and a half ago when you said you didn't even have a contract yet and that there was not even anything to look at or talk about. And then I got the word, of course, this weekend that it was probably going to be on the agenda today. The other thing I would like to address is this idea that, you know, if we don't profit off of detainees, someone else will. I believe the Hudson County Jail is very valuable to ICE because it's close to New York City and it's also close to all the international airports in New York City. While some detainees might be transferred, making every deportation cost more would lower the amount of deportations. ICE does not have an unlimited budget. The federal government doesn't have an unlimited budget. So that's what I wanted to say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Patrick Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick Johnson. I am a second-year law student at Rutgers Law School. And like my colleague Joseph, who we heard from, I'm a fellow with the Center for Immigration Law, Policy, and Justice, where I assist with research pertaining to local law enforcement and their interactions with the immigrant community. I rise today to urge Hudson County to end its intergovernmental service agreement with ICE. This agreement is representative of an immigration enforcement regime which not only harms our communities, but is also detrimental to important interests related to public health, safety, and the administration of justice. First, Hudson County's contract with ICE contravenes important public safety interests. In 2018, Attorney General Grewal issued the Immigrant Trust Directive, which precluded local law enforcement agencies from adopting 287G agreements with ICE, stating that such agreements create mistrust between immigrant communities and law enforcement. However, this county continuing its own contract with ICE flies in the face of the directive's objectives. The directive sought to disentangle our local governments and enforcement mechanisms from federal immigration enforcement. This agreement allows them to remain entangled by rendering Hudson County jails de facto ICE detention facilities. It keeps an ICE presence in the county, which in turn allows a cloud of mistrust to persist between the county and our immigrant communities. Ending this agreement is a critical step in furthering the goal of restoring trust between local governments and immigrant communities they serve. More importantly, as so many this afternoon have explained, this intergovernmental service agreement amounts to an assault on our immigrant communities in Hudson County, both because of the reported abuses at these facilities and due to the county's inability to make them safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hudson County is home to vibrant immigrant communities. As Councilman Lavaro highlighted, Jersey City is often ranked among the most diverse cities in the United States with a large foreign-born population. Like so many others who have spoken today, my own family's immigrant stories pass through this county. However, for the past 2 decades, thousands of immigrants have been detained in Hudson County as part of this very agreement whose fate we're discussing today. Since this county receives millions of dollars in revenue from ICE as part of the agreement, the county has institutionalized perverse incentives to continue to fill beds at county detention facilities with our neighbors who have been detained by ICE. The consequences are severe. Inmates at these facilities face inhumane conditions which are well documented. In 2019, a federal court had to enjoin Hudson County Jail from placing a teenager in punitive isolation, and earlier this year an ICE detainee brought a lawsuit against his former jailers in Kearney for deliberately denying him medical treatment. Subjecting our neighbors, colleagues, and friends to such treatment is deeply wrong, but that's what this agreement allows. It allows detention of our neighbors for no reason other than their immigration status and exposes them to abuses that are both well documented and severe. It renders Hudson County's facilities just another cog in an immigration enforcement machine which targets the vulnerable and tears families apart. The board should take the important step of ending such an assault on our immigrant communities in Hudson County and terminate its agreement with ICE. Lastly, the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the deficiencies of this county's detention facilities and provided another reason for ending ICE detention in these facilities. By ICE's own admission, one of their employees at Hudson County Jail and 14 detainees have been infected with COVID-19 because of the facility's inability to protect staff and inmates from the virus. This pandemic has demonstrated just how inadequate this county's correctional facilities are when it comes to providing medical attention to those that the county detains. The fact that Hudson County has not been able to meaningfully protect inmates from harm caused by its own failure to render proper medical care in a pandemic or otherwise provides further justification for ending county contracts with ICE. To do otherwise would be to continue to expose our immigrant neighbors to inhumane medical conditions at the height of a global pandemic. Ultimately, this county's intergovernmental service agreement with ICE is bad policy on 3 fronts. It's an assault on our immigrant communities. It exacerbates public health issues and harms community trust, which is detrimental to public safety. It's time for this board to make good on its promise to phase out cooperation with ICE, stand up for our communities, and place the health and safety of Hudson County residents above Washington's immigration agenda. And just quickly, I want to follow up with Freeholder Cifelli's question to my colleague Joseph earlier. I also can't speak to what the end of this contract would mean for the cases of clients currently detained. Perhaps other attorneys on this call might, I invite them to speak to that going forward, but ending the contract will avert these abuses going forward. It would ensure that those without status are not detained needlessly in county facilities, and it would be a step towards repairing broken trust between the county and these communities. That is an incredibly important piece of this, and I hope we don't lose sight of that. I thank the board for their attention to this issue, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, could I address Mr. Johnson?
Sure, go ahead, Freeholder.
Mr. Johnson, just to reiterate my comments to your colleague, Mr. Lynn. And again, maybe because we're all lawyers, fledgling or otherwise, I look at this issue from maybe an overly legalistic position, but that's because we are advocates for specific clients. So my advocacy is not so much for a political philosophy or political agenda, but for the individuals, the human beings that are our clients. So I reiterate my question to you, or repeat my question to you that I asked Mr. Lynn, which is, how do you see the outcome of this affecting the legal standing of your clients? If your clients hypothetically were any one of the 70 odd men that are detained, if we close the doors, how does that promote to be released and go home to their families? That's all I want to do. And I apologize. I apologize to Mr. Lynn. I didn't want to put him on the spot, but I think maybe Mr. Lynn and Mr. Johnson, you'll appreciate as an attorney, you're going to be put on the spot many times by judges in the future. And they're going to ask you precisely the same questions about how your position promotes the position of your client. So I'm going to ask you again, how is our vote going to help any of the 70 individuals there? How is it going to aid the quality of their life?
Again, sir, I do appreciate your concern for the inmates, and I understand that that's an important factor that you're weighing, and you likely won't find this as a satisfying answer to your question, but I can't say for sure. I don't have a good answer for you on how that will affect the status of people currently detained. But what the point that I'm trying to make, and the point that I think Joseph was trying to illustrate as well, was that prospectively going forward, this isn't about political ideology. This isn't about just general statements about morals or ethics. This is about making sure that this county does not engage in policies going forward that specifically targets these communities, rips families apart, and begins the work of repairing the damage that has been done to the trust between these communities and the county. That's what I'm focused on. I think that's an important thing to weigh as well. And I thank you for your attention to it, and I commend you on weighing the concerns of those
Johnson, Mr. Johnson, I thank you. And as I said to Mr. Lynn, I respect your opinions, and I encourage you in your future legal studies. I applaud you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Diana G. Diana, you're self-muted. Diana, you're self-muted.
Yes, good afternoon. Can I have a translator, please? Or You can unmute Rosa. I can say in Spanish.
Who is it that you want to translate for you? Rosa what? Last name?
¿Cuál es el apellido de Rosa?
Huitzilin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, she's been unmuted.
Oh, hi, everyone. This is Rosa. And my name is Rosa. I am a community organizer with Make the Road, New Jersey, and I will be translating for Diana. Diana, puedes comenzar con tu testimonio.
Sí, hola, mi nombre es Diana Garibay. Soy miembro de Se Hace Camino Nueva Jersey y he vivido en el estado de Nueva Jersey por 15 años. Y soy una de las miles de personas que han vivido en carne propia la separación familiar.
Puedes seguir.
En febrero del 2020, un familiar mío fue detenido y separado de nosotros, dejando atrás a su esposa e hijos, el más pequeño con solo 6 años de edad. Este familiar ha vivido, trabajado y pagado sus impuestos en Nueva Jersey por los pasados 25 años. No es justo que nuestros seres queridos sean utilizados como una ficha para hacer dinero para las cárceles y los condados donde coexistimos. La separación familiar es inhumana y está creando traumas irreparables en nuestros niños. Esto no debe de ser los valores que identifiquen a nuestro estado ni a nuestros condados. Hoy está en sus manos que el condado de Hudson entre a la historia como un lugar inclusivo o como un condado que habilita la máquina de deportación a costa de nuestros dolor y el trauma de nuestros niños.
Gracias, Diana. Thank you, Diana. I'm just going to translate for Diana. Hello, my name is Diana Garibay. I am a member of Make the Road, New Jersey. I've lived in the state of New Jersey for the past 15 years of my life, and I'm one of the thousands of people who have been experienced family separation firsthand. In February 2020, a relative of mine was detained and separated from us, leaving behind his wife and his children, the youngest one being only 6 years old. This relative has lived, worked, and paid his taxes in New Jersey for the past 25 years. It is not fair that our loved ones are used as a token to make money by the jails and by the counties where we coexist. Family separation is inhumane and is creating irreparable trauma in our children. These should not be the values that identify us as a state or as a county. Today, it is in your hands that Hudson County enters history as an inclusive place, as a county that enables the deportation machine at the cost of our pain and the trauma of our children. We urge you to vote no on this. Thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Fair. Just real quick for clarification for the clerk. Ms. Rosa, are you looking to comment yourself? Because I don't want your hand to get lowered if you're looking to comment as well later on.
No, I'm just here just to translate for Diana. We have one other member. I believe that she left. She was here since 1 p.m. I can also give her testimony if that's possible.
Oh, why not? Why don't we just let her do that right now, Al? Go ahead, Rosa.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Carolina Hernandez. I live in West New York. As a Hudson County resident and as a migrant who has witnesses to many families being torn apart by ICE, I ask our elected officials to terminate the contract. Detentions are inhumane, it separates family, and it hurts our communities. In Hudson County, we are a county of immigrants. Our diversity is our power. If we accept this contract, we are part of the deportation machine. We already defeated Trump. Now it is the time to start a new era with without detentions. And that starts here today. Anything less is opposed to our values, to the values that we cherish: family, unity, dignity, and freedom for all. And that was the testimony of one of our members, Carolina Hernandez, who was here, but unfortunately she has to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have next speaker? Al Santos. Who's the next speaker, Al?
Next speaker is Nina Carlson.
Okay.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Hello, board members. My name is Nina Carlson. I'm a resident of Jersey City, and I personally hold a degree in public policy, with a published research focus on democratic engagement in municipal decision-making. I'm calling to ask that you decline the renewal of this contract with ICE. Many before me have given compelling arguments that I agree with. Also want to thank every other resident and constituent who is on this call right now. I know that we are privileged to be here. I do want to lead with a land acknowledgement that the land upon which we are gathered is part of the traditional territory of the Lenape, called Lenape-Hoking. The Lenape people lived in harmony with one another upon this territory for thousands of years. During the colonial era and early federal period, many were removed west and north, but some also remain among the continuing historical tribal communities of the region. So just wanted to ground us with that. I've heard many references about this meeting being timed around the week of Thanksgiving, so we associate this holiday with gathering, family reunion, and bounty. And honestly, while I appreciate those comments and the opportunity to be in community with loved ones, I think the history of Thanksgiving as we know it is grounded in the reality that originally we as a country are on stolen land. Our history began with genocide. We have a history of oppressing and marginalizing minorities groups. And I think we need to look at ICE through a historical lens. So I've heard a wide scope of arguments made today, and it is clear that there are many, many dimensions to this issue: historical, moral, existential, political, economic, legal. Like, there are so many things here, right? And I'm just going to take this perspective that I think I'd ask the board to think of yourselves as being in the middle of a chapter of a history book written 100 years from now, which is how I've been thinking about this. So there is a long, long history of slavery, racism, Native American forced removal, eugenics, concentration camps, most notably of the concentration camps, which I think ICE has been likened to in some regards, is the internment of Japanese Americans and Japanese residents in the US. An atrocity that we look back on as a human rights violation, but was not formally apologized by the California Assembly until February 20th of this year, actually. And I'm just speaking in regards to the founding of ICE in parallel to this. And I caution you not to ignore the fact that ICE was created in the wake of 9/11 and has been similarly shaped by paranoia surrounding crime committed by immigrants, and specifically in parallel of World War II. And so I'm giving these examples as context for the long-term implications of this decision. Looking backwards, I don't think it's going to be a good look. And I know that there have been multiple concerns that have been raised during this meeting about the scope of how this decision is going to be made. And I understand that completely. I think what we're hearing from residents, and myself included, is a request to broaden the scope of how the board is considering this contract renewal. Just past that, and I urge you not to dismiss the moral arguments of those who have spoken before me. I just want to highlight that the public discussion has shown that these concerns of safety, due process, fairness, transparency, and divesting from the carceral system, these are all concerns that should be taken seriously, like more than just a very long phone call that we're having right now. I do appreciate the accessibility of Zoom in this pandemic. I just want to note that. But this in my opinion, like really isn't the best way to do this. I know that it's been expressed that there's concern for the incarcerated folks currently and their well-being and what would happen, right, if this contract is not extended. And like, that's fair. I get that. I've also heard from the call that there's a plethora of community resources and concerned folks who are qualified in a multitude of ways, like from community organizers to legally involved folks, people who are working with like longstanding organizations that I know could provide resources in ameliorating this problem. And I would urge that this decision, if nothing else, is postponed so that, one, there is more adequate time to review this contract. Two, a financial analysis could be conducted for the implications of renewing this contract. I've heard concerns about this population, dwindling as serving as income for Hudson County. I personally also would really
Hi,
like to.
Mr. Chair. The next speaker is Senorita Baez. Ms. Baez? You're on, Ms. Baez. Ms. Baez, we can't hear you. You're self-muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm a resident of Jersey City and a teacher in Hoboken. I just wanted to speak out about the ICE contract. I think it is in the best interest of Hoboken, Jersey City, and the rest of the residents of Hudson County to suspend this ICE contract. I think the facts are clear, especially given what everyone else has been saying, that in reviewing this information, partnering with ICE is facilitating hate and abuse. It's agreeing to separation and abuse of children. It's co-signing forced sterilizations. It's accepting LGBTQ plus sexual assault. I think it's important as an educator to ensure that the facts are being spoken about this. And I really appreciate a lot of the nonprofit organizations that have done that research and have been able to share that with the rest of us that are listening. I think it's important to, again, terminate this contract, ensure that there are no loose ends and no more kicking the can down the road. And I hope that the freeholders listen to the constituents that have come here to speak today. Thank you.
Next speaker is Samuel Tuero.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samuel Tuero. I am a lifelong resident of North Bergen here in Hudson County. I'm the proud son of immigrants from Dominican Republic. And like many of the families sitting in ICE detention in Hudson County, they came here to the United States for an opportunity of a better life, one that they've been able to build and be a part of this community for 22 years. Today, I'm urging you, the Hudson County Freeholders, to vote no on continuing the county's contract with ICE and follow through on your promise to your constituents. In September of 2018, County Executive DeGise and Chairman Vainieri announced a path to exit from the ICE contract and committed to ending it before 2020 was over. Over the past 4 years, we've seen the devastating impact ICE has had across the country, especially here in New Jersey. The ICE contract stands diametrically opposed to the values of Hudson County and the people who reside here. ICE causes irreparable harm in our communities and fuels an even larger deportation machine that we have seen weaponized over the past 4 years to separate loved ones from one another, force them into detention, and traumatize them and their families for life. Especially now, amidst the worst pandemic outbreak in 100 years, we have seen the disastrous impact of COVID-19 in the Hudson County Jail. 5 Hudson County Jail employees, including 2 correction officers, a commissary employee, and 2 nurses have died due to COVID-19 complications, and at least 1 ICE employee and 14 people detained by ICE in the Hudson County Jail have contracted COVID-19, with at least 60 infections overall. If you vote to continue this contract, you are complicit in the horrors and inhumane conditions immigrants face while detained. Incarcerated people in ICE detention face terrible living conditions, medical neglect, and lifelong trauma. Also that Hudson County can make a quick buck. It doesn't have to be this way. You have the power to follow through on your promise from 2018 and end the suffering of our community members. Hudson County is one of the most diverse counties in the country with families from all over the world, families like mine. These people are your neighbors, small business owners, community members, and most importantly, the people you serve. So do the right thing. End our collaboration with ICE and vote no on continuing the contract. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Laverty.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Brian Laverty, Ward B, Jersey City resident. ICE is an organization that traffics in human misery and continues without restriction under ugly nativist appeal. It is an organization that consistently and frequently violates human rights. This is not what America stands for and shouldn't be what Hudson County stands for either. I'm just a white guy born with the privilege my race and gender bestows on me by our unfortunate societal expectations. But I wasn't born blind to a miscarriage of justice and perversion of what is right. ICE engenders everything that is wrong with our current immigration system. We should not be aiding their harmful aims. Regardless of financial position or the cost of not renewing the contract, what is the cost to our collective conscience, the cost of losing moral integrity? Furthermore, economic studies have shown immigrants improve local economies, so it is in our raw financial interests to welcome them. I ask you, commissioners, have you heard a single comment today in favor of renewal? The people of Hudson County are clear on this issue. Please hear us. Vote no on renewing the contract with ICE. Vote no on renewing a contract of persecution, moral abjugation, and nativist ignorance. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Alina Das.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alina Das, and I am a professor of clinical law at NYU Law School and co-director of the Immigrant Rights Clinic. As an immigrant rights attorney, I have represented detained immigrants at Hudson County Jail for over a decade. I've met with clients in the jail. I've gone on formal jail visits. I've met with the warden and other jail staff. I have reviewed grievances, incident reports, and medical records for people held at Hudson in ICE custody. And to be clear, my clients are members of our communities. Many were taken from our communities, and after their experience at Hudson, many of them have returned back to the New York area. These are green card holders and even citizens today, and none of them are going to forget the harms of their experience of being locked up at the Hudson County Jail. Most recently this year, I represented 4 immigrants detained at Hudson and had to sue the federal government 4 times to secure their release. I'm proud to say that my law students and I were successful in each of these efforts, and my last client who was detained at Hudson was released in September of this year. Our community has done its part to secure the freedom of many people, as many people as possible. And we will continue to do so no matter where our community members are detained. But the question today is what you will do. And for the reasons that I've written to you and for the reasons that I will now explain during this testimony, I ask you to end this contract. So I'd like to focus on just 3 points. First, I want to address the question of whether keeping the contract here at Hudson is actually a service to people in detention, because as I understand you to say, it prevents transfers to other facilities. And from my perspective, based on my experience, the answer is no. Detention is not a service to people who are detained. Holding open these beds is simply an invitation to ICE to arrest community members, to fill up the jails and justify their detention budgets. We saw this several times during the Trump administration, and ICE speaks about the need for detention beds itself. it has listed this in its fiscal year reports about the need to have these detention beds in order to carry out community arrests. And it explains that its arrest rates have gone down when detention capacity has been reached. Now, Freeholder Cifelli, you stated that your vote is motivated particularly around the needs of the 70 or so individuals who are currently held at Hudson. And I just want to explain that those who have counsel and cases that are calendared in the Varick Immigration Court in New York will almost certainly remain in the region, right? Because they have court cases that are ongoing. And there are hundreds of beds that are empty in jails across New York and New Jersey. So there are places for them to be placed. But to the extent that there are a number of people, and I would ask you how many people those are, based on your visit. If there are a number of people who are pro se without representation, whose cases are not calendared at Varick Immigration Court, and who are actually in danger of being transferred to a faraway location, I will commit to you today to identify counsel or be counsel for those individuals who are in need of representation if you end the contract. So that concern should be off your table. What you should be concerned about are the hundreds of people who will be arrested in our community by ICE if you give ICE the resources to hold them in order to fill your bed space. Second, I want to underscore that this is a life or death choice. I know you know what is at stake. There were 6 deaths at the facility during an 8-month period in 2017 and 18, and you have spent millions of dollars on refurbishing the jail and hired a new medical contractor. It's important to be responsive to these crises, and the community sees these efforts, but COVID-19 has proven that there's simply not enough. I've seen this with my own clients over the past year as COVID-19 has spread through the facility. I've reviewed medical records from WellPath. I've watched in real time as my client's health has deteriorated. And that's because no matter what you do, no matter how much you spend, a jail is still a jail. I've had several clients develop high blood pressure, obesity, and other health conditions that they did not have before they entered Hudson County Jail. And those conditions have put them at risk of COVID-19 once they're in the facility. You say that the jail is in good condition now, that it's not the kind of jail that people are describing, but more than a dozen federal court decisions have held that
Time, Mr. Chair.
Hudson violate our clients' constitutional rights. And I'm wondering, have you read those decisions?
All right,
What have you done to change the
Mr. Clerk.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, one thing, Mr. Clerk, if you could forward that last speaker's contact number to Ron Edwards. When we were there last week, there was one individual who was not represented,
That's right.
Hispanic individual. He actually called me on my cell phone soon after I left the facility, but he needed someone to translate. And I want to make sure that individual, its information is provided to the last speaker so she can make sure that he has representation. Thank you.
Bill, absolutely. Bill, can I speak?
Gotcha.
Absolutely. I would echo that. But by the same token, the other side of the coin is, were we correct, Bill, in that absent that one individual, the rest of the individuals that we talked to were represented actively?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes, and the individuals that we spoke to.
Anthony,
Yes.
I'm talking to Bill. So
Yeah, Al, of the individuals that I spoke to, because I asked each one of them, they were all the others said they had representation. Yes, sir.
And I would have one question for the professor. Professor, you have current clients that are at the facility? Professor? Can I not be heard? I'm sorry.
She's on self-mute. She was muted at the end of 5 minutes, but now she's unmuted.
Can she mute herself? I want to ask her a question.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, Professor. This is Al Cifelli, Professor. Do you have any clients that are in the facility as of today?
No, as I mentioned, our clinic has done our work to release all of our clients. Our last client was released in September. And we are providing support to people who are in need of representation.
You did an admirable job. That's great. Now,
if I may just briefly state
Professor, please, I'm not finished. Please, let me finish. Can I continue?
Go ahead.
Professor, are you in possession of the letter of November the 17th, which was issued jointly by the Legal Aid Society, the Bronx Defenders, and the Brooklyn Defender Services?
Yes, I am.
All right. So when they took no position, are you saying that they were wrong in taking no position?
Well, they are thinking about the specific clients that they have, and
Absolutely, I agree with that. Go ahead.
And the people that I am thinking about are both those clients, and we are working with those organizations to make sure that they're able to represent people no matter where they go, and that they're able to ensure that people, if they are transferred out of Hudson, end up in facilities in the region, which, as I mentioned, will be the majority of people. Our concern is what happens to the hundreds of people who will be arrested in our communities.
Professor,
represent them.
Professor, I'm sorry. Please, I don't mean to be rude. Can I finish, please, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Professor, I don't mean to be rude or interrupting, but I appreciate the overarching concern for the hundreds of other people. As you alluded to before, my concern is for the 70-odd people that are there. Can you tell me how it's going to enhance their immigration status if we close those doors? Can you tell me that the lawyers that represent them today are still going to be able to represent them to a resolution, satisfactorily or not, in their immigration cases? If they leave the facility, do you know where they're going to go? And if you don't, can you guarantee that they will still have the same professional representation they have today when they're in Hudson County?
So yes, I can guarantee that I, as the NYU Immigrant Rights Clinic, and the communities that we work with, the legal communities that we work with, are 100% committed to supporting all individuals who are at Hudson, ensuring that they are if they are transferred out of the facility as opposed to being released, that they will be transferred to facilities that are in the region, and those who stay out of the region, and these are often individuals who may already have a final order of deportation, so they don't have an active case, and that's why they aren't their case isn't calendared to be in this region, that those individuals who have final orders and may be sent to another facility, that we will coordinate to make sure that they get legal services. And the fact of the matter is that Hudson, does not have control over ICE. So ICE brings people in. They've been transferring people out of your facility many times over the course of years. So we're here to support them, and I'm ready to make that clear.
Thank you. Shut
No,
off.
I'm sorry. Please, Chairman, let her finish.
Yeah, but it's not fair to the 70 other people waiting. There's 72 people waiting. We could do this later.
There's no outburst from anyone sitting in the gallery. There's no outburst, so you'll be removed. But
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Freeholders and Cifelli, just finish your question with her. Try to be brief.
No, my question is finished. I just wanted to hear the professor's response.
you had the 5 minutes.
Okay. I think we responded.
Next
Let's move
speaker,
on.
Stacy Gregg. Ms. Gregg, you're self-muted.
I run the meeting, not you. Okay? I run the meeting, not you. I will decide who speaks, not you.
Excuse us?
A dog.
What did he say?
Go ahead, clerk.
Stacy Gregg. She's self-muted.
Somebody's got dog is on.
Proceed to the next speaker.
Yes.
Will Gardner.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my name's Will Gardner, and I am a lifelong New Jersey resident. So I've been present for the whole meeting, and I listened as you guys heaped praise upon your colleague earlier for her years of service. And one of the things that you specifically mentioned was how great a parent that she was. Knowing with the vote on the ICE facility, And noting that you seem to care about good parenting, I want to address you guys. I'm sure there's parents among you, and I'm a parent myself, so I want to address you parent to parent. With the things going on in these ICE facilities, it drives me up the wall, the things I hear about. Just knowing, like, right now, I was exposed to COVID-19 at my work, and I have not been able to see my 4-year-old daughter in about 5 days. It sucks. I don't enjoy it. I've got another week of it, but I know she's safe. I know she's not being sexually assaulted. I know she's being fed. I know exactly when I'm going to see her again, because so far no symptoms, knock on wood. So I know statistically there has to be some parents among yourselves. So how can there be any sort of question, you know, what if you were in this scenario and you were separated from your child, or your child was in this facility, or you were in the facility and your child wasn't? That level of separation is horrifying. I can work myself up into an anxiety attack just imagining the concept. Furthermore, I know there'd be some budgetary impact to ending the contract, this facility, but I know for myself, again, as a parent, also speaking just as a 32-year-old man, there's time that goes by. Good things happen in it, bad things happen in it, things I'd like to redo in it, but I can't buy any of it back. And you have people in these facilities, their lives are going by. We're all out. We're all fine, you know, dealing with what we got to deal with. We're not locked up. You know, we can largely choose what we want to do with our time. And other people are making decisions for theirs. And there's no amount of budgetary restrictions or looseness that can replace what they're losing every single moment of every single day. I additionally want to address, it's been asked multiple times that if the contract with this facility is ended, what that would mean for the people and their immigration status and their well-being. I honestly don't believe that is necessarily the right question, because the problem cannot be the solution to itself. It almost comes off like it's advocating for some sort of Stockholm syndrome. Like, these people should not have been rounded up by ICE in the first place, the large majority of them. In my personal opinion and the opinion of many others, ICE should not exist in the first place. So it's not the right question to ask, how's it going to affect their well-being, their status? It's, well, then what can we do for them to make sure they're successful after? Why were they there in the first place? The problem can't be its own solution. That's Stockholm syndrome plain and simple. Like, yeah, they might be scared on the outside. Well, you know, I would be too if I was stuck in jail for months or years and had zero income and had to figure something out. That's pretty regular economics right there. 2 + 2 is 4, and if you have zero, you have zero. And that is all. I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker is David Altman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm David Altman. I live in District 2. I want to just follow up on what a previous speaker said and explain how this decision does make a practical difference in ICE perpetuating its work. And this hopefully addresses some of Mr. Cifelli's comments to the first Rutgers Law student who spoke earlier. So ICE's enforcement is almost entirely discretionary and proactive. It targets the people it wants to when it wants to, and its capacity to detain people in this particular region is what leads to more of that discretionary enforcement. It's especially true given the proximity of Hudson County to New York City, the large population of immigrants in Hudson County and in New York City. And the fact of the matter is, the more cells there are, the more people that can be detained. the more cost-effective and efficient the ICE detention machine can be. That's what allows for more detention. Even if not all of the capacity is used right now, that can change. And the issue is that the people who decide how much of that capacity will be used, how much enforcement there's going to be, are ICE administrators, not officials who are accountable to the citizens or the voters of Hudson County. But moreover, I think that renewing the contract is especially harmful for immigrants who might be on the margins of ICE's discretionary enforcement. Those immigrants who are particularly not dangerous and who actually might not be detained, who might not be targeted if it were not so easy to detain them. Those are the people who could uniquely be detained and targeted for enforcement over the years to come if you renew this contract, but who otherwise would not face that fate. So it's not just a matter of keeping people in a nicer facility, as some like to call it, or keeping them closer to home in Hudson County or closer to New York City. It's actually a question of expanding the capacity and keeping the capacity larger so that more discretionary enforcement is possible. And I just think entering Thanksgiving during COVID, it's important to recognize that so many immigrants are used to not being able to see their family on the holidays. Immigration law prevents people or their loved ones from freely crossing borders. Finances keep others from traveling, and others still are essential workers who have worked on Thanksgiving historically and aren't able to spend time with family. So it just seems especially pathetic to me that on the eve of this Thanksgiving during COVID, this body may very well choose to perpetuate family separation in years to come in yet another way, by allowing ICE to boost its capacity to detain immigrants and separate families in this region. I'll just close by saying that you don't have to be in favor of abolishing ICE in order to oppose renewing the contract. This is about a local government helping the federal government do its dirty work. And choosing to actively enable that dirty work makes this county's hands dirty as well. ICE doesn't work in a vacuum. Its actions are affected by what's possible logistically and politically within the places that it operates. So I would just say, don't let ICE use the 75 or 80 detainees as political hostages, because renewing the contract on their supposed behalf just perpetuates their detention and the detention of many more people. At the end of the day, Mr. Cifelli, these detainees are not your clients. You're here as an elected official voting on policy, not voting on their individual cases. And the reason that none of us can tell you what will happen to them is because we're not their attorneys. Immigration law is arbitrary and intricate, and we don't know what their cases are about. So it's not to say that they will stay or they will be sent to Arizona or they will be sent to Bergen County, but to renew a contract for potentially years to come based on third parties like ourselves not being able to provide that information doesn't make for sound policy. The problem is that what happens to them is up to ICE. That's the problem, and that's why Hudson County should get out of this dirty business in the first place. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask, I'm sorry, I missed the speaker's name.
David Altman.
Mr. Altman, I want to thank you. You've crystallized, I think, my thoughts. I'm not saying you changed my opinions, but I think you've articulated my thoughts in a very precise and concise way. Thank you.
Next speaker is Paula Rogovin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I want to urge you to vote against the renewal of the ICE contract. I taught young children in New York City for 44 years, and I think about the lives of the people who are incarcerated in Hudson County and elsewhere, their health and their emotional well-being. I think about the families and their emotional and financial well-being and their health. I'm also a mother and a grandmother. I wonder if any of you freeholders, commissioners, are parents and grandparents. I wonder if you worry about the impact on the children whose parents are incarcerated in Hudson County Prison? I wonder if you think about them. I wonder if you lose sleep about children who are separated from their family member. I do. I hope that you do. It's wrong for Hudson County to make money from such an inhumane practice. This is blood money that Hudson County is making from this contract. It is blood money. I ask you, we ask you to do the morally correct thing and vote no on the ICE contract. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maria H.
Hello, it's Raya Hodges, and essentially, I am a member of the Central Jersey DSA, along with as well as a student at Raritan Valley Community College. And quite frank, and to be honest, there's not really much else I can add compared to what everyone else has already said. I would just like to note that it seems that literally every speaker on here is also against the ICE contract. So it seems like the will of the people is pretty clear. So you'd think that if you care about what the will of the people is, that you would end this ICE contract as that's what your constituents want. However, I know some of you will make the argument that the ICE contract helps protect detained immigrants, and basically, if I may state this politely, please do not lie to us. That is simply not true, and do not hide behind that. Now I understand. Now some of you do care about this matter and are opposing the ICE contract, and I thank you for that. But for those of you who are not and who are supporting it, I'm not quite sure if you actually care about the people you represent at all. But I suppose you might at least care a bit about your legacies, and I ask you that if you care about how people will look at you in 50 years or so, to do the right thing now so that we don't have to judge you poorly in the history books. I don't really have much else to say outside of end ICE and oppose them at all turns. And I yield my time now. Hello?
Clark, go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, you there?
Mr. Clark, you're on mute.
The next speaker is Jose Miranda. He's been unmuted. Sorry about that.
Hi, everyone. Okay, my name is Jose Miranda. I am an immigration attorney at Catholic Migration Services, a nonprofit legal service provider that operates out of Brooklyn and Queens. I've represented people who have been detained at Hudson County Correctional Facility, and I'm here in my personal capacity to urge you to vote no on extending Hudson County's contract with ICE. In a moment, I will briefly share two stories that exemplify how unjust our immigration legal system is. But first, I'd like to request that the freeholders engage in an exercise of imagination. Imagine a US immigration legal system that operates on a logic of inclusion, not exclusion. A system that seeks to unite families rather than break them apart. A system that both in substance and form actually respects due process and human rights. A system that aims to promote a multiracial democracy over a white supremacist fascism. A system that prioritizes people over profits, and a system that values freedom of movement over incarceration. My first case anecdote of the people who I will anonymize for the sake of their privacy is about Giovanni. Giovanni is someone who was wrongfully detained by ICE's very own standards at Hudson County Jail. Giovanni fled from the US to the US in 2019 with his partner and his 4-year-old son after suffering persecution and violence at the hands of a transnational criminal gang. Upon arrival to the US, ICE made a clear custody determination to release Giovanni from their custody while placing him under order of supervision. The order required Giovanni and his family to routinely check in with an ICE deportation officer. Now, despite attending his first check-in with ICE, thus fully complying with his order of supervision, on the day of his second check-in with ICE, his deportation officer arrested Giovanni and detained him without any warning or explanation. Now, my client spent an entire month wrongfully detained at Hudson County Jail, away from his wife and 4-year-old son, before he was offered an opportunity to make a case for his release at his bond hearing in immigration court. And at this hearing, ICE produced a falsified document stating that Giovanni had not attended his first check-in. Thankfully, my litigation team and I had records on hand showing via Giovanni's dated signature that he had, in fact, attended his first check-in. Thankfully, Giovanni had a team of attorneys in his corner, but as we know, most immigrants don't. The second story I'll share is about Richie. Richie spent nearly a year detained at Hudson County Jail in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic under unconstitutional conditions. Richie arrived to the US in the early 90s. He spent over 20 years in the US before ICE arrested him after he was convicted for a DUI. Richie was detained just before the start of the pandemic, and while he was inside Hudson County Jail, he developed chronic medical conditions that put him at high risk of severe health complications and even death were he to contract COVID-19. Notably, Richie had no health complications before he entered Hudson County Jail. I took on Richie's case nearly 6 months after he had developed his chronic health conditions. Pretty quickly, it was clear that he had a strong habeas corpus case, that is, a petition arguing that his imprisonment was unlawful, given his worsening health conditions and the poor and unsanitary living conditions inside Hudson County Jail throughout the pandemic. ICE eventually released Richie, but only after dozens of hours of work by a team of federal and local litigators and technical support from a network of medical providers. After spending nearly an entire year detained at Hudson County Jail, Richie finally returned home to his wife and 2 US citizen children in a fragile state of health. While he was detained, Richie's wife had to incur debt to cover household expenses since he was the main breadwinner, and his 18-year-old son had to defer plans to attend college to help out with his bills at home, with the family's bills at home. All of the suffering Richie and Giovanni experienced and all of the labor my team and I spent on these cases could and should be unnecessary. But for that to be the case, we need to start shutting down immigration prisons. This vote, your vote, presents an opportunity. It is an opportunity to shut down one of the many prisons that we need to shut down. It is an opportunity to enact a more just and humane immigration legal system. I urge you to vote no on renewing Hudson County's contract with ICE so that we may build an immigration legal system that values freedom over unfreedom. Thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Freeholder Cifelli.
I just want to respond to the last speaker, and I wanted to laud him for the exceptional advocacy that he and his colleagues performed and the successful outcome that local legal representation afforded his client, Richie. And I think it was at the highest pinnacle of the legal profession that speaker performed, and I just want to thank him for that as a fellow attorney, and that's my hope that everyone else in that facility gets the same expert legal assistance that Richie was afforded. Thank you.
Next speaker is Charlene Walker.
Al,
Yes.
Al, I thought we were going to let Father Squio speak from First Friends.
Did you find Father?
Father Squio.
Hold on one second. Gene Squio.
Say something.
Yeah, I know he's there.
I see him.
I guess nobody can put up.
Father Squio, you can speak.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank the freeholders for letting me to go at this point, and I apologize to all of the speakers that are following me. My name is Father Gene Squio. For about 40 years or so, I was co-pastor at St. Patrick's and Assumption All Saints churches in Jersey City. For the last 7 or 8 years, I've been a volunteer in the chaplain's office at Hudson County Jail. And being cognizant of being pushed up forward, I'm going to condense my remarks, which I'm sure the chairman will appreciate. But just to be concise, the county must not participate in a cruel, unjust, inhumane immigration, detention, and deportation system that rips families apart and crushes the human spirit. In my time at Hudson, and if we ever are in a less formal setting, I'd be glad to share stories of so many of the detainees I've met over the years, the injustices that they face through ICE. But one person stands in mind because when I first met him, Juan appeared so much in distress. He was completely distraught. Juan was a single head of a household, and he had no idea after ICE detained him what had happened to his 14-year-old son. For a couple of weeks, I tried to assist Juan in that quest for his son, and he kept getting more and more emotionally distressed. It was near an emotional meltdown. Finally, thanks to a Sister Margaret, worked for a Catholic agency in Long Island, she was able to track through New York Family Services where Juan's son was in foster care. And so I was able to help him reach out to his son, and it relieved tremendous pressure. But over the 7-8 months that Juan was in Hudson, when he finally started to be able to telephone his son, the son, was beginning to have behavioral issues and so on. In any case, there was a happy ending. Juan eventually was released, was reunited with his son. The family was made whole again. But the moral of the story is ICE doesn't care. They don't care what happens to the families. They don't care what happens to children left on their own. And so for the county of Hudson, I think ICE is just the most inappropriate party for the county government to be in partnership with. Now, I appreciate that a number of the freeholders have either said tonight or have told me outside of the meeting that they're trying to base their decision not on finances, but on what's in the best interest of the detainees. And I believe at least that analysis is a valid basis for making a moral decision. But improved conditions at the jail do not justify extending this contract for a period of 10 years. So I would respectfully disagree with the conclusions of those who think it's in the best interest of the detainees to extend the contract. As has been said, being part of this whole ICE system, it makes Hudson County a participant in a cruel and unjust detention and deportation mechanism. It's degrading to Hudson County's government, which purports to be a government that's sensitive to the needs of all citizens, including immigrants. And it's a decision that will be offensive to the residents of Hudson County, an overwhelmingly immigrant community.
Mr. Chairman, time's up.
Father, you want to wrap it up, please?
Wrap it up. 30
Yes,
seconds.
sure. So what I would say, I think I would second what Bill O'Day said, that there's an opportunity here with so few people, less than 100 in detention at Hudson, to stop taking new detainees, start working to get those in detention, get their cases resolved. And I would invite the members of the Freeholder Board to work together with legal groups and community advocates to look for alternatives to detention, to look for ways to work with the Biden administration to end detention.
Thank you very much, Father. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. That was Al Cifelli's idea, though, not mine. Okay.
Next speaker is Charlene Walker.
Sometimes, Bill, other than you, have great ideas.
You often have good ideas, great ideas, Al.
Ms. Walker?
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlene Walker, and I'm the Executive Director of Faith in New Jersey. Faith in New Jersey is a multi-faith, multi-racial, statewide organizing entity across New Jersey. We call people of faith and people of good conscience into the public square to give a moral mandate for how this world can be and should be. Today, I'm going to read a statement that is from Faith in New Jersey, as well as Faith in New York, that is also part of our national organization, Faith in Action. Together, we have gathered over 167 clergy to sign on to this statement that I am currently going to read. This statement represents every borough within New York City, Long Island, as well as more than half of the counties across the state of New Jersey. The statement reads, "Dear Hudson County Commissioners, as faith leaders from multiple denominations across New Jersey and New York, we are united under a core belief of support and togetherness. We understand the words of the Hebrew Bible that remind us to not stand idly by while our neighbor bleeds. If we take this to heart, how much the more so must we condemn the practice of profiting off of that pain? We call upon you, our appointed lawmakers, to devote your platform to one of radical change, one that begins to end the commodification of primarily Black and brown bodies by ending the county's contract with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We ask that you no longer be complacent in the trauma, fear, and racism that this contract aids ICE in inflicting upon immigrant communities. We ask that you no longer force your constituents to benefit from the suffering of their neighbors. As representatives of our community, we know the people of Hudson County to be people of faith and sound conscience. A decision to renew the contract is not reflective of the community you serve. We want to be a beacon of hope that seeks to redeem this nation from the great harm it has done for the sake of profit and white supremacy. We remind you that our various faith traditions call us to love thy neighbor and to ensure the inherent worth and dignity of all people. We believe this can be done through a responsible end to the contract determined in collaboration with stakeholders and advocates that includes connecting detainees to community organizations and legal services so they may seek release and or prepare legal defenses. We may or may not agree with the national policies that have led to this unjust incarceration. However, we can agree that Hudson County should not become the federal government's warehouse for those it wishes to keep out of the public eye. We do a disservice not only to those who live in Hudson County, whose hands are stained with this blood, or even those in prison in these subhuman conditions, but also to our fellow New Jerseyans and New Yorkers, as we allow them to avert their eyes from this challenge to building a just society. That is fair to all. Return these parents to their children, spouses to their husbands or wives, human beings to their freedom. Their incarceration is a burden unworthy of this county and not worth the payoff at any price. We implore you to vote against extending this contract. Instead, we ask that you embrace building the beloved community, one of hope, opportunity, justice, and love. And in closing, I'd like to say that be assured that the faith community will always stand with those that are incarcerated, those that are being unjustly held and dehumanized. No matter what, no matter where our immigrant loved ones are, we will stand with them. Faith in New Jersey is part of Faith in Action, which is the largest organizing entity of faith communities across this country. With any state or any place that we can be, we will stand there. And this stands for the entire faith community. So rest assured, to make the moral decision, there will be someone to stand in support of immigrants always. God bless.
The next speaker.
Mr. Chairman, hold on, Mr. Chairman. Al, do we have a quorum? Because I only see 2 people on the screen and there's only 2 in the chambers.
1, 2, we have Cedeño, Cifelli, Walker.
Okay,
Yes,
I just
we
want to
do.
make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, now, there was a speaker earlier who was not on the line. She's back, Stacy Gregg. Ms. Gregg, can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd like to know before I get my 5 minutes, is Mr. DeGeis on the phone? I mean, there's a quorum, but I can't see who's listening in.
County executives generally not attend our meetings. It's not required to.
I thought he was on one of the freeholders.
No, but he's the county executive.
He is. All right, you start my 5 minutes. Stacy Gregg from New Jersey, lifetime member of the National Organization for Women, member of the NAACP, and Facebook group, Close the Camps, New Jersey. These are camps. I spoke to you last time. Everybody has been excellent. So many advocates out there. I in particular asked before I had my 5 minutes about the executive DeGeis, because today I was very dismayed to hear that he has any influence in this whatsoever, because he has written an article that came out with Steve Lennox as the reporter today. Detainees, families, county lose if ICE contract not renewed, DeGeis says. Now this makes sense. I think I read somewhere that Mr. DeGeis has a salary, quite high salary, whereas the Hudson freeholders, commissioners now, yourselves, have more money given to you than any other county in the state of New Jersey is your salary. And I'm very dismayed that the things that he said were scaremongering. I guess it's part of his job and salary, if that's what he's so worried about. It was very upsetting. The scaremongering in this article, have you all read it? Well, you can answer me after I'm done, but it indicated that there was one person being held by ICE for murder, and then there were sexual predators in there, people being held, which, you know, they should be getting help from Edna May. We have a place set up for that, which they're not getting. It's uncanny to me that Mr. Florio there, the attorney, looks so much like the ex-governor, but he's not. But I was very, since I've been here for almost 5 hours reading everybody's bios, I'm very happy that the lawyer also is a Democrat and supported the same people that I did. He helped with their campaigns. But I'm curious where this money's going. How many of you have relatives at an arm's length that are making money somewhere along the lines from this contract? And a 10-year contract is very upsetting that this would even be considered. So this is a good day. I want to play. How many minutes left? Time? Are you listening to me? Anybody there?
Yes, I can hear you.
How many
Yes,
minutes
we're
do
listening.
I have? Reclaim my time. How much
You have
time?
approximately 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, I would like to play a song to change your hearts. It's by the Black Eyed Peas. It's called Big Love. And I really think you guys need to hear this and play it. It was out in 2018. And
But
there's a warning.
It should be hard to watch. But imagine having to live through it. No kid should have to live through what your sadness.
And then since you're
gotta connection. Takes you and I to keep the hope alive. Living in the time with the fight to survive, and all we need is love.
What?
These are ICE people. It's video.
I can't figure that one out. Right. Don't close it. Don't let it. I'll come back at 11. Need a break yet?
You weren't listening, and I guess you didn't like the song. Have you heard of it before? You can answer me when I'm done. I believe I have another minute left, but it's showing the effect on children. It's an 8-minute video. It was very popular, and you guys need to show some love. Supposedly, there's 9 of you that are going to be voting on this. There's been enough good information, Mr. Cifelli, to answer your questions. There will be people. The people will not be sent away without attorneys standing by. You have more than 30 days to the end of the year. 12/31 should be the end of it. You need to close it down and not make beds available for ICE. ICE has an acronym of inhumane, cruel, and evil for a reason. Yes, we do need Border Patrol, but we don't need this new monstrosity that's been created with the agenda of the whole administration. Are you telling me I had 30 seconds?
Mr. Chair.
30 seconds or time?
Time.
Next speaker.
Thank you.
Time's up.
Next speaker is Katya Altman. You're on self-mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you so much for getting the opportunity to speak. I've become a regular speaker at these meetings, but like last time, I'm not gonna give my own statement. I'm going to read a statement. This is my fellow DSA member, Daniel Martenho. He's a Kearney resident, code 07032. He is a pharmacy liaison with New York Presbyterian, which is why he can't be there to testify. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback from the chambers. So I'm going to begin my statement, which is Daniel's statement. When my parents came to this country and eventually settled in Kearney, they did so under the impression that they were entering a space that valued the immigrant communities within it beyond how best to commodify and exotify their cultures, foods, and festivities. You can only imagine the dissonance they must have felt when one day they are celebrating a day dedicated to honoring their upbringing, parading down Kearney Avenue with bands and floats, flashing the colors, their birth country's flag, while the next day they are rushing to the aid of their undocumented family friend who is inconsolable that a routine traffic stop outside of West Hudson Park might mean a permanent separation from their children. Freeholders, I ask each of you, how is it that you truly view the immigrant communities of Hudson County? Do they exist just to provide the best, trendiest eateries to bolster your town's shopping districts? Are they just fun ways to spice up your cultural centers? Or are they simply convenient bodies to fill up the beds of a torture facility known specifically for decades of medical abuse and neglect, being only exacerbated during a global, immensely tragic pandemic? You would approve that this engine of destruction be housed within our communities? You would have our kidnappers and executioners be at the same table our county is more than happy to place the dishes of our homelands upon? Enough of the false promises. Enough of the charades and parades and festivities masking an open and unabashed willingness to sell people to a government cabal known best for disappearing immigrants when unjustly and indefinitely detaining them for the express purpose of lining the pockets of indifferent investors. Does Hudson County wish to be one of those pockets? I ask you one more time, how is it that you truly view the immigrant communities of Hudson County? Your decision today is the answer to that question. The only acceptable one is to choose to not renew this horrific, inhumane contract with our oppressors. And that concludes Daniel's statement. And I just want to add on a few comments of my own. Like a lot of commenters, I've been a little bit disappointed in Cifelli creating what I see as a false dichotomy between detainees being sent out of New Jersey if the contract is ended, when, as we know, ICE has already sending detainees out because they regularly transfer people from Hudson County while the jail has been taking people from ICE. I believe Alina Das and Daniel Altman testified to that reality much more eloquently than I, but I just wanted to emphasize their point. And I also just want to emphasize again that there has been overwhelming opposition to this contract. And so I hope you really take that into account, that the public is unanimously against this contract, and that if this is a democracy and if our voices matter, you would vote no on renewing this contract. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Next speaker is Karen Van Oppen.
Mr. Chairman, can I have one quick comment? I appreciate the speaker's conclusion that the constituents of Hudson County unanimously agree to end the contract. I would respectfully disagree with that as being an inflated perception. However, but more particularly to my position is, I've spoken to the individuals there, and I think I have a semblance of what their desires are. So, okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Van Oppen.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Karin Van Oppen. I am an immigrant to this country, as is my husband. My husband can vote. I cannot yet. Those who know how long it can take to become a citizen and how costly it is will realize that after 20 years, it's not uncommon to been here but not be a citizen yet. That said, I consider myself a constituent of Joel Torres, and I would like to thank him for what he's done, not just for the contract, but for everything on the board. I also was a bit flabbergasted that you all are no longer sending him all the emails that he needs to be able to make a vote today. Also, thank you to Mr. O'Day, because I know from the many years that I've been involved in these discussions, how much he's been at the forefront of getting this done right. I've visited people at the that are detained via volunteering as with First Friends, and I often think of conversations that I had with them. I can't imagine how it must be like to be housed in a jail that is actually only meant for short-term placement. And I know that there are some differences, at least before COVID, as to how they are, housed, or that they have a little bit more leeway in playing games and that kind of stuff. But that doesn't take away that they are under the same roof and that they have the same rules. And I've seen this when you go visit, and when their families visit, there is no change. It is as if they are inmates there. So that's one thing. And for years, I've been coming to the meetings first to get rid of 287G, later to discuss in 2018 not to renew this contract. And I remember that we were all in the administrative building. For some reason, I believe it was said that because it was bigger and we could not take pictures and we cannot take videos. But I remember what I said that day, that I was concerned that you all were having a contract extensions for 2 years while saying that, oh, we want to get out of this, we are not continuing. And I at that point said, why are you then making it for, or we have to vote on it again for 2 years? And there was a big discussion about, oh, it's a path to an exit. And people might think maybe you lost your way or you're still looking for the exit. But from my point of view, I can see 2018 date of that meeting and the 2020 date of this meeting. And I see that there were elections right before that and now again. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. But you should know that there will be again elections. And you should know that even if you have this contract for the next 10 years or indefinitely or whatever it may be, that we still again will show up to say, you need to stop this contract. And as much as I understand the concern for the people that are there to get legal advice, there were people there in 2018. They're having people there for 20 years. There will be people there in 2 years, but there will be different people. So to just use these 80 individuals as a reason to keep this contract going is just not, I don't see that as a valuable reason. Now, what I'm interested in hearing is seeing how this discussion will go to stop the contract, but make it so that you can keep the people in there if they want so, and so that they can have legal advice until their case is solved. So I'll be listening to that. I'll keep track of what you're doing, not just today, but in the foreseeable future, because as an immigrant, I feel the need to make sure that all immigrants are treated decently and humanely. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Marie DeLuca.
Hold on now. Hold on, Mr. Clerk, 1 second. I'm conferring with counsel.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Oh, yes, Freeholder. Florio.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna consensus of the board. I think we were speaking. We're gonna cap the speakers at this point. We're no more speakers, Mr. Clerk.
I would like to skip my
So whoever signed up right now, we're gonna try to let them all speak, but we're not gonna accept any more speakers. Is that okay, Mr. Florio?
Yeah, as I said at the time of our last meeting, Mr. Chairman, the Public Meetings Act requires public participation, but does not specify the amount of time or the numbers of speakers that are required to meet that legal requirement. So at this point, with 60 speakers, I would consider it to be a reasonable time to move on to the next business of the board.
All the hands.
No, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm just gonna cap the speakers right now. No more people can jump on the meeting. Because we could be here till 24 hours.
But hold on. So whoever's raised their hand as a speaker now, how many speakers are left, Mr. Santos?
Well, all the speakers were just removed.
All the speakers are just removed. The lower hands were lowered.
Why was that?
To give my testimony.
That's insane.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I didn't, I had
Check with
52.
Check with him in the back. What's going on? Hold on.
So look, while you do that, so my understanding was that the chair's position was those speakers that had gone, you said that number's 52, they would be allowed to speak, and that's the end of that would be the end of the speakers. Those 52. And Mr. Florio, I would put for the record that I believe in order to end the discussion, we require a motion and a second, and a 2/3 vote of the board is required.
Mr. Florio, is that correct or a majority?
I would concur with that analysis, Mr. Freeholder O'Day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what do you got from the back?
How many does he have?
Yeah.
We need to get those 52 speakers back on. Come on.
How many speakers does he have?
So the hands are coming back up.
Okay.
200.
Hear that?
Well, 4 3/4 be 6, right? Or 7.
Yeah, 55 right now.
So that's it. We have 55 speakers. I think that's reasonable. Allow
Just
all
went
those
up to
individuals to speak.
62. Just went up to
Oh,
62.
We're supposed to
Stop it.
cap it at 55.
We'll cap it at whatever it's at now. Who cares? Just cap it what it's at right now.
Listen, we're going to move to cap it right now, but if the board so desires to make that motion, attain that motion, and carry that motion, it's going to happen. Let's just move on. Go ahead. No more speakers after that, Mr. Clark.
That's it.
The last speaker I have with a raised hand is Ethan Young.
Excuse me, I was just called. My name is Marie DeLuca.
Yeah, your time, Ms. DeLuca, your time hasn't started yet. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, the last speaker I have is Ethan Young. So the current speaker is Ms. DeLuca. So Ms. DeLuca, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marie DeLuca. I am an emergency medicine physician in New York City. I have a Bachelor of Science and a Doctor of Medicine from Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, and I completed an emergency medicine residency at Detroit Receiving Hospital in Detroit, Michigan. I'm now a research fellow and an emergency medicine physician in New York City, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. After I was notified as a doctor participating in the Medical Provider Network of the New York Lawyers for Public Interest about the case of Mr. Gaspar Avendaño Hernandez, I reviewed his medical records about his conditions and treatment in detention. This was in February of 2020. I reviewed over 100 pages of records released from the Hudson County Corrections and Rehabilitation Center on February 11th of 2020, as well as notes from conversations with his legal team, and over 50 pages of documents, including the records from his treatments at Maimonides Medical Center from February 6th to February 7th. This testimony is based off of these records. I wrote 2 medical advocacy letters in support of releasing Mr. Gaspar Avendaño Hernandez based on my review of these records and the concerns they raised about his medical conditions in detention. Mr. Gaspar Avendaño Hernandez was tased during an ICE raid in New York City on February 6, 2020, and subsequently developed rhabdomyolysis, a condition which muscle breakdown results in release of protein into the blood, which can lead to electrolyte abnormalities, kidney damage, and death. Additionally, the records noted multiple abnormal heart tests, an elevated troponin, a right bundle branch block on his EKG, an abnormal echocardiogram, and a 33-year-old man with no prior medical or heart conditions. These problems were concerning. On discharge from Maimonides Medical Center, he was given instructions to rest, take adequate hydration, avoid exercise, avoid hot conditions, and avoid any activities that would promote dehydration. He was then told to follow up with a cardiologist in 2 to 3 weeks to assess whether his abnormal cardiac testing had resolved, and he was then taken to Hudson County Correctional Facility. On discharge from his hospital, Mr. Avendaño Hernandez was placed in 24-hour isolation in Hudson County Correctional Facility on February 8th. He was denied access to phone calls with his family. He was not given any utensils to eat his food with, and he had all of his clothes taken away from the 8th until the 10th. He reportedly only had access to water every 8 hours and had difficulty sleeping due to his placement at Hudson County. There was no medical indication for isolation. There are multiple documented psychiatric examinations and the records which indicate no reported suicidal ideation and normal psychiatric exams. There were no abnormal vitals or indications of an infectious disease that would require isolation from general population. Isolation is psychologically harmful, and again, there was no medical indication for his isolation or for the removal of his clothing. Additionally, Mr. Avendaño Hernandez was explicitly told to maintain adequate hydration upon discharge from the hospital due to his medical diagnoses. Yet he was placed in an environment where he did not have free access or frequent access to water. The conditions of his detention at Hudson County directly conflicted with the recommendations made for his medical care. Further, there were no indications in the released records that Mr. Avendaño Hernandez was allowed to schedule his necessary follow-up appointments. As a physician, I'm deeply concerned about his treatment, including the medical conditions he sustained after being tased and the conditions he was placed in while in detention at Hudson County. The care he received placed him at substantial risk of serious harm, and the detention facility did not take reasonable steps to keep him safe. Mr. Avendano Hernandez's treatment is consistent with a pattern of deficient care at Hudson County. This pattern has repeated in other extreme cases. Per report from the New York Lawyers for Public Interest in 2019, Mr. Carlos Bonilla bled to death after Hudson County Correctional Facility failed to treat a known and serious medical condition. I'm asking you now to think about the harm that has been done to Mr. Bonilla, to Mr. Avendano Hernandez, and to countless others at Hudson County Correctional Facility. As a physician, I have a duty to do no harm, and so I'm speaking to you today to ask you to end the contract and end the terrible harm that is being done in our name. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Alex Gillette.
Excuse me, can I ask the doctor a question?
Go ahead.
Doctor, this is Al Cifelli. The incidents that you just related and you were reading from medical reports, which I appreciate. When were those incidents? What was the date of those incidents?
So the records that I reviewed were from February of this year.
Oh, no, not the date of the records. What was the date of the episodes?
Oh, I actually mentioned that several times. So he was transferred.
I'm sorry, doctor. I'm sorry. That's why I asked him, because
of course.
So
he was at Maimonides Medical Center from the 6th of February to the 7th. And then he was placed in isolation at Hudson County on the 8th of February.
What years?
2020.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alex Gillette.
Hi, folks. Most of what I was going to say has been eloquently covered by the folks that came before me, doctors, lawyers, faith leaders who have all spoken unanimously. So in my time with you all since 1 p.m. today, I've put together a short poem that I'd just like to share. It's called The Mirror by the Golden Door. When you looked yourself in the mirror this morning, what you saw was the result of those who came here, just like your forefathers, circumstances oft enshrouded in pain. They cannot see what is in the mirror, though, because they don't have a mirror, because they're trapped in a cage. True, your family came before theirs, but you know you're both the same. Yet still you allow them to be imprisoned here in our home by the Golden Door. The exact same place where just recently you swore to it nevermore. You called them concentration camps, internment camps, and we thought you could comprehend, but you can never understand because you're not in their hands. The mirror you reflect in is clouded now, and you no longer see a friend. It's true they've made their mistakes, but they pray for you, your families, and your friends. While it's true that we are all the same, you see a golden door they cannot, because while you sit with your family and feast in a cage, they will rot. I'd just like to close with the following. You are not God. You are not a judge. Your clients are not the detainees of the jail. They are spoken for. Your clients are the individuals addressed in this chamber on this call. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Chanel Diaz.
Thank you. My name is Chanel Diaz, and I am testifying also in opposition to renewal of the contract with ICE. I'm a public health trained, board certified internal medicine physician in the state of New York, an assistant professor of medicine, and I volunteered with Health Right International, Physicians for Human Rights, and the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest Medical Providers Network. I've conducted several, at least 4 medical evaluations of individuals in ICE custody at Hudson County since 2018, as well as other detention facilities across New Jersey. And what I have witnessed is a system that by design lacks humanity and is creating a public health crisis. Every person, every single person I have met with says that they are treated like animals. The dehumanization is reflected in the egregious medical care that they receive. And I'm speaking as someone who's reviewed thousands of pages of medical records in the last several years, at least several hundred of which come from Hudson County. So when that's the standard, you can imagine what that does to a person's health, what that does to a person's mental and physical well-being. At Hudson County in particular, the network of volunteer physicians that I'm a part of has documented repeated instances of dangerous delays in diagnoses, denial of medical treatment that's necessary, failure to meet standards of care for chronic diseases like diabetes, HIV, and use of solitary confinement as retaliation. These are just some of the things that I've documented. The list goes on, and this was pre-COVID. One of the most disturbing things I witnessed at Hudson was the misuse of solitary confinement for a mental health crisis, something that we know increases someone's risk for suicide. But it's also been used for clients that I've evaluated for retaliation purposes. One client in particular I evaluated in 2018 recounted how after months of his mental illness going untreated at Hudson County, he suffered a panic attack. And in response to this mental health crisis, he was placed in solitary confinement for over 24 hours. I want to be clear that solitary confinement, which is euphemistically referred to as isolation, is recognized as a form of psychological torture by physicians and several medical associations. It's highly associated with self-harm and suicide, and especially concerning given the multiple deaths by suicide at Hudson County in the past. I'm additionally concerned about the response that there has been to the COVID pandemic and the fact that not everyone was released in response to this pandemic. I've written extensively about the importance, the urgency of responding to this pandemic by releasing individuals. And what we've seen in Hudson County is several deaths of staff due to COVID. I believe that even though there are over a dozen people who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 at Hudson, that this is an underestimate, that without routine testing, without routine screening, we will never know the true numbers. Advocates and individuals report people who are symptomatic and not being tested and not being isolated. There's still issues with accessing soap and hand sanitizer and cleaning products. And so I just really want to emphasize that this is a pivotal point, that the status quo of deadly neglect takes on a new meaning during a pandemic. And I will yield my time there.
Next speaker is Casey Trimble.
Hi, good evening. My name is Casey Trimble. I am an elected member of the Bergen County Democratic Committee. I'm a proud public defender and a proud union member of the Association of Legal Aid Attorneys. But today I am speaking from my individual perspective and not on behalf of my office. The first point I want to address is this letter from the NYIFUP that takes no position as to the board's decision. Yet you heard from immigration attorneys, public defenders, and others who represent immigrant detainees, and every single person who spoke today spoke against the renewal of this contract. So why would we as individuals come out against the contract when the statement from the NYIFUP takes a position? I can't speak for them, of course, but for myself, I would say you shouldn't expect a law office or a group of law offices to voice support for a larger strategic goal, like reducing the overall ICE capacity to incarcerate. That's just outside the purview of public defense offices. When I work as a public defender and I speak at work, I have an ethical obligation to each individual client, not the overall community of potential clients or even my current clients as a fungible group. Take the analogy of plea bargaining. If we had the ability to act strategically to the benefit of the entire community of potential clients or current clients, we'd stop taking any plea offers at all. That strain on the system would result in fewer convictions, fewer people in jail and prison, and an overall benefit to our clients, outcomes that we actually want to see realized. But it could result in worse outcomes for some individual clients. And public defense offices simply can't place the interest of our clients as a group above the interest of any single individual client. To me, this decision is similar. It's not only possible, I would argue likely, that most current detainees would benefit from a reduced capacity for ICE cages in which to hold them. The rewards substantially outweigh the risks. But because the NYIFUP believes there's some lingering uncertainty that it would reward literally every single client to which they represent, you have a letter that's relatively silent. But that silence in official capacity should not be taken as a statement in support of the ICE contract. Sign that immigration attorneys and public defenders believe that it is in the best interest of our clients as a whole, both current and future ones, that you should renew the contract. Because if they believed as much, they would have said so, either as an office or as individuals. To me, it's simple. Ending the contract presents a greater potential for benefits than risk to current detainees, both in terms of the likelihood of that risk and especially the severity of that risk. And it presents an overwhelmingly positive benefit to potential future victims of ICE arrests because it reduces the overall capacity to incarcerate and separate families. The second point I want to address is the county executive's letter to you, in which he purports to list the crimes committed by the human beings that he wants you to put in cages here in Hudson County. First, this appears to be a cherry-picked list that conveniently ignores many immigrants who are caged by ICE after being accused of far less serious offenses. And second, sending you this list seems to me as an attempt to argue that these people deserve to be punished by even more incarceration than the law authorizes for everyone else who is not an immigrant. That's an argument to increase the already gigantic racial and ethnic disparity that pervades the system of incarceration in this country. I have witnessed in my career as a public defender how Black and brown people, especially immigrants, face far worse in the criminal justice system. They're more likely to be arrested, jailed pre-trial, and convicted and given longer sentences for similar acts compared to their white and native-born counterparts. You cannot double down on that disparity by deeming these humans as deserving of continued incarceration. You must ignore that list because it is completely irrelevant to the decision you are being asked to make. You are not judges with the power to sentence people a second time for crimes. These are humans facing a civil immigration-related action by ICE, and many of them will actually win those cases and eventually be deemed lawful residents of the United States. The decision you have to make is whether these humans facing a civil matter will remain incarcerated. And I strongly disagree with this idea that they'll remain incarcerated either way. The only difference is where the incarceration will occur. That's not how ICE bureaucracy works. Under both the Obama administration and Trump administration, the system operated with a simple equation to determine how many humans to cage. How many cages do we have, and how many humans can we fit in those cages? They have near infinite demand. The question is the supply. Please do not supply the chains that will bind our neighbors or the cages they will suffer in. Please do not renew this contract. Thank you.
Can I ask a question of the public defender?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trumbull, is it?
Trimble, yeah.
Trimble, I'm sorry. This is Al Cifelli, one of the public defenders. I'm also an attorney, so I appreciate your comments about the attorney-client relationship. So, but just to clarify something for some of my colleagues and the people that are listening, you acknowledge that the November 17th, 2020 letter that you refer, I believe that same letter that I'm holding that you referred to, that letter kind of walks back, if I can use the vernacular, walks back the position that the attorneys previously had set forward, which was don't cancel the contract.
That's correct. The prior letter said don't cancel it.
No, I get it. The second question is, you also, I believe, would agree that the attorneys for the detainees that are presently in our facility, and I'm not talking about Bergen or Essex, I'm talking about our facility, that the attorneys for our facility have now, with this letter, taken a position of neutrality. Or walking back that position.
I would say that the law offices for which the attorneys work are unable to give a firm position. And my statement would be that I believe that position, speaking just for myself, I believe that's an ethical constraint because they, unless you can say that it will benefit every single client, you can't advocate for a position.
Mr. Trimble, because lawyer to lawyer, you realize that you can't lump clients together. Every client is his or her own case and cause.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I were to hypothetically say to you that people there, individuals, have said they don't want to be removed and they are against any policy that would risk them to be removed or increase their risk to be removed, if you were their attorney, hypothetically, you would have to, irrespective of your own beliefs as to what the ultimate justice of the system is, you'd have to abide by your client's belief, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Hold on. Al, before the question's answered, Al Santos, I'm the only person in the chamber now. I just want to make sure we still have a quorum.
2, 3, 4. 2. Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Al. I'm sorry, Freeholder
I'm sorry,
Cifelli.
go ahead.
No, so I would say that's incorrect. If I followed through with every single one of my clients' beliefs of what would be the best outcome for them, I guarantee you my clients would suffer worse outcomes than if I added my own professional judgment and guided them and advised them. And if I could, I don't represent the clientele at the Hudson County facility at the
I'm
moment.
talking hypothetically. I understand.
Right. Hypothetically, I believe in their best interests, it would be to cancel this contract. And I think you need to take the professional perspectives from the people that have come out and spoken today, more than detainees who may not understand the larger systemic decisions that are being made.
All right, I understand. I have your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hold on, Clerk Santos. Does the stenographer need a break? Do you need a break?
Are you gonna take a timeout?
Yeah, 10-minute break. Would you like that?
I'll wait till your timeout.
No.
Are you only doing like a couple? You're doing like 60?
No, how many more speakers are there, Al?
We
got a lot more speakers.
Oh, okay, then I'll take a break.
All right, so I'll make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Second.
So 10 after 6.
Correct.
All right.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll see you back here at 6:10.
You got it. Can you hear me, Al? Can anybody hear me? Did I unmute?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I went to the men's room, so I want to make sure that I'm back on. Is that Billy talking?
No, that was Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. How are you? I can't see on the camera. Are you on Zoom?
Yeah, I'm
How
here.
you doing?
Doing all right. How you doing, man?
I'm okay, Jerry. I'm just getting ready for Thanksgiving. I'm okay.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
very COVID Thanksgiving.
It's with your family, right?
That's it. Just my kids and my wife and I, and we usually have 30 or 40 people.
Yeah, we struggling with that. I got a couple
We are on challenging times. Oh, hold on, I got somebody calling me back. I don't know who this is. Hold on.
You can hit mute so nobody
Hold
will
on.
hear you, Al.
Hello. I have somebody left their cell phone here, and I'm hoping they're calling me back to say,
Al,
yes.
Al, if you're going to take a phone call, you should mute your screen.
Well, all right, I'll just go into the other room because this IT stuff boggles me and I always mess it up. But I'll go into, it's just somebody left their cell phone in my office and I'm trying to call back whoever's cell phone it is. So they're not going crazy looking for their cell phone, you know?
Well, just give the number out on the internet and they'll call you back.
Hey, Al, let me ask you something.
Yeah. Sound like it's sued.
Al, you on your computer or your phone?
I'm on both. I'm on my laptop and I'm holding someone's computer.
If you scroll down with the scroller at the bottom left-hand corner, you can't see it, but if you put it on the bottom left corner, you'll see mute and then you'll see stop video on the bottom.
All right. Uh-oh. I am so IT challenged,
Take your
Jerry.
mouse and go to the bottom of the left screen, you'll see the mute.
All right, hold on. I'm going to get to this. Jerry.
Al, if you throw the computer against the wall, it will mute.
Shut up. I'm trying to be a good citizen here. I can't.
Just scroll over your image. Scroll over your image.
Wait.
Scroll over your image. You'll see a little mute button pop up.
Join meeting. I'm going to exit out.
No,
I don't want to leave meeting. I want to cancel. Now can you hear me?
You know what? I can mute you, Al, from here. You want me to mute you?
Yeah, please help him out.
Whatever.
Okay. You're muted.
We can't hear you no more, Al.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
He's still talking now. We can't hear you, bro. I'm gonna go mute.
Unmute me. Come on, man.
Okay, you're unmuted now.
All right, I'm in full participation.
Okay.
All right. I think Kenny's wife left her cell phone outside on the conference room table. So I'm just concerned that she's going to go crazy looking for her cell phone, but I have it. Although she's probably crazy being married to Kenny, but that's another story. So Al.
This Al?
You Al.
Yes.
So what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
We're breaking up into 4 groups. So 4 small groups.
In the same, in 4 small houses?
Yes, mother, sisters, brothers, and aunts. And we're going to do Zoom at some point. And I've been tasked with the raise your hand icon monitoring.
Well, you're getting to be a pro, man. You're the guy.
I get to say, your time is up.
Yeah.
I'm being kind.
That's not funny, but it's an experience. You know?
I think we're still on the internet, right?
Yeah, we are.
No, I'm not saying anything that no one
I'm
can
just
hear.
freeholder. I just asked a question.
Oh, all right.
We're broadcasting, Ed.
I'm after my last incident, I'm much more cognizant of. However, so I was telling my wife that we normally have 30 people or 25 to 30 people for dinner, but most of them happen to be her family because my family is very small at this point. I got my sister and she's got her own family, so they all stay together. And my parents are gone and I don't have any other siblings. So everybody that comes is generally either like the Barone family or my in-laws. And I always have like 25 people. and it cost me a fortune to do this, but I don't care because I love it. I love the holiday. So she's pining that we can't have all these people over. And I'd say, I appreciate that. And we're not going to have them. We're just going to have ourselves and our kids. But I saw a line wrapped around Holy Cross Church yesterday. I'm not kidding. And I got out of the car and I said, why are these people standing in line? And then I realized that Holy Cross has a food bank.
It's food.
Food bank in Harrison was somewhere else. I guess now there's 2 food banks, and I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
So,
when you see lines right now, it's either a food bank or a testing center.
no, this was a food bank. So I have to, so I said to my wife, we're going to divert the money we would have spent on your family, not mine, but we're going to do that with the food bank. So, but this COVID stuff is terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, so
What's that?
Terrible. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Sorry, I got interrupted for 1 second.
All right.
I heard, I did very generous of you. Also, keep
No,
in
it's
mind
not, that's not a matter of generosity. It's a matter of,
yeah, keep in mind the Kearney Food Pantry Network as well. They're out of First Pres, and
where are they? First Press?
They're out of First Presbyterian.
All right, I'll donate to them as well. And where do I do that? At the rectory?
Speak to Holly Capabianco.
Oh, young Jimmy's wife?
Yeah, she.
All right, I got young Jimmy's phone number. I'll call young Jimmy.
Yep.
I'll call her and I'll drop off a check to them. Because this is just crazy. This is terrible, terrible, terrible.
So now it shifts to the cold weather. So they're working on tents and
sure.
how you can do the distribution with tents and outdoor lines and cold weather. It's going to be a big challenge.
Sure. Terrible. It's a very bad thing. All right, we're getting back ready to go. I'm gonna get on the phone here. No, they hung up. But all right. Terrible. So I talked to my sister, and I guess they're having a small group, like 7 or 8 of them at her house, and then I think they have 7 or 8 at her grandson's house. And I don't know how I don't know if they're gonna Zoom it or not. I don't know.
Yeah, the community transmission is just so high now.
Yeah.
Any large gathering will likely have at least one positive.
And, not for as they say in West Hudson, not for nothing, but I have some medical issues that I got to be careful about.
Yep.
And I just and I'm an older guy, and most of my friends are older guys and women, and you don't want to expose them to anything. This is terrible. It's just, we'll get through it though. I'm thinking by April, this thing will be hopefully in our rearview mirror. I don't know.
Partially, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, partially, at least with the most, hopefully if they get this vaccine.
Yeah, but it's going to take a lot of time to vaccinate.
Yeah, it's just
millions of
it
people.
depends on the vaccines too, because some of the vaccines are 2 doses. The one I hear today from is it J&J?
Yes, 1 dose.
Might be 1 dose, and they don't have to have it in that sub-zero temperature, which is another logistical technical problem.
Let me take the roll call.
Good idea.
Freeholder Cedeño. You're muted.
I'm here.
She's here.
Cifelli?
She spoke. He's here.
Cifelli, yes.
Kopacz is not here. O'Day is in the chamber.
Here.
Rodriguez. Freeholder Rodriguez.
Not here. Not yet.
Freeholder Romano.
Yeah.
Freeholder Torres.
Here.
Freeholder Walker.
Here.
and Chairman Vainieri. Chairman
He's
Vainieri.
finishing his sandwich in the other room.
We have a
You got
quorum,
five,
so
stop.
proceed.
You have six. You have
Yeah,
six. Yes,
proceed.
please proceed.
Okay, Uchechukwu Anwa.
Good evening. My name is Uchechukwu. Actually, I'm here to interpret for one of my member clients. His name is Edwin. So he is a Spanish speaker and a former detained from Hudson County. So I don't know if he can be on mute. Thank you.
We lost the speaker, Al.
Okay.
Al, we lost this. We lost
I thought
this.
he was gonna get.
He was asking for to translate for somebody named Edwin. I don't know if he put a last name to it, but he said Edwin something.
Chairman Vainieri is in attendance, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, thank you.
His last name is Edwin Mejia.
Mr. Anwa, you have the line.
What's going on? I can read his statement.
You're going to read his statement?
If he is not on the call, I will read his statement, but if he is on, I would like for him to be on mute.
What is his name, sir?
Edwin Mejia.
Edwin Mejia?
Yeah, let me look.
Freeholder Kopacz is also now in attendance.
Okay, I found Mr. Mejia. He's now self-muted.
So, Mr. Medea, you have to
Mejia.
unmute yourself.
He's on. He can speak.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Mi nombre. ¿Me escuchan? Sí. Mi nombre es Edwin. Yo fui detenido por inmigración, la patrulla fronteriza. Fui trasladado a Nuevo México. Duré 6 meses por maltrato del centro de detención de Nuevo México, que casi pierdo también mi vida allá en Nuevo México. Entonces, por cuestiones de salud médico, me mandaron hacia Nueva York. Supuestamente yo iba a Nueva York. Entonces, migración me mandó para de vuelta para Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, a Florence. Me devolvieron de vuelta hacia Nueva York, supuestamente, pero cuando yo llegué, yo pregunté si era Nueva York, y no era Nueva York, era Nueva Jersey, el centro de detención de Hudson County. Ahí recibí abusos, maltrato, como físico, verbal y sexual. Fui abusado, maltratado en la alimentación de comida. Estuve a punto también de perder la vida en el centro de detención porque un oficial de detención se burlaba de mí. Yo recuerdo que iban a calentar una sopa de esa maruchan que nosotros le decimos en el centro de detención, y un oficial me dijo: hazte hombre, caminar como hombre, porque hombre eres, tú no eres una mujer. Entonces, a mí se me cayó la agua de los nervios y me tiró una toalla y me puso a limpiar el piso con la mano. Entonces, yo me sentí muy mal, me sentí que me quería morir, que ya no quería seguir viviendo, porque en el centro de detención es el lugar, uno hace la comisaria, le dan el chance de llenar hasta 125 o $100 de comida para sobrevivir, porque no los dan comida. En ese centro no les dan comida. Los alimentos no son ubicados. Eso que dicen que el capitán, que los que proveen alimentos del centro, eso es mentira, porque ellos no dan alimentos. Ellos no cuidan a las personas. Tampoco no hay seguro médico, porque de la discriminación que yo llevaba, ellos me encerraban, me metieron al hoyo, porque decían que yo estaba loco. Porque un oficial me dijo, tú lo que tienes no es algo normal, me dijo. Recibí demasiada discriminación, entonces lo que ellos hicieron, llevarme a un lugar que supuestamente que yo estuviera bien, que yo me sintiera de salud, bien, y me llevaron donde hay más gente que está enferma mental, que es del Estado, porque esa es una cárcel que es del Estado. Ellos me llevaron a donde están esas personas. Entonces, cuando yo pedí que quería hablar con mi novio, ellos me dieron el teléfono, marqué a mi novio. Cuando yo estaba marcando por teléfono, otra persona que estaba detenido, que no era de inmigración, me agarró por de atrás y me quiso ahorcar con un stinger, con eso que se calienta agua, que eso es permitido en la cárcel para calentar agua, un stinger. Entonces, con eso él me quería ahorcar a mí. Entonces yo grité por ayuda y entonces los oficiales llegaron y me sacaron de ahí y me mandaron de vuelta al público, porque ahí me mandaron al piso 4. Entonces, y también estando ahí, recibí esos abusos. Aparte,
Is that it, Al?
Mr. Mejia has an additional 10 seconds.
Aparte de eso, a los meses, el piso 6 tuvo una persona muerta. Que se suicidó por la situación de los maltratos que da la cárcel.
Time, Mr. Chair.
Se suicidió.
Next speaker. That's it, Al. Next speaker.
Al's time is expired, Chairman.
Entonces,
next speaker, Al.
Speak, Al. Next speaker.
Ileana Little. Ms. Little.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Elena Little. I live in Jersey City. I'm disappointed that such an important agenda item as the ICE contract was placed in the middle of a weekday just before Thanksgiving. So first, I'm going to read some statements from folks who could not make it. From the Brooklyn Community Bail Fund, BCBF joins the Abolish ICE New York, New Jersey coalition in demanding the Hudson County Freeholders to act in the best interest of the community by voting to end the contract with ICE. We also ask the Freeholders to join the coalition in advocating for ICE to cancel any transfers between facilities, an act that exacerbates is incredibly dangerous during a pandemic, and free the people detained there. People who are being held in detention by ICE are needlessly and cruelly separated from their families, inadequate medical care, and endure unhealthy conditions that are acutely life-threatening during a pandemic. These inhumane practices are happening right here in New Jersey and New York. More than 60 people at the Hudson County Jail facility have tested positive for COVID-19, including 5 employees who died of coronavirus. 20 people have died at Hudson County since 2013, and there is a long history of litigation alleging extreme medical neglect. ICE's disregard for people's lives is demonstrated over and over again, from coast to coast, from county to county. Hunger strikes, lawsuits, and testimony from people who have been in ICE detention have made it clear that ICE has never borne social or moral responsibility when it comes to public health and safety. Since 2018, the Brooklyn Community Bail Fund has freed more than 500 people, including dozens from the Hudson County facility, from the horrors of ICE detention by paying egregious bond amounts to reunite people with their families and communities so they can fight their immigration cases from a position of freedom and safety. As the county with one of the largest immigrant populations in New Jersey, The Hudson County Freeholders must also do their part to protect their constituents from ICE's dangerous grip. We hope that the Hudson County Freeholders heed the call of their communities by voting to end ICE's contract with the county.
Oh, no. I went out and walked around.
I also have another statement from Isa Heath, an advocate from Elizabeth, New Jersey. Just like the term freeholder holds a history of racism and oppression, so do your actions by allowing people to be locked up in ICE detention centers. Just as it was bad for the Trump administration to have children in cages, it was also bad under the Obama-Biden administration. Why do you accept people being locked up in cages like animals? Because if you didn't, we wouldn't be having this conversation in the first place. There's only one good action that can be taken, and that is to end the contract with ICE and end human rights abuses. Anything else makes you nothing more than bureaucrats signing off on someone's death sentence. So those are the statements that I had from others. I would like to use the remaining time to speak for myself. Again, my name is Elena Little. I'm a resident of Jersey City. I'm also going to urge the board to vote no, and if not, then to delay the vote on the ICE contract. I first want to speak to the false assumption that the contract with ICE is fine if Biden is president. I think it's unrealistic to expect to see change in ICE accountability overnight. For those of you who've worked for large organizations, you know that organizational culture is often resistant to change. This is an organization that has torn families apart, put kids in cages, and forcibly sterilized people. Even with different leadership at the top, I think we can expect acts of cruelty from ICE agents over the coming years. So I'm asking that we, as Hudson County, stop being complicit. I'm also very concerned with the broad leeway this language gives. It was reported that this could be up to a 10-year contract. What if Trump runs in 2024 and wins, or someone even more anti-immigrant like Senator Tom Cotton? Further, both Chairman Vainieri and County Executive DeGise indicated that we would phase out of contracting with ICE by the end of 2020. We're just asking you to do what you said you would do in 2018. I also want to speak to the notion that ending this contract could cause taxes to go up or cause correctional officers to be laid off. I believe this is a false assumption. At the current population, this contract is only bringing in about 3 to 4 million per year, or less than 0.5% of the county's budget. This is not some earth-shattering amount that couldn't be made up elsewhere. As for layoffs, in 2019, the correctional facility was actually understaffed with many unfilled CO positions. Instead, we had to rely on costly overtime to properly staff the jail. It's hard to imagine ending this contract would result in any layoffs at all. And in fact, a number of COs have their own reservations about the contract. So as I understand, there hasn't been a thorough financial analysis accompanying this contract, as it was only introduced Friday night. I strongly urge the freeholders to vote no on this contract from a moral perspective, and if not, then to delay the vote for further financial analysis. We feel confident that a further analysis will reveal that there isn't a financial
Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, thank you to the freeholders.
Thank you.
And for freeholders Torres, O'Day, and Cedeño for their opposition to this contract.
Next speaker is Juan Gomez.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Mayor Santos. Before you start time, can I just add a clarification that I think Edwin Mejia was supposed to be translated to in English. And so after me, if you could put on Mr. Anwa again, I think that was very.
No, you had your 5 minutes.
Oh, he wants a guy who didn't speak to translate. That's okay. You could spend his 5 minutes on that. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm going to do my testimony, but I urge you to listen to his testimony since you don't speak.
That's fair.
Good afternoon. I'm Juan Gomez. I was born and raised in Kearney, and I'd like to speak on the topic of the ICE contract renewal and stress that no amount of reform will provide the oversight needed to ensure immigrants are treated humanely under ICE custody. I saw that firsthand as an immigration staffer for Senator Cory Booker, a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee directly responsible for the oversight of that agency. The inherently flawed oversight system allows ICE and prisons they contract with to essentially audit themselves. There's no meaningful accountability to local or even federal officials. When the pandemic began, immigration advocates rang the alarm of possible cases of COVID-19 at the Hudson County Jail. When my colleagues reached out to the regional ICE office that contracts with that facility for information, we were told they weren't aware of anything. Shortly after, though, it was confirmed that an individual at the facility had indeed tested positive. This presented one of two unacceptable and dangerous scenarios. Either ICE tried to slow walk providing a US Senate office information, or they were not aware of what was happening under their own roof, both completely unacceptable and dangerous. Again, we were slow walked when we asked for information regarding the hunger strikes happening at Hudson. This information should not be difficult to receive. Some may argue that continuing this contract will allow immigrants to remain close to their families, but that's simply not true. There's no guarantee that immigrants will be held in one facility. In fact, the transferring of immigrants has been a commonplace practice for ICE. So much so that even now during a pandemic, when there have been noted cases of outbreaks caused by transfers, they continue to do so. If they have not stopped transfers in the middle of a pandemic, they will not afterwards. Over 500,000 New Jerseyans, a third of whom are children, live with an undocumented immigrant, and we know the very real long-term impacts separating family members can have. But the solution isn't to jail immigrants closer to home. Immigrants can remain close to their families in their homes and not a detention center. We already have that option to utilize community-based alternatives to detention, and we should be utilizing them. I appreciate the concern with what happens to people in custody now if the contract ends, but we wouldn't have to sit here worrying about those individuals today if the contract was ended 2 years ago. That number of individuals to worry about only grows if we do not end this contract now. And it's important to remember that we can do both, end this contract and work together to make sure those immigrants are taken care of. You already heard commitments tonight from individuals on this call to do so. You want guarantees that immigrants will be taken care of if the contract ends, but this board cannot provide a guarantee that immigrants will be taken care of if the contract continues. And we know you cannot make that guarantee because ICE has repeatedly shown us they are incapable of keeping individuals safe in their custody. Time and time again, ICE has demonstrated that disregard for immigrant lives is core to their work. In New Jersey, 6 immigrants have died in the past 3 years. This neglect also reaches the employees at those facilities. So far, 5 employees have died this year due to COVID at that one facility. No one can claim they are worried about employees' jobs at this facility being endangered when they weren't worried about those employees' lives being endangered due to neglectful policies which left staff unprotected from this pandemic and ultimately resulted in their deaths of members of our communities. Renewing this contract means ICE will have more beds to detain more immigrants. It means things like collateral arrests, which is what happens when undocumented immigrants happen to be in a location where ICE is arresting somebody else and they get pulled into an arrest, will increase because ICE knows they have the space to arrest them. Keeping immigrants detained is not an issue of public safety because even when individuals in New Jersey were released from jails, deemed safe to be released from jails to minimize their risk of contracting the virus, ICE came in and arrested 88 of them and brought them back into harm's way. A vote to continue a contract is not smart morally, economically, politically. The only way the county makes money from this contract renewal is if they fill beds, and to do so during a pandemic when public health professionals are urging ICE to release immigrants is particularly appalling. If this ICE contract is renewed, Hudson County will be rubber stamping continued negligence at this facility and will ultimately be responsible for what happens at it. There's no need to take that unnecessary risk. You have the ability to do the right thing now and end the contract. There are better ways for this county to find funding than off of the back of immigrants who have been on our front lines of the pandemic, serving our communities. Notably, this board doesn't even know the specific financial details of this contract that they might potentially be voting on later tonight. It is needless and cruel to ask immigrants to contribute to our county's budget by tearing apart their lives and their families. I've seen firsthand as a Senate staffer the lack of oversight and accountability that ICE benefits.
Time, Mr. Chair.
A vote to continue this contract will only empower the agency to further inflict harm in our county. And I'd like to offer one quick correction for Mr. Cifelli.
Time is up. Shut him down. Next speaker is Eleni Beja.
Hi, I'm Eleni Beja, a Hoboken resident, speaking on the proposed contract renewal with ICE and urging you to keep your oath to uphold our Constitution, which guarantees everyone the right to due process, regardless of our paperwork. When our county contracts with an organization that consistently engages in the brutal tactics we know that ICE commits, separating families, caging children, forcing hysterectomies, assaulting detainees, we are essentially selling the human rights and the due process of each person that we detain for $120 a day. I agree with my Hoboken Council members, Jabor and Cohen, that this contract is the wrong way to raise funds. I was present and appreciated when Freeholders O'Day and Torres voted against the renewal in 2018 at another very long meeting after earlier long meetings. And I know that there are freeholders on the board who are frustrated that we keep showing up, keep having these long meetings. We might not show up, we constituents, we might think differently if we had more clarity from the board on why the path to exit that you pointed to won't work, if it won't work. I've heard here and at previous meetings that some of you have visited the detention center, which is a great thing to do, and spoken with detainees, a good thing to do. But I'm not clear on what else you've done since 2018. Ms. Dawes spoke earlier about finding representation. Sorry, my voice is shaking. I just care about this a lot. Ms. Dawes spoke earlier about finding representation for current detainees who might be moved, if I understood her correctly, which is amazing. And I would imagine a welcome offer and a conversation that could have occurred earlier if that was the main concern. If outreach had happened from the board. If it's a budgetary issue, what financial analysis and proposals have you explored and discussed and dismissed if you have dismissed them? And which stakeholders in the community have you worked with to explore the possibilities and develop alternatives over the last year and a half, or at the very least, since the last marathon meeting a week and a half ago? Without your sharing these details, even though you visited the detention center and talked with people there, your almost 2-year process sounds to me like one of wait and see, which indicates either little genuine interest in human rights and due process, or a lack of competency in pursuing the path to exit that you pointed to in 2018. If there was a more concerted effort to keep your promise and exit the contract, and if that process of pursuing a path to exit failed, tell us why that happened. Tell us what that process is, was, and why it's not working. I hope you have been working on a path to exit, that there was a process, that it didn't fail, that you've made a genuine effort and actively searched for and successfully found a way to follow through on your promise to phase out this contract. Thank you.
Excuse me, 1 second, Mr. Chair. Al, that previous speaker, could you please give her my email? She's a constituent. I'd like to speak to her.
Ms. Beja?
I'm sorry?
Okay.
Yes, and I did email you, Mr. Romano. Thank you for reaching out. I did email you earlier today.
Okay, and if not, I'll give you my number when on your email, okay?
Okay.
Next speaker is Yael Weber.
Hi, please don't start my time yet. Why was there no translation of Edwin Mia's testimony? There was someone waiting to translate for him and that was not allowed?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could we put this speaker back in the waiting room and let that gentleman who is allowed 5 minutes and was listed as a speaker to now come do the translation? If that's what he wants to use his 5 minutes, he's certainly entitled to do so.
Okay, I will do that right now. Mr. Anwar, you're on again.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to interpret Edwin's testimony. My name is Uche Onwa, and I'm the co-director at Queer Detainee Empowerment Project, which is an organization that provides support for LGBTQI+ immigrants that are fleeing their home country to persecution and torture. And Edwin is one of our clients and member who was also detained at Hudson County Detention Center. And this is his testimony. My name is Edwin, and I'm from Honduras. All jails that have a contract with us must be shut down. What I went through in jail was the hardest and most difficult situation in my life. Between 2017 and 2018, I spent 10 months detained, first in Arizona, then in New Mexico, back to Arizona, and later in Louisiana. Then I was taken to Hudson in New Jersey. When I was transferred, my documents said New York, but there are no jails, ICE jails in New York, so I was taken directly to Hudson. I was there for 6 months. I had already gone through many horrors, and in New Jersey, I was tortured physically, verbally, sexually, and mentally by the officers. I am grateful for Queer Detainee Empowerment Project resources. All the issues that I was bringing with me from New Mexico only worsened my mental health at Hudson. There was no proper food at Hudson. That's no way to treat human being. It wasn't food for human consumption. We also had to buy food at the commissary to be able to eat because the food and especially breakfast wasn't enough. You are given the chance to get up you are given the chance to get up 3 times at every 3 hours, and we need it because they don't get enough food. The officer often mocked me, including one who spoke Spanish. One time I was carrying a cup of noodle soup and spilled some on the floor. He yelled and I said, "Don't yell at me." He threw a towel at me and told me to clean it up and with my hands. "Get up and clean it up," he said. It was absurd. There was a lot of discrimination. The officers who spoke Spanish would say to me, "You are a man and you will die as a man. Don't behave like a woman." They isolated me. What they did to me as Hudson left a scar in my life that I will never forget. We were awakened every 3 hours. They never turned the light off. Nobody was gonna escape anyway. 3 people took their own lives there. One was a doctor who hung himself on the 6th floor. I worked in the kitchen to distract myself and my mind from the torture. It was horrible. In my opinion, these jails shouldn't exist. They are torture centers similar to hell. I was desperate and didn't want to take it anymore. The last month, I wanted to leave. I didn't want to be there anymore. I told ICE after 8 months, I was crying, begging them to deport me because I couldn't take it anymore. They said to me, "We cannot deport you." As I cried, instead, they put me in solitary confinement. I felt I was going crazy. They put me there supposedly to protect my own life. After all, on May 29 at 5 a.m., I was taken from Hudson and arrived at the court at 8 a.m. I was handcuffed at all times, which was also a torture. At around 6 p.m., after a full day in court, the judge granted me asylum. She wanted to cry and said that she was sorry. She said that I shouldn't be detained for more than 1 month and that I should be released and wait to see if ICE would appeal the decision. When I got out on May 30th, I felt as I was gone, as if darkness had taken over. I used to think that I would feel like flying when I got out, but instead, there was a strange heavy feeling in my mind, in my body. I was more timid. I got out, but I was also changed. I got nervous when I see the police. I didn't leave home for 3 months, didn't eat well. I saw a psychiatrist because I was panicked and kept shaking. I didn't used to take medication, but now I'm taking medicine. One day I ran out of medicine and had anxiety attack. I felt my hand getting numb and went to see the hospital. The doctor said it was lack of potassium and that I would have died if I hadn't gone on time. I want this contract with ICE to end. People can die inside, and even when they get out, what they go through in there will leave you to damage your life forever. They are abusers and murderers. They are trash, and ICE contract at Hudson should end. Thank you.
Hi.
Speaker.
Next speaker is Yale Weber.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Yael Weber, she and her pronouns. I'm a New Jersey resident and I am the daughter of an immigrant. I would like to address the agenda item regarding the ICE contract. In addition, I'm concerned that as a government body, you stated that you plan to cut off the free speech of anyone using language that you deem unacceptable. I've been on this call since 1 p.m. and I sincerely hope that your earlier decision to cut off the queue and then turn it back on briefly and then shut it off again didn't prevent anyone from participating who had already been waiting for hours. In 2018, this board committed to ending the morally indefensible ICE contract in 2020. Now you are considering extending the contract for up to 10 years. Shame on you. That is shameful. Profiting off of caging human beings was wrong in the 1990s, it was wrong in 2018, and it's even worse now during a global pandemic. Not only the detainees, but every employee of Hudson County Correctional Facility is at risk when people are held in circumstances that make it impossible to stop the spread of COVID-19. If this is about money, the profit from this contract is a relatively pitiful amount for which to sell your neighbors into imprisonment. Profiting off of unnecessary human suffering is disgusting. With low numbers in detention at this moment, your profits are minimized. There's an obvious financial incentive to detain more folks in order to keep the beds full and profits up. We have a criminal justice system. Whatever issues exist in that system, and I recognize that they are many, the fact remains that people who are accused of crimes are within the purview of the criminal justice system. If they are found to be guilty, they face whatever penalties are imposed. After having paid a debt to society, folks are then free to go about their lives unless they are then unconstitutionally detained by ICE and subject to being held indefinitely without charges. This is not justice. Even people that we label as criminals have rights in this country, and those do not cease to exist just because ICE chooses to ignore them. Those who claim concern for detainees being transferred far from their families conveniently ignore the fact that not only do you do literally nothing to stop ICE from transferring detainees wherever they choose now, even in the middle of a deadly global pandemic, but more importantly, that the best way to keep folks close to their families is to not provide the cages to lock them up. I do want to briefly address Freeholder Cifelli's concern that ending the contract today does not guarantee that the individuals currently detained would be immediately reunited with their families. This is true. And I would recommend that this board do everything within your power to advocate for current detainees after voting to end the contract. Ideally, ensuring that all current detainees are released into the community, possibly agreeing to house the current detainees while accepting no new detainees. I understand that you wish to advocate for the specific individuals who are currently in your jail. How does your proposed contract protect those people from being sent to other detention centers now? Right now, ICE could take any one of those individuals and send them anywhere they want with no notice and no justification. In what way does continuing to detain additional immigrants improve the quality of life for those currently detained? What we do know is that continuing the contract will absolutely lead to more of our immigrant neighbors being detained by ICE while we profit off of their imprisonment. Please do the right thing and do not renew this contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Price. Mr. Price. You're self-muted. Mr. Price, are you there? Go to the next speaker, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Next speaker is identified as both an and. Please state your full name.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Susanna Jivotowski. I apologize. I'm on my company's Zoom account. I'm a resident of Middlesex County, and I'm here at the Hudson County meeting because of the unconscionable actions of immigration control and enforcement, which tie together residents, communities, stories, and traumas across all of New Jersey, and actually our entire region. I'm a member of a church in central New Jersey, and several members of our congregation have been terrorized by ICE and detained at various times over the last decade plus, including at the Hudson County Jail. Children in my life who I love, both US citizen children and undocumented children, are traumatized from having their parents taken away by ICE in the middle of the night and put into a prison. This is a level of cruelty so disturbing that I wonder how you all, with families and children of your own, are even able to sleep at night, knowing that keeping a contract with ICE is a guarantee that families will continue to be ripped apart by this machine. A 2019 study from the American Immigration Council shows that children experience toxic stress when suddenly separated from their parents, as well as a greater risk of developing chronic mental health conditions, including but not limited to depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as physical conditions such as cancer, stroke, diabetes, and heart disease. In this meeting, So far, we have heard firsthand testimony at length from people who have lived experience inside of Hudson County Jail and have suffered abuses, medical neglect, and trauma within those walls. However, the negative impact of ICE picking someone up and detaining them extends deep into the lives of children, into the school system, into houses of worship, and into the emotional fabric of our community. When I was a high school student, ICE raided an apartment complex in which several of my friends lived. And I recall, excuse me. I recall struggling with my schoolwork and responsibilities because I was so anxious all the time. And our community was consumed with the intense work of caring for families who were missing a parent and supporting the parent who was detained on all fronts possible. And that was just me, right? As a neighbor and a friend experiencing that trauma secondhand, not even someone who experienced the direct impact of losing a parent. Even before birth, immigration enforcement can put a child's health at risk. Now I'm speaking in my capacity as a childbirth worker and a doula who is concerned with the health and well-being of all birthing people, infants, and families in New Jersey. The 2008 worksite raid in Postville, Iowa was tied to premature and underweight births, complications that put babies at risk for infant death and long-term health problems. So across several issue areas, from public health to human rights, and the core issue of keeping families together and protecting the health of your residents, you must end this contract. Detainees have spoken, your constituents have spoken, and community members in the broader New Jersey community have spoken. It is time to make the right choice. Thank you. I cede my time.
Next speaker is Mark Devens.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've got a barking dog. Please excuse her. Just a moment. Hi, my name is Mark Devens. I'm an elected member of the Jersey City and Hudson County Democratic Committees and a resident of Freeholder District 4. I'm here to speak against Hudson County's cooperation with ICE and advocate for a vote against this contract's renewal. In 2018, the county announced that it was beginning a path to exit from its relationship with ICE. The failure on the county's part to adequately prepare for winding down this contract is now being used to justify its continuation. In an interview with New Jersey Spotlight published yesterday, Tom Gies was asked where things stand with ending the contract. He stated, "That was 2018 and the world was a lot different." Let's talk about what's different between 2018 and 2020. Since 2018, we've learned even more about ICE's intentional and horrific practice of family separation. We've learned that lawyers are unable to locate the parents of 545 of those children. We've learned that doctors at ICE facilities have carried out unnecessary and non-consensual gynecological procedures on detainees. We've learned that ICE detention can turn into a death sentence because of the way COVID-19 rips through jails, where social distancing is impractical or impossible. I heard you all chatting about COVID and its impact on your Thanksgiving plans during the break, and I'd encourage you to consider those imprisoned while you spend your holiday with your families. Every time this contract was brought up during public comment in earlier meetings, members of the board would state that they couldn't comment on the issue because they didn't have the contract in front of them. Well, we're finally here. And what's included in the contract? It's the same exact contract that keeps getting renewed over and over again. The contract is so old that most references to the counterparty aren't even to ICE, it's INS, an agency that was dissolved close to 18 years ago. The only modifications to the contract are that the term was changed from 2 years to a vague reference to, in quotes, the longest period of time that is allowed by law, which a county spokesperson confirmed to the Jersey Journal was 10 years. It also surrenders much of the responsibility for administering that contract away from the board and to the executive. I appreciate Freeholder Cifelli's commitment to the 79 who are currently detained there, but as has been suggested, The well-being of those 79 individuals is not predicated on the renewal of this contract for another 10 years. It's very possible to reject this contract, refuse to take in any new detainees, and make sure those 79 who are currently there are given a path towards getting back home to their families. Capacity at the correctional facility is currently limited due to COVID-19. These 79 detainees at the contracted rate of $120 per detainee per day are currently generating an annualized $3.4 million. Our county's budget is $725 million. That means the ICE contract currently accounts for less than half of 1% of that budget. There's been no financial impact statement released alongside this resolution, so I can't say for certain, but I don't think anyone is counting on maintaining this contract for 10 years with 79 people. That means our county's financial incentives are aligned with growing the number of those detained at the Hudson County Correctional Facility. For a long time, we thought that a solution for automobile traffic was to widen highways. Each time a lane was added to a highway, it just filled right back up with traffic. The extra capacity just encouraged more demand. If extra capacity increases demand, we can likewise conclude that decreasing capacity decreases demand. If we increase capacity for detainees, ICE will be happy to fill those beds right up. The Hudson County Correctional Facility is the closest ICE facility to New York City. Sure, if we end this contract, some of those arrested by ICE may end up in Bergen County, Essex County, or elsewhere, but overall, there will be less capacity for ICE to brutalize immigrant communities. Please vote no against this contract. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jenny.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman, hold on, to take 30 seconds. Just to clarify for the last speaker, I believe there were 79 detainees in the facility on the date of the last freeholder meeting. My understanding from a question I had asked last Friday when 4 members of this board visited the facility, there were 88 detainees there, and today there are 93 detainees there.
Okay, I appreciate those updated numbers. I don't think those significantly change the calculations.
No, I agree. I agree. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I think for this contract to deliver what the county is expecting from its budget, it would have to be 400 or 500, several multipliers of what we currently have right now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jenny T.
How many speakers?
The speakers have been, were able to rearrange their order.
Mayor.
I have 56.
All right, thank you. 54.
Mayor, it's Richie. I've been keeping track of it right now where we have about 14, 15 people raise their hand after our
Can you identify
after
them?
our post.
Okay, they don't count.
So you have to identify them.
Right,
Okay.
and Richie has been doing that because by connecting and disconnecting, people can manipulate the order. So, so Rich has kept track of that. So next speaker is Jenny T.
Hi, that's me. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Cool, thank
There were
you. Hi.
42.
Sorry. I'm Jenny Tang. I organize with Solidarity and Mutual Aid Jersey City. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm calling to urge you all to stand on the right side of history and vote against extending the ICE contract. I'm also here to share a statement from Ms. Rebecca Press, the legal director of Unlocal, a nonprofit that works with immigrants. Rebecca has over 10 years of experience representing immigrants of all ages in removal proceedings with a particular focus in asylum and protection under the Convention Against Torture. Her organization, Unlocal, legally represents people detained in Hudson County and other ICE detention facilities. Rebecca Press was not able to make this hearing, so I will be reading her statement on her behalf. Here is what she has to say. My name is Rebecca Press. I am the legal director of Unlocal, a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing free legal representation to immigrants in deportation proceedings and community education and outreach to our local immigrant communities. As part of our work, we represent people detained at Hudson County and other ICE detention facilities across the country. Unlocal submits these comments to urge the Hudson County Freeholders to close the doors once and for all on the ICE detention center in your backyard and disentangle yourselves from the suffering of your fellow human beings and the machinery of deportation. Let's be clear. People are detained by ICE for one reason and one reason only, their place of birth. ICE detention causes tremendous suffering. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, our clients faced many challenges accessing the healthcare services they need. With the onslaught of the pandemic, conditions have only deteriorated. Our clients are depressed, distraught, and literally terrified for their health and well-being. They know their friends have fallen ill and that they have likely been exposed. They do not have access to PPE and are unable to socially distance. We are, of course, cognizant of the concerns raised by some that our clients will be sent off to ICE facilities far and wide, potentially prejudicing their access to counsel, their access to loved ones, and their ability to defend themselves against deportation, which is, of course, what we all want to prevent. The reality is that the COVID-19 pandemic has led to extraordinary changes in legal representation. Nearly all of our representation is now conducted via telephone or video. That would not change if Hudson closed its doors to ICE. This is not to make light of the unforeseen challenges that will inevitably arise if people are sent to ICE facilities across the country. Of course, there will be challenges, but let me be clear about our goal. It is nothing less than to close the doors of every single ICE facility in this country.
Yeah, I get it.
Because no one should be imprisoned based on their country of birth. Achieving free